good morning. Apparently, we're having commies for breakfast. That was a fucking weird thing to wake up to. I was like, oh, I'm sleepy and I have to pee. Let's check my DMs. We've invaded Venezuela? What? What the fuck? Also, what the fuck? Golden Kappa Train? Golden Scam Train on the Twitches? Good morning. Good morning. Bad latency, thank you. Hippity hoppity, the dictator is now our property. True and fucking real. Apparently also his wife. We took him and his wife. According to a post I will bring up. I only have like a couple of the tabs open, but I'm gonna be opening them in real time. Because there's a lot of fucking Venezuela tabs. And apparently, commies are seething out of their minds. Very, very interesting. Because now, you can tell exactly who's a commie based on who's seething. That makes it very easy. Time to get you a Venezuelan wife. I don't know, they don't need to be saved anymore. I am curious, right? Who is going to rule the country now? Because after you get rid of a dictator, there's always a power vacuum. So whoever gets put in power now is going to be interesting to look out for. Because I would like Venezuela to be able to govern themselves. I don't want to install a US puppet and have to worry about things in that regard. Crowzen, thank you for the 10 gift subs, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Mom Donnie's already having a shit fit over it. I'm not surprised. You can just take the South American that's true. You can just take the South American leaders from their countries. They're free. Just pick the one person who absolutely doesn't want the job, true. Venezuelans all over the world are celebrating, but the Dems are being little bitches about it, and so are the Canadians, Maple Leaf fuckers. Well, I wouldn't generalize, right? Because when you call someone a commie, much like when you call someone Nazi, it should be a serious thing. So, the ones celebrating, obvious commies. But I don't want to paint with a broad brush and say, like, all of them, you know? Not all of the Democrats, not all of the Maple Leafs.
My Foxu News subscription. Deck budget was tight with holidays, the GG drops, so didn't do a Christmas dono. But it is a new month and the government dosh for my childcare centers hit, so Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, your existence is a blessing less than 3.
Holy shit, thank you, Ice Bees. So I'm sorry to hear that your daycare center dosh didn't drop before Christmas. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy your Game of Subs drops. Oh, that reminds me, I do need to ask my guys. I want the double fisting burger dropped. Oh god, I forgot to ask it. I get off stream and then my brain just turns into fucking pudding. It just doesn't work anymore.
Breaking news: South American dictator caught in bed with his wife.
Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat, for the remembrance. Holy shit, there's so much happening! Ant Dude, thank you for the gift sub, my guy. Rusty McShane, thank you for the 10 gift subby bubbies. Thank you, Rusty McMahons. Thank you. Venezuela has a legitimately elected government that won an election last year, which douchebag decided to ignore and stay in power. They're the ones that'll take power. That's good to hear. That's good to hear that somebody who rightfully won an election will actually take power.
Asked if US would send troops, we might need boots on the ground. Also Trump, I never said which country, or for how long. All indicators point to a relatively smooth transition with USA keeping the unseathed commie cucks.
Hell yeah, seethe commies, you will get the helicopter rides. One way or another. He got his helicopter ride, and now he's going to be held as a prisoner. Yay! I never said which country for how long is fucking funny, though. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Thank you. And it's like, you know, to plan something like this that went off with seemingly no hitches, right? Like, there were apparently no shots fired at Americans, no civilian casualties. I'm assuming this has been being planned for quite a while. And so in that case, I can relax a bit on my, why don't you fucking do something about all of this fraud and all of these issues? Because if they were focusing on getting this commie out, alright, I can give you some leeway, but now you got the commie, now you gotta do something about the other stuff.
This is your song, thank you.
Have I heard about the Egyptian government calling Keir Stalin out about lying about a terrorist? I have not. I did have some tabs open over last weekend to talk about what was going on with Keir Starmer basically happily welcoming back a terrorist, but I never got to them. And I don't have anything on the Egyptian government.
Rides. What a way to start the year.
It is a wild way to start the year. I never expected this. Carthage, my guy, thank you for the motherfucking slaves. Thank you. Thank you. The Wastelander, thank you. You don't care what Twitch says, the AI Neurosama will never replace the real Foxu Oshi. I don't know if we're exactly competing. It's kind of wild how huge Neuro's gotten, actually. Like, that labor of love from the Turtle Man has gotten pretty fucking big. It's also really interesting to see people praise the Neurosama type of AI, but then get mad about any other kind of AI. And it's like, well, I mean, I guess Turtleman's training everything on specific data sets himself, so it's a little different, but it's still an interesting thing to see. Trey Coolers, thank you. Double Fisting Burger Fund. Enjoy, Fox Lady. Thank you for double fisting the burgers, man. I haven't had a burger in a hot minute, and I desire one. Oh my god, let me catch up to real life in here, because that scam train's almost at the end here. Scam train's almost at the end. Desu, thank you for the fucking 27 months of prune.
Many white women complaining about it, but every Venezuelan I know is celebrating second Christmas. My friends in Venezuela say the VP is suppressing all news about it while silently trying to install themselves into power.
I really hope the VP does not succeed, because like someone in chat said, apparently they had elections, someone rightfully won, and then that commie fuck decided to dictator instead of let the guy that win take power. I'm currently eating Five Guys. I need Five Guys. Keir Starmer's comments about Venezuela showed that he basically was left completely out of the loop on the OP. He has to watch the news to find out the facts. That's kind of funny. Several injured service members and a damaged hero, but no deaths and no equipment lost. I wonder how the injuries occurred, because I did see a tweet that said, no shots fired at the Americans. Neura's trained on Reddit. Oh, look at her thoughts on the trolley problem with lumberjacks. What? What? Is that a Reddit thing? Doc Holiday, thank you for the 7 months. Putin spending 4 years trying to capture Zelensky and conquer Ukraine. Trump's like, hey Putin, check this out. 3 hours later, done. Yeah, that was a quick in and out. That was a very quick. A protest in NYC saying Maduro is the legitimate leader of Venezuela, despite the fact that Maduro lost the election last year and nullified the results. Lefties are so smooth-brained. What do you mean? That's their democracy. If they did that here, they'd be celebrating how democracy won and beat the fascists. That's kind of in line with the crazy shit they already believe. Special operations for you. Thank you, Spec Ops. J-Rock, thank you. The only people mad about this are nasty commies. 100%. That's why I said anyone seething about this is very much showing that they are a commie, and calling them a commie is not insulting. Because that's what they are. You'd like Venezuela to have a legit government as much as anyone, but you don't see why that's our problem to solve? Why are my taxes being spent 3,000 miles away from my country? I also don't like when my tax dollars are spent on other countries, but if it's in the realm of destroying a commie, because they never stay to themselves, right? Commies are always going to export and try and conquer other areas. So removing a commie dictator, I think that's okay. I think that's alright. I'm okay with my tax dollars going to that. Sumi Bito Zin, thank you. As a Finnish and actual neutral party, you'll have to see what stupid stuff you've done lately? What do you mean? What do you mean by this? Stopping the dictator sending his criminals and drugs to the US is a domestic issue. Also a good point. Also a good point. I completely forgot about the fucking narco boats. To answer the injury question, President Trump said we lost no aircraft. Everything came back. One helicopter was hit pretty hard, but we got it back. We have a few injuries, but no deaths on our side. Really amazing. Yeah, he had some sort of, like, speech thing, and I'm gonna have to pull up the archive and watch that. This is just proof of concept. To show the world we can remove anyone at any time. Commies beware. We need to be able to remove the commies within our own country as efficiently as we can remove them from others, though. Is the one problem I see.
It's Madurova, sisters.
Madurova. Thank you, Brave SJ. Thank you. Mr. Burritos, thank you. Greetings from Argentina. News channels are commenting on the celebration for our fellow Latam brothers. We're so happy for them, though you would like to know what's the plan moving forward. Well, hopefully it's that guy who rightfully got elected last year who gets into power, and not more commies trying to solidify themselves. Do I think the Republicans will win the 2026 midterms? I think it's very much a toss-up, because there are a lot of people trying to discourage Republicans from voting, trying to say, like, Trump isn't doing enough, and I can agree in some regards that he hasn't done enough that I would like to see. But if you don't vote, you are handing an election to people who are already, like, incumbent, right? And it's going to be a big issue, because if you don't vote, like, nothing is going to change, right? And if the midterms go to the Democrats, things are going to get even fucking worse. So even if you don't want to vote for a spineless do-nothing, the vote for the spineless do-nothing is better than letting the Democrats take the midterms. Do not doom out, keep up the pressure. Yeah, that's why I dislike the people saying, like, oh, if this doesn't happen, I just won't vote, because it's encouraging people to give them an excuse to not go vote. And not voting is way fucking worse. I don't think you should not vote at all. Do not blackpill. Yeah, absolutely do not blackpill, man. Alikar Zyvern, thank you for the 3-month pre-subbing, dude. Thank you. Thank you. And Halby, thank you for the proom. Zykathon, thank you for the member. Thank you for member. It's not like voting happens often. Just go and do it and make it a fun day for the whole family. Buy a nice burger while you do it. Yeah, buy a burger, go out and do something else, but make sure you actually go out and vote. We all laughed at the Pokemon Go to the polls, but people actually fucking did that, you know? You need to talk to your husband about his views on accelerationism. I just feel like, you know, it makes sense why some people have that doomer mentality. And I think it's a bit, I mean, I'm allowed to disagree with my husband on occasion. I think it's a bit, dangerous, because he does have a massive platform. And I don't want more people blackpilling and feeling like, yeah, that's the correct thing to do. If something doesn't happen, I shouldn't vote in the midterms, you know? Because it's like, I agree with him. I want to see more happening. I don't like the spineless do-nothings. I don't like that there's more shit that I would have liked to happen faster, more deportations, more looking into the fraud, more arrests of Democrat politicians who are complicit with fraud. I want to see these things. But not voting and handing the midterms to the Democrats is going to make things way, way worse, and it's going to make it harder for Trump to do anything after that.
Need a new cover for that Lonely Island song. She wanted me to fuck her harder than the US government fucked Maduro.
Thank you, Fat Mon! Yeah, I mean, he got taken pretty fucking quickly. It makes me wonder if, like, his regime turned on him and just kind of let him get given up. It's very interesting how easy that was. Michael Zins, thank you. Love your work, Kirsche. You're an Iraq veteran. You approve of no boots on the ground. At least Trump is keeping his word on no new pointless wars. And that's exactly what I'd like to see. I don't want men to go back to the sandbox. I'm glad we were able to do a very swift, very, very low damage, very no casualty removal of a commie in Venezuela. I would not like to see boots on the ground there. So hopefully the rightful winner of that election can get in and things can get fixed by the Venezuelans. We gave them a little leg up, and now they can hopefully take care of their place themselves. Delta's just good at their job. Ian Brune, thank you. People who doom over lack of politician unaliving need to look up what happens to soldiers who deliberately destroy morale.
Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
9.
As a bonus, this also serves as a threat to Mexico to get their shit together, or we'll do it for them without their getting it. Accelerationism doesn't work. South Africa and Rhodesia both prove this.
That's actually a very good point. When people talk about wanting accelerationism, you can really point to South Africa, and especially Rhodesia, and now Zimbabwe, about how the accelerationism really just doesn't go your way, actually. But I wouldn't say people dooming over politician unaliving. I don't want to see politician unaliving.
Like this,
I want to see politician lock it up and paying money back for the rest of their lives.
But if a spineless do-nothing does get in, then something might eventually happen based on the sway of the public opinion on fraud.
That's a good point, actually, Spider-God. Let me read that again, because I think I was talking over the beginning. Thank you, Spider-God. Put it like this: if a spineless do-nothing doesn't get in, the investigation and action will never happen. But if a spineless do-nothing does get in, then something might eventually happen, based on the sway of public opinion on fraud. And if that spineless do-nothing doesn't do anything, that gives people in the local areas time to find a different candidate to run against the spineless do-nothing. Because I don't think there's time to do that. I think you had to, like, register by January something to go to the midterms. But that'll give people time in their areas to find a different candidate, fund a different candidate, and pose someone against the spineless do-nothing for the next election. And I think that's what needs to happen in a lot of places, is more people need to get involved in their local politics and start running an actual candidate that cares from a grassroots group that they've made with local people.
For Republicans than almost anything else we could do.
And Irshe, I read your thing and I responded, but I didn't say thank you. Thank you, Irshe, for the fucking 88, brother man. Thank you. Thank you. J-Treed, thank you. See what happens when you don't tell Congress anything? Congress is the wife that you don't tell that you bought new guns when you weren't supposed to. Did he do this without talking to Congress? That would be really funny. That would be really funny. DRT is king, thank you very much. And that's true. I didn't even think about the Venezuelan oil. I was just so excited about getting a commie out of power. I didn't even think about that. Nobody knew. That's fucking wild. That needs to happen more often. See, like, I think this is what, like, we were talking about with all of the politicians and stuff, like, posting memes on Twitter. I just, like, the memes are great. The memes are funny. But we want to see more than memes. And if they're just doing the memes while they're secretly doing stuff behind the backs of the people that would try to put stops to it, that's great. Tell us about it after. You know, I would love to see that. Maybe that's why we think so much nothing is happening. Who knows? Who knows? I'm excited for this, though. 3 days into the year, and this is what we get. So much for nothing ever happened. Something happened! Yay! Evil Mandrake, thank you. A spineless do-nothing is better than Tim Waltz importing endless Somalians for the purpose of committing fraud. Also a very good point. Keep making these good points so that people don't blackpill and don't show up for the midterms. Watching Poltfan's post was a good timeline. Oh, I don't even know what he posted. I woke up, saw that one thing, and then passed back out after I peed. Rowdy has guns, thank you. I want a sweet tater fry. I actually have a maple donut. I just, like, don't eat much on stream because it makes me feel weird. You might have an enlarged prostate if you're having to get up at night to pee. Well, as a biological female, I don't have a prostate, so I can't have an enlarged one. So I'm pretty sure it's just the nature of having a tiny female bladder. I don't think she does. Oh my god. Buddy, I love those comments. They're always so funny. The VTubers come in female. Imagine. She doesn't have a funny button. It just means she hydrates properly. I love it when my pee is close to clear, man. That's the best kind. Still can't get over the fact that we abducted a foreign president like he was an unattended child at the mall. I mean, he basically is. Imagine. Now, what room temp chatter suggested that the female streamer has an enlarged prostate. Sorry, you now have ass cancer. How do females orgasm from anal if they don't have a prostate? You should look up how many nerve endings are in your butthole. Just don't piss away the nutrients in your head and you're fine. What does he mean by this? Acanthus, thank you. YouTube hates this and keeps blocking Yasupa. But you just saw a translated post from Venezuela and they call doing a wheelie on your bike doing little horses. Oh, that's cute. Which is adorable. That is adorable. That is adorable. That chatter bought into the 300-pound black man with a voice changer. Jesus Christ. The most important donut. Aw, that is a cute donut. No thanks, you already know too much about your asshole. What did he mean by this? Anyone who's listened to Maduro for more than 30 seconds knows a lost child is smarter than him. Aww. She's got a voice changer and an enlarged prostate. No, she's natural. I do not have the hemorrhoids. The government doesn't want you to know this. You can just take Venezuela's
Kirsche.
president. They're free.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
9!
Since a communist like Maduro was removed, can we get a quick decisive removal of Canadian communists removed? Most Canadians are just metric using Americans as we continue to evolve.
I think the problem with removing the commies in like our country and Chinadia is that like we have laws that are supposed to protect people's freedoms, But all commies do is take advantage of freedom-loving, individualistic attitudes until they can get into power and oppress you. And so because of our own laws, we struggle to remove people who just want to fuck us over. Whereas in South American countries, we can just kind of walk in and everyone's like, yes, please, take the fucking commie. Foreign press guy manipulated the last 3 elections and has been saber-rattling for more than a decade. This was a long time coming. It's just a minor nuisance. Not surprised most Americans didn't keep up and are surprised now. I mean, it's surprising that it happened, because nothing ever happened. But also, I don't pay all that much attention to Venezuela, except that it's a communist shithole. Was a communist shithole. Now, hopefully, it will not be. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Remember, folks, Maduro was a literal bus driver before he became a dictator. He wasn't that bright to begin with. Apologies to bus drivers everywhere. Hey, bus driving is a dangerous job. You have urban youths who will attack you on occasion. I love that they bombed Chavez's mausoleum on the way out. That is pretty great, too. Definitely love the bombing of the mausoleum. Renaissance, thank you for the cops. What is a cop? Where does that come from? Thank you, U.S. troops. For the first time in 20 years, you're not blackpilled. Wish you could tag along. What currency is cops? We just abducting police officers and trading them for goods? Cop currency. Colombian peso! Oh, that's funny! That's funny! The Colombian drug lords just trade police officers for goods. Thank you. Thank you for the police officers. Good news to start the year. True. True and real. Saran Mathis, thank you. Congress complained about not being told, and Trump responded, Congress tends to leak. We still haven't charged anyone for the Iran strike leaks. True? And also, wasn't there an issue with him being lied to when he wanted to, like, pull out troops in the Middle East? And they were like, oh yeah, we'll do that. And then they only pulled out some of the troops, and then Biden got in, and he was like, time to announce that I'm pulling out all of them! And everyone was like, why the fuck would you announce that? And then immediately things descended into chaos. Monkey99, thank you. As an Ohioan, you hope that we outvote Vivek for Casey Putsch, the car guy, for the GOP primary. If Vivek wins it, then it's either Americans are lazy czar Vivek or COVID czar Amy Acton. Yeah, I don't know anything about Casey, the YouTuber car guy, but I hope he wins for Ohio's sake. I'm sure he can't be worse than either of the other choices, right? Cash made a video? Who dat? Doch Holiday. Doc Holiday. I'm illiterate. Doc Holiday, thank you. It should be federal law that you should have to live by the politics you preach. You'll see this country fixed really quickly if that happened. I think it would be really interesting if, like, somebody started adopting unironic, either, like, Nazi or some other form of fascist or communist ideology. That they went to, like, some sort of military training camp for, like, 6 months, and they had to live under the ideology that they espoused. I think that would be really interesting to see. There's not much of a reason to be gloating. This whole thing can still backfire, saying this is you believe evil regimes often come from evil, regular people, and not just leaders. I don't know, the majority of Venezuela seems to be celebrating. They already have somebody who won an election by the people. He just wasn't allowed to take power because communists are shit. Grumpy Ian, thank you. You would love someone in Congress to explain the difference between this and the operation to kill Osama bin Laden. Neither of them were approved by Congress. That's a good point. And China might do something like this? No, that's how you start brainwashing camps. How do you brainwash if you're just showing them what they'd be living under? I mean, they'd have to be heavily publicized, right? They wouldn't be able to be held privately, like, in an underground chamber or some shit. Just have it like the Truman Show, right? Everybody can watch it, so if something goes crazy wrong, everyone will know about it and people can be held accountable. Where were we? I have to blow my nose, too. Error 404, thank you. There were Chinese diplomats there to meet with Maduro when they'd done the snatch and grab. Bet they're having a bad day. I saw that, and somebody tweeted, welcome to the hemisphere, motherfuckers! And I was like, that's fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. Ekron Hate, thank you for gifting 6 months of subby bubbies to the drunk rooster man. I am no longer able to talk. I have to remove nose cummies. Please hold. Damn, my nose was so hard up when I blew it all out, I could taste coffee. That's crazy. Tsar, do not redeem. Reminder that Maduro and his government simply declared that they won the 2024 presidential election in Venezuela without evidence, and any protests afterwards were violently put down. His rule was not legitimate whatsoever, which is why I say anyone complaining about the removal of Maduro and him being prosecuted for crimes very much is outing themselves as a commie. It's not calling them a commie without evidence, they are showing themselves to be one. Sailing Maduro on a US Navy ship into New York Harbor has to be the biggest flex on a communist mayor in our nation's history. Phoenix DS, thank you. Missing the fox who knows trumpets ASMR? No, that's gross. That's gross. Ian Brune, thank you. People who complain about Congress approval need to look up how the Marines got their hymn. Isolationism has never been possible. And I don't want to go full isolationist either, right? Like, even with the understanding that we need a moratorium on all immigration, I want to have legal immigration to this country. I want to have that. Because I think if we have very controlled, very small amounts of immigration, and we're letting in people who are vetted and who want to be here, who genuinely want to be here. Like, there was an artist that I worked with.
Kirsche.
Hi.
I'm gonna hopefully remember this
Nazi?
On a more international white pill note, the protests against the Islamic terror regime in Iran are going into day 6 and have only grown in strength. The IRGC is increasingly on the run and it's clear the Ayatollah is panicking. USA enemies keep getting L's.
Good, because the guy that runs Iran, I can't remember his name, but he was installed in like the 1979 revolution, and he murdered a fuck ton of people as soon as he got into power. Wow, imagine that. All of the useful idiots who wanted him to get in had no idea what the fuck they were doing. And I have an article on that somewhere in my tabs that I brought up last week and I didn't have time to get to, because so much shit keeps happening. I left on, there was an artist that I worked with, and you guys haven't seen the results of that yet because it hasn't been put out in my shop. But he's somebody who, like, was told by other artists, like, don't work with Kirsche. She's very racist. She hates all immigrants. She doesn't want, like, anyone to come to America. She wants to, like, kill all minorities. And he's like, well, you know, I'm like Southeast Asian, and I've been saving to get a visa, and I want to come to America, and I want to be an immigrant. And, you know, I don't like believing just what people say. And, you know, you're friends with another friend of mine. So, like, I'm willing to talk to you. I want to know from you what you actually believe. And I explained it to him. And he's like, so, like, you'd be completely fine, like, paying me for art, and that money is going to getting me a visa to get into the US. And I'm like, yeah, why wouldn't I be okay with that? Like, you want to come here, dude. You want to come here. And it's not just to, like, enrich yourself and loot our country. Like, you seem to genuinely want to come to the country and be a part of it. Why would I be upset with that? That would be completely illogical. You wish the Kirsche in their head was real. The delusion is always worse than reality. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm always happy when there are sane people who are like, well, I've heard all this shit about you. Is it true? And, like, actually talk to me instead of, well, I heard all this shit about you. I'm just going to decide that it's true because I heard it, and then just continue spouting crazy nonsense. So it's like, I would love to continue to have legal immigration, but we do need a pause on it. We do need to fix the issues we have with it, because there's so much fraud and so many issues with our systems that have allowed so many people here that shouldn't be here and don't want to be here and see us as a gullible population that they can use and exploit. Hell yeah, coming for the right reasons. Yeah, exactly. I'm scrolled up in YouTube chat, sorry. And if that person is lying and intends to not take their oath seriously, they'll be dealt with, jeez. Wouldn't Maduro be under the Hags jurisdiction? I don't think so. Lucas, thank you. Reddit collectively losing its mind except for the Ask Venezuela sub who's celebrating is pretty funny. Yeah? Yeah, I mean, it should tell you something. It should tell you something when the actual people of the country are celebrating, and then it's like, ivory tower fucking leftists are the ones losing their fucking minds, and they never had to live under the atrocity of Maduro's government. No more immigration until we fix our benefits for our veterans. Not just the veterans, but yes, obviously them too, but we need to fix all of this benefit issues. Imagine going in to see the the new Avatar movie and coming out to see a bunch of exploded military vehicles and your dictator being yoinked. I need to have that one YouTuber guy's yoink noise. You love it when Mistress Kirsche becomes territorial. Mom Donnie getting upset over this was hilarious and expected, to be fair. Bipolar madness, thank you. You're Venezuelan. There's nothing more fucked up than seeing and dealing with leftist Marxists that ignore the increased oppression and suffering the country has gone through for 25 years. These people are worse than neo-Nazis denying the Holocaust. Can I post your super chat, sir? Because I think it's very poignant. I think it's a very poignant super chat. And I like to ask for permission before I post other people's stuff. I ask it for memes all the time, too, and everyone in chat's just like, just post it, Kirsche. I'm like, I don't know, I feel weird. Pin the comment! Operation Just Cause. Yeah, gem of a super chat, man. SJR Cloud, thank you for the czars. Looking at Minister of Defense, South Africa versus US. The US won't need Delta Force. Mall cops will do. I'm sure we could get, like, not even mall cops. We probably get some, like, not even actually trained security. Maybe some, like, bouncers for some bars could do it. Patchouli, thank you. You know, a Venezuelan who, despite escaping Chile in 2014, is likely very upset that Maduro was toppled. Seethe, for your country will be free of tyranny. That's so weird. That's so weird. Tsumibito Zen, thank you. Vidi Intellexi. I saw, I understood. Vidi Intellexi. Money. Get some good old boys who drink and plink on the weekend. I'm apparently going to try skiing sometime this year. I say apparently because I was not aware that it was going to actually happen. I have never been skiing before. Whenever I go to the slopes, I've always been like, yeah, I'm gonna chill in the hot springs. They're not actual hot springs, they're just like tubs put in the ground. But I was like, I'm gonna chill in the hot springs and I'm gonna drink hot cocoa. That's my skiing vacation. Bob from the grocery store gonna be enough. Good lord. I just want to see if Mr. Bipolar Mans has made another message in the chat. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Bipolar Mans. Sonic Extreme, thank you. Why is it that leftists tend to ignore and even downplay the experience of people who actually go through the nightmare that is communism? Because it would expose just how fraudulent the entire ideology is. Which is why you keep having people saying, well, that wasn't real communisms. Real communisms hasn't been tried. And actually, I'm not even a communist. I'm a democratic socialist. Just don't look into how I believe all of the same things. Oh, interesting Asmongold tweet. He said, after the absolute blowout in Venezuela and previously with Iran, it becomes increasingly clear that the 20-year war in the Middle East was by design. Isn't that kind of how we've all spoken about the 20-year war? Where it's like the war hawks in Congress on both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, wanted to keep the war going because their pockets were being lined by fucking interest groups and companies who wanted to keep the war going. No shit, Sherlock. Thanks, John McCain. Eskil, thank you for the 5 gift members, brother man. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. The mic needs to feed. What the heck? Phoenix DS, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you.
Son losing his mind and just commie tweeting, can only guess at how ratioed he's getting. The dog shocker just needs to STFU. No sane freedom-loving red-blooded North American cares what happens to a communist.
And that is the way it should be. That is the way it should be. And I really hate how, and I mean, I should have seen it coming, right? It's very obvious they'd start doing it. Maybe I said it before and I just don't fucking remember. But I hate how the people who will call anyone they disagree with a Nazi or a white supremacist or a fascist because they want that person to be marked as a target for their side to know that this is an acceptable person to visit any kind of threats on, any kind of violence, any kind of attacks are okay on this person. And then when you start pointing out, like, hey, this other person over here, that they sound like a commie. They're saying commie things. Here are the things that they say that make them a commie. Here's the proof of those things that they're saying. And they're just like, they're doing the exact same thing that they're crying about. They're just calling anyone that they disagree with a commie. And it's like, well, that's not really the case. I'm gonna call someone a commie if they actually call themselves a commie, or if they talk about the communist things that they want to have while trying to say that there's something like a democratic socialist that is a communist by another name. Off note, this reminds you of the 19th century Prussia, where they, having the strongest land army in Europe at the time, used it sparingly and did so quickly and efficiently. Looks like Trump is endorsing that philosophy here as well. Good shit. It is good shit. It is good shit. And I think that Nazi should still have meaning and should still go to people who wish to ethnically cleanse certain populations. But to some of these leftists, apparently deportations is ethnic cleansing, which stands to question, if deporting people is ethnic cleansing, would not importing tons of people also be ethnic cleansing upon the native population? I do not follow this logic that they seem to have. It does not make sense. The betrayer calm, thank you. The French chick who ran for president and is under house arrest for being slightly right-wing was bitching about Maduro getting snatched. Time to abandon Europe to its fate and focus on fixing our part of the planet. Yeah, that's why a lot of Europeans call the American right fascist with no irony, is because the American right wing is like actually on a conservative wing, whereas a lot of European right wing figures are just slightly less left. And it's very weird. It's a very weird state of affairs. Eurocucks always want to do nothing. True and real. Anthony, thank you. You care about what happens to commies. You want them all to be Maduro'd. It's time. Kirsche, you know it. Chat knows it. Only commie dipshits don't think replacement theory is not a theory. I don't like replacement theory because it's like the connotation is placing the blame on Jews. And that's very fucking weird. Like, I don't think there's like some global conspiracy that Jews are puppeteering the replacement of everyone. That would be a very weird thing to believe, in my opinion. But when you have politicians like Keir Starmer come out and say this mass immigration experiment was done by design, like what else are you supposed to take from that? When Hillary Clinton comes out and says the reason we're importing immigrants is so that they have more children because Americans are not, what else are you supposed to take from that, right? Like, it seems like it's a very obvious thing happening, but people try to smear you with the replacement theory stuff so that you're put in the conspiracy theory camp of blaming Jews for absolutely everything. But Kirsche, they buried the dinosaur bones. Oh, the Jews paid the Kirsche to kidnap all the himbos. Yeah, apparently, like, I'm simultaneously... According to the people who hate me, I'm simultaneously espousing great replacement theory, thus blaming the Jews for everything. And also I'm paid by Mossad. So, I would riddle me this, Batman. Why are the Jews paying me to supposedly talk about a conspiracy theory about the Jews? Is this some sort of like double agent nonsense? Am I not smart enough to understand? And do we know for sure our birth rate is low? Yes, it's very low. An old joke, ask two Jews, get 3 opinions. Jews like Stephen Miller are pretty numerous, actually. I don't know what that means. If you didn't get your dinosaur Jew bones, then who will? Exactly! She's playing both sides and is actually an agent of the flying spaghetti monster. Imagine. Imagine. Give me ein Moment. Alright, boarding place. Love you, Kier. Have a great stream. Boarding place? I hope you have a good flight. I hope you have a good flight. Let me check my my stuffies here. Good morning, Foxu Zaddy. What the heck? No phone allowed. Logan Satomi, thank you. Damn, that was some fast typing. Do it again. I'll do it again when I need to type again. I type very fast, and I also type loud because of my fingernails. And my fingies are all sparkly for Quimbus and New Year. I got a French manicure, but instead of a normal French, the white part is like a nice sparkly silver that also has a bit of a pink chromatic shift in the light. And my tips are a sparkly red.
He moved to America to sell mining equipment to people during the Alaskan Gold Rush and avoid the compulsory military service.
Huh. I do not remember anything about the Don Man's family. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, though. Thank you, DRT is King, for some thick Donald history facts. You know, every time you change your nails or get a nail job, I should post a photo on my Twitter or X. A nail job, by the way. Please ignore the dicks. I just want the pink badge. I can't ignore 10,000 dicks! Small Nyanta, purveyor of the anal! I'm sorry that your name is that, and I'm just gonna continue referencing that every time I see you.
I'm loving this.
Small Nyanta! Thank you! Thank you for the 10,000 dicks! That's a lot of dicks. Congratulations, I think. Thank you! Thank you for the dicks, my guy. That's as much as 10 100s! Phoenix DS, thank you. Foxy, that means that Hillary is admitting that feminism was the cause for the birth rate collapse. I mean, yeah, you can directly blame the rise of feminism for some of that. Because, like, if women are focusing on careers and they're going out and getting jobs, they're focusing that time away from the home. They're very obviously not going to have more children. And it's going to become harder to have children as you have 2-income households necessary because of all of the inflation afterwards. It's just like, I think women should have had the ability to choose between wanting a career and being a housewife. And after feminism, we no longer had that choice. Slaughtering their unborn babies? Yeah, maybe not do that. Maybe not do that. As soon as cocaine smuggling commie dictators nabbed, it started snowing. Snow is another word for cocaine. Coincidence? True. But being a housewife is slavery. I don't understand how people say that being a housewife is slavery, and yet giving away 8+ hours of your day, a minimum of 5 days a week, to some corporate overlord is not slavery. Like, when you are working for your household, when you are caring for the home and your children, you are enriching your life and your husband's life, and you are raising more lives for the future.
SS superstar
that seems to me to be a pretty important job.
Both the CIA and Mossad after the war.
Madosi, thank you. SS superstar Otto Scorzendi allegedly worked for both the CIA and Mossad after the war. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Nicholas Medusi. I love Butter Dog. Internet Zen Master, thank you.
Kirsche is going skiing. Please tell me you're going on the kiddie slopes, aka the Appalachian Mountains, and not the slopes of death, aka the Rocky Mountains and everything west of that.
Sorry, I didn't hear the first part of that because I brain damaged. Internet Zen Master, thank you for buttering my fucking dog. Kirsche going skiing? Tell me you're going on the kiddie slope. I don't know where I'll be going. I guess it'll depend. But hopefully not the slopes of death. I do not wish to die. I have not been skiing before, so I'm going to be probably very retarded when it comes to learning to ski. I don't know, maybe before that happens, I'll have a chance to, like, get back on rollerblades at least and get some balance back. We'll have to see. Bullfogging shot, thank you. Ready for the 50 cent a gallon gas? You can finally drive your Hummer again. I hate Hummers. I hate Hummers so fucking much, man. It's not even funny. Joseph Windle, thank you. Don't the same people also say that work is slavery? It's very, very interesting that there, eh? It's like you're not going to be able to be an adult and have zero responsibilities. And not all responsibilities are going to feel fun and interesting. That's just kind of like part of being alive, I guess. If you pizza when you're supposed to french fry, you're gonna have a bad time. I don't know what that means. Kirsche, I hate Hummers. Sag. They're just big and obnoxious, and I always think of, like, douchebags driving them. You know, like Harley Davidsons. Most likely you'll ski with other
You're
beginners
getting
with an
a
instructor.
vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Battleizer, thank you. Housewife is slavery because you are not immune to propaganda. It has happened before, and if you are not weary, it will happen again. True. True. Based, you understood that reference? South Park reference? I've watched South Park, but I'm not going to remember everything that happens in it, chat. I'm bad at references, okay? Snowboarding is better, but you guess skiing is just your typical Bostonian Massachusetts thing. You too, Pennsylvania, specifically the Poconos. I like saying Poconos. Those animals are so fucking funny, it makes you want to merge without looking. What? What did he mean by this? Evil Mandrake, thank you. We all know feminism was the problem, as was the point of Elizabeth Warren's, also known as Pocahontas, book, The Two-Income Trap. Imagine. That one was Family Guy? What the fuck? Stop making references, chat! I don't get them! I don't get references! I'm retarded! But let's start looking at some of the happy footage out of Venezuela. Let's look at some of the happy Venezuelan footages here. It's time. We have footage which appears to show the U.S. Army CH-47G Chinook Special Operations helicopters, likely with the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, over the Venezuelan capital, Caracas.
Ok, siguen las explosiones, se escuchan helicópteros, son las 1:58 de la mañana. Están atacando el fuerte Fiuna.
Look at how chunky those helicopters are, man! 160th SOAR, your old team? Ooh, shit. That's pretty cool. I must admit, you know, even if they're only targeting like military places or the tomb of Hugo Chavez, cause fuck that guy. If I was just a regular Venezuelan kind of chilling in these houses here, I'd still be a little worried. You know, I'd be like, there's things on fire near me. You know, like I'm just a little worried. I'm a little nervous. And Kira needs to watch American Dad. I have. I've watched a lot of episodes of American Dad. Mufasa-san, thank you for the 2 gift subby bubbies, my guy. Thank you. Lambie Chop, thank you. Point of view freedom, absolutely. Rambam, thank you. Feminist Simone de Beauvoir in The Second Sex said, "We must deny women the choice of getting married because if the choice exists, too many women will take it." Well, she's a fucking idiot. She's a fucking idiot. Imagine. I would love to be married and subservient to a husband and not a wagey cagey slave. I mean, I'm not right now, thankfully. I guess I'm a servant to you guys, but like... It's worth noting that they got Chinooks cruising in enemy airspace. That means America owned the air. They had air supremacy! I know that! From Azure Lane! Yay! Carpentry Unlimited, thank you. Pizza French fry is a skiing analogy. Pizza refers to angling your skis away from each other to slow down, whereas French fries are when both your skis are side by side to zoom. That's interesting. Back in the content kitchen, woman! Oh my god. Zenik, thank you for the czars. Chat, she needs to remember to be able to get references. And she no remember. I do not remember. I do not do remembering. Afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. No, that's not air supremacy. That's air dominance. The tier above it. Oh. Oh. I didn't know that there was a tier above supremacy. My bad. Whoever sold them their air defense got hella scammed. Let's see. I also have, breaking. Explosions reported near military bases in Venezuela. Residents in the capital, Caracas, reported hearing multiple explosions, particularly near Fort Tiuna, a major military installation in the city's south. Unverified footage appears to show large fires at 3 separate locations. The cause of the explosions remain unknown at this time. That's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty fucking cool. Also, again, if I was just a resident here, I would still be pretty nervous, you know? Like, even if they're only hitting military targets, it would still make me nervous, you know? So, Venezuela probably only has 1 gyrocopter. They were reported to have Russian air defense equipment. Interesting. That would have been their air defense. Did Venezuelans buy Elbonian surplus air defense? What is Elbonian? Will the US actually try to get a good leader in Venezuela? According to someone in chat, last year's Venezuelan election, some guy won, but then Maduro didn't let him actually take over because Maduro is a dictator. So hopefully that guy that won the election last year is just going to be the leader this year. Speculation that the Venezuelan military just simply didn't bother fighting back. Yeah, I've seen that speculation as well, which would make sense if everybody's sick. Oh, hey, this is Pluto. Hey, quick pivot from Venezuela. This is Pluto. It took 9 years and 3 billion miles to get this shot. Pluto's icy mountains. And I think that's pretty fucking cool. I think that's pretty cool. I wonder if it'll ever be possible for us to put boots on the ground on Pluto. You know? Whiplash! Not a planet. Fuck you! Pluto's a planet! In my heart! American, yeah, I'll pay for the tax dollars it takes to get American boots on Pluto, alright? That's where I'd like to see American boots. And Pluto's the 9th planet. Oh, that's too cold even for you, Foxu? Well, I'm sure we could make some sort of technology suits or some shit. Rainigan, thank you for the 4-month member on YouTube. The shot of Pluto was 3 times cheaper than the Somali daycares. We need more pictures of Pluto and less Somali daycares. Massive secondary explosions after U.S. airstrikes against Higuerot Airport. It looks like the Americans hit a Venezuelan weapons shipment. Fireworks! That's pretty fucking cool. See? It reminds me of doing that Viet Cong side quest with Rodriguez in Crime Bobs. I hated that mission because it glitched so often, but if you ignore the glitches, it was a lot of fun, and I liked the story. God, I wish the developers weren't cucks. Board DevOps, thank you. You could commission a furry artist to draw Pluto in boots, but with your luck, it's quicker to send an astronaut. That's true. That's true and real. Excuse me, where's my Steam train? I don't know what that means. E100 Omega, thank you. Up until the 2000s, the US sold Venezuela air assets. They have a bunch of old F-16s and C-130s and a couple smaller US planes. When Chavez took over, he pivoted to China and Russian airframes and ADA. Well, that explains why they got jack shit done. Sadly, oil needs living things to die to make it. What? I don't think we're sacrificing Venezuelans to an oil volcano like some sort of weird fossil fuel Aztec dynasty. Give them back! A Devil Fruit Zero, thank you. Happy New Year, Kirsche. Trying out Stream Elements. Happy New Year, Devil Fruit Zero! This is the fun fact time where you know that donating through Stream Elements, I keep the majority of your dono. YouTube doesn't take a cut. Twitch doesn't take a cut. I get all of your money dollars. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. We need more caged suns for power. The fireworks are beautiful, and to remember each one was a bomb or rocket about to land in a possibly populated area. Yeah, that's a good point. Hopefully none of them landed in any populated areas. Fireworks! Let me pull up some more tabs here, because I think those were all of the ones, yeah. Those are all of the ones that I managed to pull up immediately. So let me scroll back to this morning, because I had a million DMs on Venezuela. Holy shit! No. Where did it start here? Oh, I thought this was a funny thing. This was a funny thing. So these people, I guess, were joking around in November. Fighter Jet Sensei, thank you. The whinging on Reddit is so good right now. Venezuelans are celebrating in the street, but terminally online communists know what's best for them. Yeah, it is very funny. Miss Blackfire, thank you for the Dark Nights. You miss Crime Boss. Have I not heard anything from them still? Like, have they not said a single word since the incident? They've not said a single word. Not said a single word. Not to me, not to my manager. If words had been spoken, I would probably unironically do like a 24-hour Crime Boss stream. I absolutely fucking love that game. A Leaf, thank you. You keep hearing from retard Leafs that America invaded because of oil. Can y'all annex Alberta now? We have lots and lots of oil. True and real. What was the incident? If you weren't here last year, I was basically harassed for months by a couple of seething freaks on Twitter that escalated into another seething freak who had a platform at Vice as a quote-unquote journalist, writing hit pieces on me that took a lot of what I said out of context or rearranged my quotes to make it sound like I support things that I do not support. And so I had to get a lawyer and send a cease and desist to Vice, and all of the hit piece articles got taken down, which was great for me. But a lot of my sponsors were getting harassed on Twitter by people who were either believing the seething freaks on Twitter or believing the libelous Vice articles. And so some of my sponsors were based, and I still have them. And the one sponsor I had that got zero backlash because nobody even knew that I was partnered with them were the only sponsors to drop me and say that they couldn't work with me anymore after the hit pieces from Vice came out. And I even asked, I was like, hey, could we like talk to my manager about things? Because like this isn't actually a real thing. I'm not supporting any of these things. I'm getting a lawyer, right? Like I couldn't even say at that point publicly that I was getting a lawyer, but I told them. And so it's just like, it's very unfortunate that they kicked me out because of that. And I didn't say anything for probably like a month or so, maybe a little longer, about that happening, because I was somewhat hopeful that they would message me back, and I was also not wanting to like feel like an asshole, because I knew that a lot of people would be upset if they knew what had happened. But I watched Asmongold talk about how if companies bend the knee and if they capitulate to cancel culture and if they start doing things because of crazy hate mobs on Twitter, they should be called out and they should face repercussions for it. And pretty much immediately after watching Asmongold say that, I brought up what happened with Crime Boss and how they dropped me based on the lies that were told about me. Crime Boss devs basically took no flack and still caved to the nearby pressure. Fuck them. Yeah. And it's very sad to me because, again, like, I was the only person who had a large platform that was promoting that game for years. Since that game came out, most large content creators that played it had just shit on it for being a bad game. And it had bugs, it had issues, for sure, but I fucking loved playing it, and I played it all the time, and I got so many people in my audience to buy the game. And it was even, like, really upsetting that when I told people, like, hey, if you bought the game because of me, change, like, your review, right? If you think what they did is wrong, change your review. But if you didn't buy the game, please don't buy it just to review bomb, right? Like, I wanted it to be authentic, and I wanted it to be people from my audience if they were upset at the actions of the developer or the publisher, because at this point, I still don't know who it was. I don't know if it was the devs or the publisher, because I was just told that it was a unanimous decision, and that they wouldn't talk to me or my manager about it. So I was like, don't just start review bombing, only change your review if you already previously bought the game because of me, and if you feel bad about the actions that they took here. So I tried very hard to impart to people, like, don't review bomb, don't do this kind of thing. And then obviously my situation with them got reviewed by a lot of other people. And after that, it was out of my hands. I can't control other people's communities, right? So there probably was some review bombing that went on. There probably were some people trying to start shit in the Crime Boss community. And it's like, I feel bad if that happens, because, like, those people shouldn't do that, right? But there were also tons of people on the, like, Steam forums for Crime Boss repeating the lies told about me, talking about how I'm, like, a fascist and a Nazi and I'm bad for the game, when all I had ever been was a boon for the game. And they've basically pittered off into obscurity after I stopped playing it. If they didn't dispel that, it was a unanimous decision that it was. Whatever by choice or force makes no difference, yeah. Yeah, it's very, very depressing, because it's like, when I take sponsorships, I try my best to only take sponsorships with things that I actually enjoy, or I feel like I can, like, use and shill to my audience without any sort of guilt, right? And the only time I take, like, nonsense sponsorships are if they're, like, one-offs for shitty mobile games, you know? Like, I'll take any kind of shitty mobile game one-off, because most people in my audience, and even before I do any kind of mobile game thing, I repeat that I don't think you should spend money on mobile games because they are egregiously pay to win and they almost always have egregious payment systems. So before I do that, I try to ramp up the, hey, remember, this is what I think about paying for mobile games, but I'll do the one-off mobile games. But when I do extended sponsorships, stuff like with GameForge, stuff like with Crime Boss, stuff like with GamerSups, it's with companies and products that I actually genuinely enjoy and want to be able to push to my audience. And so having something like Crime Boss do what it did with zero reason to, like, I didn't really lose money from that because they had only recently started paying me from sales. I had done it for like a year and a half, no payment, just because the love of the game. And it makes me feel sad because it's like, if I sponsor with people of products that I really love, and if they decide to capitulate to psychopaths online who just hate me, I'm going to lose something that I genuinely enjoy afterwards. Can tell your haters don't watch you because they said we were only saying the game was shit after you told us to say it was shit. We've been saying it was shit for years before that. There were some people who got upset when I would play Crime Boss because I would play it for so long, but it's like, I loved it, and a lot of people in chat just enjoyed it because I loved it. Adam Holtz, thank you for the 50. Allegedly, the US used the F-22 and the F-35 stealth fighters alongside the EA-18G electronic warfare aircraft to suppress Venezuela's air defense and fighter aircraft while preventing CNC communications from happening. That might as well be Latin to me, but we jammed their systems is what I got from it. Chiatos, thank you. Just got back from Sweden today, and you can finally catch a stream. Went dog sledding, camped under northern lights. That sounds fucking beautiful, man. I would love to go dog sledding. Holy shit. You got Stockholmed into not hating Crime Boss. I did my job! Lloyd Brown Bear, thank you for the 30 fucking months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Today you pet a kangaroo. I'm jealous. The only time you got upset was because you put all your cubes down on believing I'd clear the mission. Look, sometimes fate takes you in ways you don't want to go, right? They were partially successful in deplatforming me over calling a smear piece out, and you don't think that agency I defended appreciates me enough? Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. It's a little unfortunate. I mean, I was able to retain the majority of my stuff, but, like, damage was still dealt. And it's, like, thankfully it wasn't, you know, a financial damage, but it was in the form of a game that I really loved playing. Crime Boss was a game with potential. Does it still have it? You wouldn't know. You haven't touched it since May. I haven't had the heart to uninstall it from my computer, but yeah, I also haven't touched it since, like, what, March or April? I don't remember what it said on my Steam year in review. TLDR, the E-18 Growler is a terrifying aircraft. Interesting. You were the latter, not your cup of tea, but you're never going to be a candy ass and bitch at people for having fun. The gamble was a ball, though. Sad how it all went down. Very much so. Very much so. Kirsche, literal emotional... Yeah, it was literal emotional damage. Gamba streams would make a strong comeback if Crime Boss comes crawling back to their strongest former supporter. I don't have any misgivings about that. I feel like that will never happen. It'd be great if it did, but I don't think it ever will. Don't think it ever will. BGM Doko. I don't know if there's a video coming up, so I've just left the BGM off. The Growler can make normal-ass F-16s into basically stealth planes by jamming enemy radar. Interesting. Sumibito Zin, thank you. For your honest opinion, you get more hate, or the more hate you get... For your honest opinion, more you get hate, more powerful you get. Keep it up, my matey. Thank you. I had trouble reading that for some reason. Thank you. I hope I can find a new game to love as much as I did Crime Boss. I don't know if that can happen, because I don't have a lot of time for video games in current year, as you guys know. Uninstalled when you made a video on the situation. You enjoyed it before you knew a streamer played it. Yeah? Yeah, it was a great situation. There were some people who were in the creator program still that were, like, messaging me and, you know, basically trying to vouch for me, but they were like, devs pretty much aren't saying shit. Speaking of emotional damage, use code Kirsche for 10% off your GamerSups emotional damage tub. True and real. You uninstalled it the day I said what they did. It doesn't deserve the space on your hard drive. Yeah, understandable. Very understandable. Bromedy Blank, thank you. Don't forget your opposition tried to then hijack Crime Boss, only for them to drop it because it was problematic. That was very funny. Seeing them, like, Oh yay, they dropped the Nazi, let's play it. Oh wait, they have replacement words for slurs for the F word in the game, and they platform people like Chuck Norris. Oh no, it's problematic, I can't play this.
Spicy cat
It's like,
raid. What
yeah.
the hell is a spicy cat
They even
raid?
tried saying like how janky it was and how some of the assets, like they have posters and stuff that are made with AI. And they were just like, no wonder a Nazi supported this Nazi game. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Actual brain damage. Moomy playing games, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. You remember reading the community tab on that game and laughing your ass off? Yeah. Yeah, it was a little crazy. Imagine they censored Chuck Norris to appease them. Ain't no way they would do that. And it's like, seeing people complain about the things that I have said that come nowhere near to the things Chuck Norris has said, but they have no problems with Chuck Norris. That's a little funny. That's a little hypocritical, if you will. Mufasa-san, thank you for the 2 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. What the heck is wrong with Chuck Norris in these guys' minds? Chuck Norris is unironically homophobic. Like, literally does not think gays should be able to marry and that there is something wrong with them, homophobic. General Predator, thank you for the member. Thank you for member. The eyes of the ranger are upon you. But he's funny? Yeah, I don't care what he thinks. He's old and he's funny and he's an actor. You can do the separation thing, right? It's not that homophobic. They didn't experience the glorious Chuck Norris jokes and memes. For shame. Kung Fu Hustle or Kung Pao Enter the Fist. Chuck Norris does what the Chuck Norris wants. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You made the mistake of opening r/teenagers, and one of them posted about the raid and how he hopes his country is now free. All the other teens went full-on America bad retard, and you dearly hope none of them are ever allowed to vote anywhere. That's kind of sad. That's kind of... Chuck Norris is not afraid of the gays. Oh my god. That's being true to his religion. Yeah, it's being true to his religious beliefs. Like, I'm not slamming him for it. I'm not saying anything bad about him. I'm just saying that's what he said. Chuck Norris sleeps with a nightlight. He's not afraid of the dark. The dark is afraid of Chuck Norris. 505 Games did a Chuck Norris roundhouse kick to their own game. Unfortunately, as like, you know, again, they said it was a unanimous decision, but if I were the devs and I didn't make that decision and 505 wanted the decision to happen, I'd be pretty mad at the publisher. Chuck Norris doesn't turn on the lights when he comes into a room. Chuck Norris turns off the dark. Jesus Christ. Speaking of voting, the Hispanic vote is locked in for Trump at this point? I would hope so. But speaking of, back in November, Venezuela was singing John Lennon's Imagine, like all of the weird freaks in our country like to do, as he talks about U.S. tensions. Some random guy said, holy shit, nuke Caracas now! And this guy tagged whoever Caleb Prime is, I don't know who that is. They said, they expect one of us in the wreckage, brother. And Caleb said, bomb Chavez's tomb, please. Pick related his tomb. And then, as we know, again, that was back in November. And this morning for breakfast, the U.S. decided the mausoleum of Hugo Chavez has been struck. It housed his remains. If I was this guy, I would be so fucking proud of this tweet. I would be out of my fucking mind, dude. Out of my fucking mind. And obviously, he quote retweeted it, and he's like, wait a minute. Bomb it as a treat. They're like, hold on, wait a minute. I called this. I asked for this. Got what I voted again. Got what I voted for again award. I can't speak. Caleb Prime is a based former Venezuelan that escaped to Italy. You follow him on the tweeters? Based? Unironically? I hope he has the most delicious of pastas tonight. Does this mean you're allowed to piss on the grave of John McCain? Fair's fair! The soldiers were like, this one's for you, Oomphy! Yo, Chavez's corpse was unsettled by that bombing. Oh my god. And no more dealing and just seething. Oh man. The dino dropping the can is getting so much mileage out of people getting what they voted for. Unironically, true. True and real. I just thought that was a funny chain of tweets. Very funny chain of tweets. And then let's see. Let's see here. What else do we have? Oh, Medicare obviously made a joke about the situation. Medicare made a joke. So Maduro has been captured after U.S. authorities found evidence he was running 12 daycares in Minnesota. Chuck Norris is almost 86, which means he's going to end the world. True. My husband has confirmed that it was not the mausoleum. Is it not? Hatman win. Well, why would they put a military facility next to a mausoleum? I don't know. Do they not have much space? I have no idea. Let's see. We have more tweets here. More tweets on the situation. Chaika on the front page. What did he mean by this? Mike Lee said, I look forward to learning what, if anything, might constitutionally justify the action in absence of a declaration of war or authorization for the use of military force. And then he said, I just got off the phone with Secretary Rubio. He informed me that Nicolas Maduro had been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the U.S., and that the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. This action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for keeping me apprised. You can hear the Venezuelans cheering from outside your house. Hell yeah, that's what we like to hear. Hell yeah. Oh, here's that welcome to the hemisphere motherfucker tweet that I talked about. I thought this was funny. Chinese officials arrive in Venezuela for talks with President Nicolas Maduro. He's a little bit engaged at the moment, dear Chinaman. Oh, man. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Red Dragon, thank you. Your uncle went to Venezuela for a little visit. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You wish YouTube would let you post about U.S. foreign policy without shadow banning your post? YouTube is very restrictive. SGT D4C, thank you. To let you understand better what the guy meant earlier regarding the plane used, F-22 and F-35 best stealth fighters in the world that are difficult for air defense to detect. E and F-18 Growlers jam radars and make other equipment harder to detect. They're planes working in tandem. It's like synchronized swimming, but with planes. And this OSINT Defender guy further extrapolated some information. He said, sources in Venezuela opposition tell Sky News that tonight's operation to capture Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife was part of a negotiated exit between Maduro and the United States. See, I don't know if this is true, but if it was a negotiated exit, I'm wondering if he was anticipating some kind of uprising where he might lose his life, and so it was better to be arrested by the U.S. Than to be exiting the mortal plane by the hands of the people you've oppressed for so long. All the lefty artists on your feed are trying to tell the Venezuelan artists celebrating that what happened was a bad thing and that Trump is going to make their lives worse. It's horrid. I wish I had a Venezuelan artist on tap, man. Aaron Delight, thank you. There's a video on YouTube made a few days ago by Hip-Hops simulating what a strike in Venezuela would theoretically look like. Chat might find it interesting. Not so theoretical now. I don't know who that guy is. Chinese were visiting Maduro on the same day. It would be super funny if China sold him out. That would be funny. Patchouli, thank you. Doomers, we got Fortunate Son in Venezuela, and you're blackpilling. I now think that maybe something will happen with the daycares. Our government was previously engaged with whatever fuck operation was going down in Venezuela, so I can give a little leeway here. Hopefully we'll see some more stuff happening, but I like this happening. Synapse, thank you for the R's, brother. Maduro is using Cuban and Russian bodyguards. We have for a while now suspected he feared they would assassinate him if he surrendered. That's pretty interesting. I never thought about his bodyguards assassinating him. Ram Bam, thank you. Trump obviously operates under the it is easier to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission rule. As you typically should. As you typically should. And we have Drew Pavlov posting here about a friend of his. Imagine the takedown of the fraud tards like they did that operation in Venezuela. Oh, you can't bomb Minneapolis, or at least you shouldn't. But yeah, definitely should go in and arrest all of them. Drew said, one of my best mates in Australia is Venezuelan. His mother lives in Venezuela, and she only managed to avoid starvation these past few years because he would send her small bits of money from his Australian student stipend. He messaged me right now telling me that he and all his loved ones are celebrating. So many people suffered under this regime. That's like the good time to be sending money back from a Western nation is if your family is literally in imminent danger of starvation, bro. I bet his mother is incredibly happy now. Butter my dog, brother man. I'm gonna take a bite of a fucking donut now.
Stealing a line from a comment from a Yuanlu in Nux's video covering Maduro getting captured. Delta Force captured Maduro like a dog, a beautiful dog. Also, the fact black pillars like Fuentes are coping and seething at this just discredits him more.
Why would Fuentes be coping and seething at this? I didn't think that guy was a fucking commie. What the hell? Why would he be blackpilling about arresting a commie? Is like the accelerationist too embedded in his asshole that he can't take any kind of a win? He's retarded. Why do people take him seriously? I don't get it, man. Because his fan base is from Venezuela? What? That doesn't make any sense. The Venezuelans are celebrating. Fuentes is Hispanic and his third world audience is mad. But the Venezuelans are happy. He blackpills about everything. That's so fucking weird. Aviator, thank you. Send Delta. Oh god. Where am I? Send Delta and 160th to Minnesota daycares. Jesus. Thank you, Internet Zen Master, for buttering my fucking doggo. Thank you, thank you. Foxpocalypse, thank you. Hey, Kirsche, sad news, and sorry to sadden the mood. Grandmom was put to rest earlier today, and one of your farm cats died yesterday. Just needed reassurance things will get better this year. Sorry your year is off to a rocky start, brother man. Hopefully, it'll just be a rocky start, and the rest of the year will look fucking up for you. Alright, hopefully it's all up from here. This is the low point. All happy, all high from here on out. Alright, Foxman. Thank you again. And sorry again to hear about both the cat and the grandmother. Sarlife, thank you. You lost your younger brother to an OD in August. You don't give a toss about the legality. You know? It's kind of where a lot of people are getting to. The Venezuelans might be celebrating, but you're not surprised every other South American country is currently looking around very concerned after watching us topple a government in less than 3 hours and then disappearing. That's a good point. That's a good point. Small Nyanta, thank you. You just want to point out the fact that the picture of Maduro on the Iwo Jima is oddly similar to Dr. Disrespect. We have never seen Dr. Disrespect and Maduro in the same room. Think about it. Didn't someone else just say that Dr. Disrespect changed his profile picture on Twitter to the picture of Maduro? That's kind of weird. That's kind of odd. Zenik, thank you for the czars. Fuentes is a psyop. Dude is a lefty pretending to be right-wing. I don't know what he is and what he is not, but I do know that he should not be listened to. He did. It's funny because of how it looks. That I didn't even think of that when I first looked at it. Will Venezuela become another US-made banana republic? I certainly hope not. What I want to see is I want to see Venezuela carry their own country now. I don't want an American puppet installed. Someone else in chat mentioned that the guy who won the election last year should be the one getting put into power now. Hopefully that happens. Fuentes, the infamous snake charmer. I don't know what that means. People kept linking him the pic, so he gave in to the meme. Okay, that's funny. He is what he needs to be to feed his needs for views. Oh no. Hopefully Venezuela improves, but you're not holding your breath. Trump literally mentioned oil rigs? So? Was Bernie crying about it? You heard he spoke about it. I have no idea. I have no idea. Let's see, what else do I have here? Let's see. We had some people seething. We had some people seething over it. Like, barely even tried with the drug trafficking law, and now they're fully bombing Venezuela. And we know it's over oil. All this fucking country does is bomb, kill, steal, and lie. Well, I don't know. The Venezuelans seem pretty fucking happy about it, you know? The Venezuelans seem pretty happy. The biggest cancer has been excised. The Palidan, thank you. Snake Charmer Fuentes references to him being gay. Oh, that just makes sense. That just makes sense. Let's see here. There's just a lot of this one person seething, whoever this guy is. I think this guy said some shit during my cancellation campaign, because, you know, weirdos gotta stick together on Twitter. Donald Trump is starting a war in Venezuela for oil because he's a pedophile war criminal who wants to kill everyone on the planet. I love how everyone just calls him a pedophile when there is no evidence and people who are victims of Epstein have come out and said that he's done nothing. Like, I literally don't even know where they're getting it from at this point. Who is this? I don't know, some Twitter freak. He said, Disclosed TV said Trump invades Venezuela, ordering U.S. Special Forces boots on the ground to secure Venezuelan military facilities. I haven't heard that. He said, Jesus fucking Christ, the United States is the greatest demonic country in the world. Yeah, I don't know. Demonic countries don't usually depose of commies. They usually install them. So, I don't know what he means about that, actually. I don't know what he means about that. That's just retarded. Someone in the Financial Times, I don't know, says, I feel liberated, said a top banker. We can say retard and pussy without the fear of getting canceled. It's a new dawn. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like we need to be able to say the F slur and the N slur again without getting canceled, and then it'll be a new dawn. Oh, but this retard said, we're at war with the world, but at least you can say the F slur again, I guess. Well, you can't. You can't actually say that again. We're still precluded from saying that. We don't give a fuck about oil. We have not seen profit off of it in like 15 years. U.S. has helped bring freedom to Venezuela. What are these dumbasses talking about? They're angry because it's removing a communist from power. A few Venezuelan artists on Twitter that you've seen are essentially saying that yes, the reason for the attack is a sham disguise for more oil, but they also don't care because it'd be better than Maduro. Oh, I somehow opened his profile? That's not what I want. I wanted to open this tweet, but it didn't open. I wanted to open this tweet. I hate stacked tweets in Discord. They're always so weird. It's this link, I think. Win-win, we get the oil, they get their country. He shows an Americans oppose sending troops to Mexico or Venezuela. And a good majority are opposed, apparently, except for Republicans. Well, it's a good thing that we just kind of went in there, took him, and left then, I guess, isn't it? It's a good thing. It's a good thing that we just went in there, took Maduro, and left, eh? He said, thankfully Donald Trump is speedrunning administration and political movement suicide. This should be extremely bad for him and his movement long term. Democrats, please stand against this. The world is begging for you to stand strong against imperialism. I don't think removing commies is imperialism. It's not like we're fucking taking Venezuela for American soil, you know? Most of the oil money is poached by the regime or sent to China. I can't read that. It fucking went away already. Depressing, these people care more about Trump getting oil instead of talking about the civilians being freed from a fucking communist dictator. Well, I mean, it's easy. They just want communism. Removing a communist dictator, bad. And then he just goes completely, death to America. The U.S. has bombed the mausoleum of former Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez. We got a nice little video here.
Acaban de explotar el 4F.
Mira.
How interesting! The White House released photos of Trump and his team during the operation, and they had Twitter open with the big screen behind them monitoring tweets. Interesting. Fuck Chavez, that golem-looking fuck. Thank you, Bagman. Thank you, Bagman. DNC got away with saying no blood for oil when Iraq was invading Kuwait, and it's been their only line for foreign policy since. It didn't bomb the mausoleum, it was next to a military site. Either way, that's some nice collateral damage. Let's see here. What else do we have? I'm gonna bring this up because we're gonna watch it after, but it's about Minnesota. I'm just gonna open this so I don't have to go back and find it. And then we have this interesting thing. says, a Venezuelan military intelligence whistleblower just confirmed the CIA outsources election rigging technology like Smartmatic and Dominion from Venezuela. Sidney Powell has been saying this since 2020. This is how they stole the election from Trump.
To put forth all the evidence we have collected on Dominion, starting with the fact it was created to produce altered voting results in Venezuela for Hugo Chavez, and then shipped internationally to manipulate votes for purchase in other countries, including this one. It was funded by money from Venezuela and Cuba, and China has a role in it also. We have staggering statistical evidence. We have staggering testimony from witnesses, including one who was personally in briefings when all of this was discussed and planned.
I just want to know why this video's in like 20p.
Beginning with Hugo Chavez and how it was designed there, and then saw it happening in this country. As soon as the state shut down on election night and stopped counting, those are the states where the most egregious problems occurred. We also need to look at, and we're beginning to collect evidence on the financial interests of some of the governors and secretaries of state who actually bought into the Dominion systems to line their own pockets by getting a voting machine in that would either make sure their election was successful or they got money for their family from it. Well, for fraud this serious, I think even if the states are stupid enough to go ahead and certify the votes where we know the machines were operating and producing altered election results, then they will be set aside by the fraud also. I mean, we are talking about hundreds of thousands of votes. President Trump won this election in a landslide.
So I've never heard her say that. I would like to know why the quality is so bad. That's pretty interesting if Venezuela was using those same machines. That's pretty interesting if they were using the same machines. This is from December 4th as well. So this is from a little bit back. Reminder, Fox News rolled over in their lawsuit and gave $100 million to Dominion. Also very interesting. We've been having more people coming out recently showing fraud in certain places, like in Georgia, where some of these machines have been used. She got sued by Dominion and lost for this. Did she lose, or did she just pay out like that other guy said? Because there's a difference. There's a difference between paying out and settling and actually losing. They didn't use the machines to change the votes. They just stuffed the ballots the old-fashioned way. You can get sued for tons of things without cause. Fox settled to Dominion, yeah. I guess who Fox is owned by? Disney! She's right about Dominion and Smartmatic. They weren't just stealing our elections either. I just think it's interesting. That Venezuela was using those same machines. She straight up lost that one. You believe she lost, but you don't remember 100%. I don't even remember anything about this happening. I don't remember seeing her or anyone talking about it. Disney owns 20th Century Fox. She lost under some stupid technicality like defamation, even though they admitted she was right. Usually defamation is like pretty hard to prove as well, so that's kind of crazy. You remember that she wanted to release the Kraken? I don't remember that at all. Petro, the Colombian president, who's also a commie, condemned the attacks as soon as they were happening and asked the UN to step in. Colombia, what are you doing? Fox News isn't owned by Disney. They bought everything else, but not Fox. Interesting. Sydney just disappeared after the whole Kraken thing fizzled out. I have no idea who she is. I have not heard her speak before. Early 2021 was a crazy time with all this stuff. So I'll say take this with a massive grain of salt then, since there seems to be people saying that she had like a lawsuit against her and she lost it, settled it, either way. Massive grain of salt with this thing. Tyjack, thank you. You're cautious on her stating this. She hasn't let it go since falling for a fake tweet about U.S. military storming a building owned by Dominion taking their servers. Never seen her sources. Yeah, probably like a Candace Owens grain of salt then, you know? We had boards being put up to block poll watchers from seeing the votes counted. We have security videos capturing vans rolling up after 2 a.m. to deliver more ballots illegally. We have photographs of entire piles of ballots being abandoned in empty lots and other areas to dispose of them. The fraud was massive. Yep. You just had a conversation with someone who was denying the fraud in Minnesota ever existed. Honestly, Kirsche, you were right. These people have the argumentative skill of a toddler, and any honest conversation is impossible because they just fake not understanding the topic and bring up something else to deflect. It's incredibly infuriating, and especially because, like, if they bring something up to deflect, depending on what it is, you either want to be like, well, no, that's wrong too, or if they do something to, like, attack you personally, you obviously want to defend yourself. So they successfully derail the conversation And it's just very difficult to have with those people. It kind of sucks. Who is Candace Owens? Someone who never shows sources and who spouts a lot of fucking incorrect nonsense. Ham the Third, thank you. Here in Indiana, Hoosiers rule, the voting machines have a paper tally that is made for each vote. Why would anyone use something that did not use a paper trail to trace after the election? These people are fools. I have no idea. I have no idea. The funniest thing about the whole ordeal is the Russian Sea, the 3-hour special military operation versus one that's lasted over 3 years. We're just kind of superior. Who is Candace Owens? You're better off not knowing. Glacier Jake, thank you for the 17 months of Proom. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. That's where she needs to end up. What the heck? Ad hominem attacks are such BS. It's a little silly. But moving on to more tweets. More tweets of actual video of actual current happenings. Actual current happenings. There's a big banner here of the Maduro man. Get him out. Get him out. Listen to the cheering. That's great. That's great to see. I love listening to the cheering. Let me turn off my BGM. This must feel so fucking good for them. Well, I haven't even lived under the kind of oppression that these Venezuelans have, and I would be fucking cheering when we get the commies out of our government, you know? According to community notes, the video is from 2024. I don't have a community note. Maybe it's on the original video? There's no community note on this one either. Community note Doko. This is old. Do you think it's from the first protest when he stole the election? Well, it is still relevant. Still relevant. Date, but the date's there? Where's the date? Oh, July 29th, 2024. You guys are so smart. Okay, so this guy just fucking took the video and reposted it. Which I guess makes sense. He just took the video and reposted it. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. Look at the post date. Fuck. My mods are gonna have to do a better job. Mods have to do a better job at sourcing current posts. It would have fucking bit you. What do you mean? Should Claudia be worried that she might be next? Probably. Probably. We have a tweet from Pam Bondi as well. Bonk the mods. 30 lashings. We have Pam Bondi saying Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Nicolas Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. On behalf of the entire U.S. Department of Justice, I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people. And a huge thank you to our brave military who conducted the incredible and highly successful mission to capture these two alleged international narco traffickers. That's pretty great. I wonder how the soldiers who actually took him in feel. I'd feel pretty fucking great. You know, they might not have got to shoot Bin Laden, but they got to arrest Maduro. Why New York? Do it in Florida every time. Very cool. Now do Tim Waltz. Yes, let's do Tim Waltz now, please. Someone made... What the fuck? There's more breaking news on Venezuela. Apparently, the VP is demanding his return and calling his arrest a barbaric kidnapping. It's a good thing that we don't care what communists think. Let me see here. Let me see here. Anything else that I have here? Joey Manarino posting about his friends as well. The croc bikini trend. That trend is really funny. Joey Manarino said, I'm with some Cubans right now, and they're literally crying tears of joy. Venezuelans are celebrating all over the globe, too. If anyone thinks this military operation was a bad idea, you have no idea how many votes we just gained for the midterms. Trump is now the absolute hero of the Latin Americans. And I mean, some people in chat have said maybe not so much, because some Latin American countries might be looking at it like, oh fuck, America just came in and in 3 hours got rid of their commie. What if we're next? Loco Corona, thank you. Does that mean Foxu can buy land to get oil now? I could probably afford land in Venezuela, but I don't want to live there. If only we could free Cuba so we can get the food and cigars to safety. True and real. True and fucking real. This fucking thing. Someone said, are you with any Venezuelans in Venezuela? Because I'm pretty sure they didn't welcome the bombing of their country. From what I've heard, people are very scared right now and fleeing Caracas. And Joey said, literally the opposite is true. Literally cheering. I have to find some of the videos of the cheering. Because supposedly they're all over Twitter, but I saw this when I woke up to pee, so I don't have them. And then apparently Asmongold liked this post. I also quote retweeted this post because this is what I saw when I went to pee. A good wrench, thank you. Good wrench, thank you, my guy. Do you remember how hard the left was pushing the amazing Venezuelan socialism was in late August? Media Machine was working overtime in the popular shows at the time, trying to convince everyone how superior it was. I don't remember that because I don't really watch many shows. Error 404, thank you. They're charging him in the Southern District of Corruption, cough cough, I mean New York. Yeah, those charges ain't sticking. I hope they do. I hope they do, but we'll have to see. Just look from Chile, Venezuelans here. They're celebrating all over the country. Sparky, redhead my guy, thank you. This is big news to the entire Latin America since Maduro is one of the leaders of the Foro de Sao Paulo. Orange Man, do Brazil next, please. We have his bestie. So Aiden said, people will look you dead in the eyes and bitch about this like it isn't fucking cool. Fuck the communists, fuck their oil, fuck their drug trafficking, and fuck Maduro. And we have some videos, some loud videos. Hold on. Let's turn that volume down, brother man. Like I said, I'd definitely be worried seeing bombs happening, even if they were just going to military locations. But if I then found out why they were happening, I'd be like, oh, okay. That's pretty great. I'm a little nervous because they're kind of fucking close to me. And I think that's just human nature to be fucking nervous when bombs are dropping. Hey, shirtless. Hey, who wears clothes in their own home, man? Close the door, oh my god. Why close the door when you can watch the bombs drop? Like, simultaneously, that'd be a fucking crazy shot to get on your phone video. But also, I'd be very nervous. Abuelo, put your tits away.
Spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Chiados, thank you. Sorry, Kirsche, you're retard and couldn't remember the Tucker alert. Can I please tell Alistair Corvo to rejoin Kiercord? We miss his bald head. Thank you, Foxu woman. Aw, what happened? Aw, what happened? Alistair Corvo, get your ass back in there. They miss you and they need to rub your head for good luck in the new year. Anyone else hear the rumor they want to make Venezuela the 51st state? If Venezuela gets made a state before Puerto Rico, I'm pretty sure Puerto Ricans would riot. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Last you'd seen the Venezuelans are celebrating all over TikTok, not Twitter. Oh, I don't use TikTok. Richard Gruber, thank you. Why are we charging Maduro with based crimes like machine gun and explosive possessions? You don't like that. Yeah, I have no idea. That's a little weird. Maybe they just tack on shit to, like, hope something sticks if he doesn't get convicted for the other stuff. I don't know. Good afternoon, Kier and honorable chatters. Don't forget to get a bucket of popcorn, but with the butter. True. True and real. Please annex Brazil, too. Can we annex Brazil and start having massive carnival festivals here? I'd be okay with that. You're hoping Bondi's resistance to reducing gun control is because they want to nail Maduro first before dropping it? I don't know. I don't have much faith in Miss Pamela over there. Look at the planes! That's the word. That's a helicopter, but there's planes over there. That would be a crazy fucking thing to witness, man. Free Brazil from their awful import taxes. I didn't have to pay like anything extra on the pre-orders for those panty and stocking figures that I got like months ago. I don't know if you guys remember, but I got the email the other day to pay for the shipping. The shipping for the panty and stocking figures is more expensive than the figures themselves. I think it was like $127 for shipping them from Japan, and I got like the second option instead of like the fastest option because I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Why is the shipping so expensive? That's nuts. Shipping and handling probably included the tariffs. That'd be weird if the shipping and handling included the tariffs instead of like the price of the figure. But yeah, that might possibly be it. They only put the tariffs in on the shipping afterwards. But I was like, holy fuck, that is insane. I think the last time I paid like that amount for shipping was when I imported the PlayStation 2 back in high school. No fucking shit, people in Caracas were scared. Look how fucking far away they were from the explosions. It wasn't fear of uncertainty and political violence. It was fear of living next door to a military operation. Yeah, that's what I keep saying, right? Like, even if you know that this is like specifically targeting military depots, you still live close by to it. I'd still be anxious out of my goddamn mind. Like, what if I got hit collaterally? Thankfully, no one did. Rowdy has guns, thank you. This is the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air. It gave proof through the night that their president is no longer there. El Presidente is no more. Siran Mathis, thank you. If they charge him with gun crimes, the lefty judges will get confused when they try to overturn the conviction. That'd be funny. Nothing like being close to a good MK82 drop. Slap my smurf, thank you for the 50. For freedom, for capitalism, for managed democracy, for super earth. What the heck? Phoenix DS, thank you. At least we weren't singing along to Weird Al's Christmas at Ground Zero. True. True and real. Emperor Creatine, thank you. Your grandmother is from Venezuela. Your dad said if she were still alive, she'd be dancing with joy that Maduro is gone. I'm very proud of Trump. I think most sane people would be very happy right now. No. Around here, it's normal that military facilities are just in the middle of urban areas. Your friend can see military planes from his room. That's weird. That's so weird. Curtis Hart, thank you. Curtis Hart, thank you. Seeing how well this went, if we tried, we could have South America within a week. 3 hours per country, man? Let's go. Rubio waking up to learn that he's gotta be the Venezuelan president, the governor of Cuba, president of Mexico, on top of existing duties. Little Rubio, can you handle it? Custom build for opening your parcel. I didn't pay it. Oh my god. Little Marco has to become big Marco. He's gotta take some hints from wide Ted Cruz. Mega America in 10 years. Rubio clicking his heels in a Florida bathhouse right now. What did they mean by this? What did they mean by this? That's pretty great. That's pretty great though. Love those videos. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, some people in chat were saying that they didn't hit Chavez's tomb, but like, so many people are confirming that they did. X canceled. What the fuck is this? I just tried going to a regular Twitter link. What am I being linked here? What is this? Just go to the real link. More Dreek, thank you. Look, we kind of got a little angry at Maduro, but we didn't clip him. However, we did yoinketh his wife. I feel like yoinkething the wife is much better than what Nepal did to the wife of the leader that they deposed. I feel like just being yoinked is much better than being set on fucking fire, bro. Doc Holiday, thank you. If you're an advisory of America and one night while you're asleep... Why did that start auto-playing? That scared the shit out of me! Why? I'm gonna close that tab. Why Venezuela jump scare? Why did that start auto-playing? I wasn't even on that tab. What is wrong with you, Twitter? I love hearing the lamentations of their women. A fox who no longer pee retention. Oh my god. Doc Holiday, thank you. If you're an advisory of America and one night while you're asleep the sky starts singing Fortunate Son, you might want to run. Oh man. Good thing she's got that towel. I do. It is a good thing. I got that towel. They got scared of the bombs, just like Kirsche. I know. Oh my god. A local Corona, thank you. They did it in front of the Chinese meeting. Imagine. China went there to fucking meet Maduro, but they ended up at an empty house, man. Xcancel is a web app that allows visitors to view tweets without having to sign into Twitter. Oh, I forgot that that was a thing. But this is translated from Spanish. I can confirm that the mausoleum of the dictator Hugo Chavez has been bombed. His remains were there. It has been left destroyed. So there were a few people in chat trying to say that they didn't hit the tomb. This is a guy in Spanish confirming that they did, in fact, bomb the mausoleum of the dictator Hugo Chavez. So to anyone in chat that was saying they did not, they definitively did. They definitively did. It did happen. Correct your records. Who is that guy? I can't read his profile, but Latin America Watch with Fundación Libertad sounds like some kind of newspaper thing. Sounds like some kind of newspaper thing. Augustin Antonetti, 435,000 followers. Bren Hydra, thank you. Venezuelan Kirsche needs to change her towel. Instead of just a normal American jump scare noise, I should have done the ay ay ay. I'm gonna make sure his commie ass doesn't come back as a lich. True. They bombed a building that was right next to the tomb. There was a military building on top of that hill, and the mausoleum happened to be placed next to it. So yes, but no, but yes. I don't know. They're just saying that they did bomb that one, so maybe they did both. Maybe they just dropped another one just in case. I'm gonna go with the guy that can confirm, you know? Can confirm. As a treat. What is this? We have Peter McCormick, host of the Peter McCormick Show, chairman of Real Bedford, retired rapper. What? Budget Ryan Reynolds? I don't know who this guy is. But he said, all the socialist retards are coming out to condemn what is happening in Venezuela, while all the Venezuelans are celebrating. The people who want us to turn into a socialist hellhole don't even know the reality inside Venezuela, while the Venezuelans will tell you, don't try this shit. As someone who went there a few years ago to make a documentary, the devastation is no joke. It used to be the richest country in South America, and what Chavez started and Maduro continued should be a huge warning to all of us. I saw families living on the street in Cucuta, a Colombian border town, doing anything to earn money to send home. Violent gangs controlled the import of goods into the country. Millions have fled the failed to state because they wanted to eat, with border countries absorbing them. I met successful people who fled the country when their life savings were wiped out through hyperinflation. Election after election has been stolen, politicians jailed and forced into exile, journalists harassed, forced into exile too, and murdered, protesters shot at by the military. While Maduro and his good gorged on steak, the people went hungry. We visited charities trying to feed hungry kids and mothers. We met pro-Maduro protesters set onto the street in return for a basic basket of food. The same dependency we create here in the West with welfare. Friends had their businesses harassed, property stolen by the state, and forced to escape or face prison. It is the natural end state for socialists. Attacks on freedom, collapsed economy, hungry people, and no free press, no free elections, and violence from the state. It is the only way these socialists keep their bullshit alive. And it's very interesting. It's very interesting how you see in America, the socialists and people who want to see socialists rise to power in our country will claim that the opposing side against socialism is doing all of these things. It is a smokescreen so that when they come to power, they can just do everything they tried to blame the other side for doing. It is not violence from the state to remove criminals. It is not violence from the state to deport people here illegally. These are just enforcing laws that we have. Maduro has a comic where his OC super mustache is the main character. What the fuck? I am not here to argue the intentions of Trump. I imagine pretty much every Venezuelan would do an oil deal for freedom. All you socialists are really just dumb fucks and have never seen it up close. If you did, you wouldn't be a socialist. And someone tried responding, oil for freedom just like Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, Libya. Libya had a lot of other issues, I think. I get empathy for the Venezuelan condition, but you've been staunchly against government intervention lately. How can you believe foreign intervention into another country is justified? Criticism of this is socialist. And he responded, literally the only intervention I support, and it's against every principle I have. Yeah, and I pretty much stand exactly in the same way. I don't like being Team America world police, but if you let communists fester in one area, they will eventually create problems for you. It would be the same if we had another, like, genocidal fascist maniac in power somewhere. Something needs to be done about them before they become a problem for you. And again, I do not want a US puppet installed to rule Venezuela. I do not want the US to have any control over ruling Venezuela. I think the Venezuelans should be ruling their own country. And hopefully, like someone in chat mentioned, the guy who was elected to rule Venezuela last year will be who becomes in power this year. The main issue in Libya was that they tried to cut out the US from oil trade, a country ruined over profit. They were flooding the country with drugs. That's enough reason. Yep. It's worth noting that while a lot of Venezuelans are celebrating, others do remain very skeptical because despite removing Maduro, the US has so far left the whole rest of the regime intact and has implied no further direct action against them. The apparatus of his corrupt regime is still entirely intact and functional, and his vice president may simply step into his shoes. That has a lot of citizens worried. Yeah, and that is a big worry. That is something I would definitely be worried about. If we're going to try and be hands-off, it's not like we can just remove the entire regime. It's time for Venezuelans, I guess, to stand and do something about it, like Nepal, like, what was that other country? Mexico had giant fucking protests recently. Venezuela didn't prevent the drug boats, so they were complicit. I don't think you can blame that on the citizens of Venezuela. If you're living under an oppressive government that would, like, murder you for even saying something bad against them, I don't think you have any hope of preventing drug boats. Saravia, thank you. Californistan needs some freedom. They have oil! Who the fuck is the Jackson Linkle? There's an American guy whose last name is Linkle that has been choking on the regime's dick as if it was the most delicious thing. If that guy is an American, he should be investigated. I have no idea who that is. I've not heard the name. Just tell them, don't make us come over there. Don't make us get your father again. Would you want to be vice president after seeing what just happened to the prez? I mean, if you're a commie, you're gonna do anything, right? By any means necessary, as it were. Lich couldn't, thank you. No more animal farms, true? Hell. According to Trump, we'll go in, again, in bigger force if needed. He said so in the press briefing today. I hope I have a link to that press briefing coming up, because I would definitely like to see that. I'd definitely like to see that. And Trump also apparently did say something's going to have to be done with Mexico, adding that the cartels are running Mexico, according to Fox and Friends. Very interesting. Very interesting. When should we expect the bombing campaigns on Mexico, China, and Colombia? I voted for this. Please, it would be so funny. It's Jackson Hinkle, that guy. For months, that guy's been defending Maduro nonstop. Why? John in English, thank you for the 14 months. 3.2k watchers on YouTube. Welcome new and old friends alike. The literal Who armor is chipping away. I tend to not look at my view count. I don't like looking at my view count too much when I'm live because it makes me really nervous. It makes me really nervous. I'm a nervous lady. But I've talked about it a few times, like on Twitter and stuff, because there's been a lot of discussion in the past few months about like multicasting. And I think every content creator should be multicasting. Like, especially if you're a small creator, you have literally nothing to lose by doing it on all platforms. Because you're going to be growing your community on all platforms. If you already have an established community somewhere, right, and you start like I started on Twitch. Twitch was my main platform. And then I started multicasting to YouTube, so I was only dual casting at first. And my YouTube growth has vastly outpaced my Twitch growth. And so I try hammering this in on Twitter every so often when that discussion comes up, because it's like, even if you take like a couple hundred CCV hit at first, because I went from like almost 1,000 CCV on Twitch down to about 700 something, because there are people that prefer YouTube to Twitch. There are people that have preferred platforms and will only use one platform if that's the only place they can watch someone they like. So you're going to take a hit while the people who prefer like YouTube or Kick over Twitch go to those other platforms. But that doesn't mean that you're losing anything. I think a lot of people, I guess, pay too much attention to the algorithm, and maybe I don't pay attention enough, and that's why my growth is slower. I have no idea. But I just don't, question mark. Kier's at 93k Twitter followers, only 7k more until we get Fox. No, I never promised that. That's Pippa. Shadowsgate, thank you for the 25 gift blankets on Kick, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. Big thank you. Should upload your highlights to Rumble too? Maybe. You prefer YouTube, but you can give me a Prime sub through Twitch. Hell yeah. Your content's just niche. I think I'm in a very, very weird bubble because my CCV, like my average viewers, they grow exponentially. Like, I have an insanely high average viewer count for my follower count on all platforms. But my follower count grows incredibly fucking slow. Like, on Twitch, I think I've barely gained, like, Binary Mind posted it earlier for, like, end of year statistics, but I can't remember what it was. But I've barely gained, like, 15,000 followers over the last year on Twitch. And then on YouTube, it was also, like I hit 100,000 last year, but it was much lower than what my average view count would have you believe. It's a little crazy. 4K viewers on X. The way that X counts viewership is different. You can't get an average view count on X. So, like, I never count my viewership on X since they don't have an average viewer count. They just have a viewer count that shows you, like, how many times someone looked at it. So I don't think it's a very accurate viewer count on X. I really wish Elon would do something after Osman talked to him about making streaming on that platform better. X counts total views. More than the sweet release of death. You crave the sweet, sweet follower increase. It's very weird. Some videos maybe should go to Rumble too, with how often YouTube age restricts them or limits them for no reason. I mean, we could start doing that. I could set up a Rumble account and have them all uploaded there. That could be interesting. 2025 gained 18,293 followers on Twitch. I was close with my 15,000 estimate. Thank you, Binary Mind. Yeah, 18,293 on Twitch, when Twitch was my main platform. Little crazy that it's like that low, but my average viewers are really fucking high. Steve Man, thank you. Everyone wants to watch the Foxu. Nobody wants the blowback of being caught following the Foxu. Blowback? Oh, my volume's still really low from that jump scare, my bad. Foxu News Rumble Edition. All content should be uploaded to Rumble by every creator.
Kirsche is the queen of the boomers.
Quando Bondwi, thank you for buttering my goddamn doggo. Welcome to the hospice of VTubers. Thank you. Twitch has a lower amount of traffic overall compared to YouTube. It's still very interesting. I mean, I could be on Twitch's front page again, but I just haven't bothered. I haven't bothered applying for it again because, like, the rules to be on the front page are so fucking strict. Like, you can't swear in excess. You can't talk about political things, even though they have political Twitch people on the front page all the fucking time. So I'm just like, I don't know. I don't think it's really worth it for me. Kick has the best interface. I have been loving being on Kick, especially because of the warm bodies thing. On Kick has quickly become, like, my favorite for being able to pay bills, because on Kick, if you exist in my Kick chat, I just get paid by Kick for my average viewer count. So based on, like, what my average viewer count is, I just get paid a random amount of money dollars. Well, it's not random. They have a set amount, but I would make more if I did Kick-only streams, but I don't want to do that. I like multicasting. Please do it. People will melt down. Elon's one of those autists that waits until he has everything ready before he does anything, so he wouldn't be surprised if he did take Asmon's advice, but he's taking his time to make sure it's all prepared. Probably. Pre-YouTube, thank you. Hello, Kirsche. Maduro has landed in New York, and C-SPAN has a live feed of the plane now. Ooh, mods. Can I get a link to that? Remember, chat, you can pop out the Twitch chat, watch on Kick to provide penny dollars, but chat with better emotes. True. Mika Lim, thank you. The biggest excuse you see streamers say for not multicasting is they can't react to things on YouTube or else they'll get DMCA'd. And I mean, that's true. I mean, you guys see me get DMCA'd all the time, but that's why I just don't do a lot of watch-along react content. You know? And I get that a lot of watch-along react content is very popular and it propels you to great fucking views. But if you're gonna get DMCA, then like it's not worth it, you know? Just find other things to react to, find content creators that'll be happy if you react to their stuff, right? Like Asmon lets everyone react to his content, Caleb Hammer lets everyone react to his content. I think the only content creator in recent memory that I've ever gotten like any sort of DMCA from was I Show Meat, and I'm never going to show anything from that guy on my stream again. You would put more sick music in your Foxu clip edits, but YouTube won't let you have any fun. Yeah, the lack of being able to use music is fucking annoying too. The only issue you have with Kick is that if you go back to rewatch something you miss and then put it at 2x speed to catch up, it freaks out and starts getting weird playback behavior ranging from infinite buffers to just skipping to live. That is weird. That is strange. John in English, thank you. Sorry for bringing up numbers. You're just happy the Fox is winning. Fox stock to the moon. No, it's great to be happy. It's great to be happy. And I'm not like chastising you. I just like normally I don't pay attention to the numbies. I do that after, you know, after stream. Caleb Hammer said reacting to his content is okay.
Spicy
do you know where he said
raid.
that?
What the hell is a spicy cat raid?
No, I don't have any clips of him saying that, but like I haven't gotten any DMCAs from him. Right? So like if he's not trying to take down people reacting to his content, I'm assuming it's okay. And he follows me on Twitter, so I imagine he knows I react to his content. Any recommendations for setting up a multicast for the first time? You don't know if you have the hardware to it? Yeah, having the hardware to do it is probably the biggest hurdle. I use Item. I think Restream.io takes less resources, but I had a lot of issues with Restream.io, making my streams buffer. Just a lot of like uptime issues. So I switched to Item, and AITUM is how that's spelled. And I currently do quadcasting through Item, and I haven't really had any issues with it. Praise, I love it. Item, no, I'm not pronouncing it item, and I'm saying Item because it's AITUM. AITUM. Item is great. Yeah, I've had no issues with it, and I do like it. Engage target, thank you. Question, what would I do if my future himbo turned out to be one of my chatters? I mean, hopefully he would tell me that up front, you know? Hopefully. Caleb has been in chat of streamers who watch his show and has also done react streams. Yeah, he just doesn't seem like someone who would be angry about that, right? I've never specifically said that it's okay to react to my content, but I don't care if people do, you know? And I've had a couple of smaller creators who even came to my DMs on Twitter and asked if it would be okay to watch some of my stuff. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Go for it, dude. Go for it, dude. Pre-youth, thank you. I read that already, though. Thank you again. He's got enough money, and he's a good sport. Caleb, yeah. Bike shorts, thank you. What I Show Meat do, if you don't mind you asking. I reacted to, like, some clip of him being insulted by some, like, race car guy when he wanted to buy a car. And I got DMCA'd for playing the clip. So I was like, this is a pretty big issue. And I guess I misremembered because I talked about the clip, like, frequently after I played it. But I only talked minimally during the clip, and it was like a 40-second clip or some shit, maybe 50 seconds, I can't remember. Not very long. But, like, I had said that, like, I talked during it and after it, and I paused a lot. And then, like, one of his editors, like, months later, was just like, actually, you didn't pause that often. You only paused twice. And I was like, well, I talked about it a lot afterwards. Sometimes you play a full clip and then you talk after, because pausing during it doesn't make sense. Like, I'm sorry, I misremembered. But my point still stands. Why was I fucking DMCA'd for this? It's fucking stupid. What if one of your chatters ended up being your himbo, but didn't know I was Kirsche in real life? I don't know if that's possible if you hear me talk for an extended period of time. How dare you not break up a 40-second clip? I was like, yeah, last time I'll be defending that piece of shit, and last time I'll be showing any of his content on stream. Ain't no way. Sly Rye, thank you. Well, no site is perfect with all the BS that has happened on Twitch. You'll watch me anywhere, but you do appreciate the multicast. I think the only times I don't multicast are if I'm on a laptop, because it's just not possible with, like, Wi-Fi hotel internet. Himbos are dumb, so maybe they wouldn't know. True. Uncle Hall, thank you for the 22 months. As a crayon muncher, it's kind of sad. You want vacation in the jungle like the old heads. It's all wicked. We pull a just cause. Foxy love. Munya. Munya. He'd know as soon as he hears a munya or a hiccup. I do. Anyone who's spent time with me in real life can confirm that these hiccups happen off stream. They're not like something I force as like a stream tick. They're real, unfortunately. If he's a himbo, he'll be a bit simple. He'll either not notice or pass it off as a coincidence. Do I munya IRL? I do that and also other retard sounds. To be fair, the funniest thing is turning up to a date with a himbo mentioning chubas and he says he thought he met the Foxy before and it wasn't you! That would be funny. Anthony, thank you. It was us YouTube people that got us Kirsche feet and they're still up on the Discord, true. It was the YouTube people that got the feet. It's gonna take so fucking long to get like to 100,000 on Twitch like I did on YouTube. YouTube growth was fucking so fast in comparison. It was crazy. It's crying for help after hiccups an IRL thing too? Yes, it is. He would have to fight the cures, you mean the rays of the gay? True. Let's see here. Update retard reporting for duty. Hello, thank you, warm body retard. Himbo, do you watch Kirsche? You kind of remind me of her. The urge to be honest and open with your man versus the urge to just not tell him and see how long he notices the protagonist of the I haven't realized my wife is actually a cartoon fox on the internet light novel series. True. They're Maduro playing in DMs, not C-SPAN, but news affiliate. Thank you. Error 404, thank you. Kick has the same issue as Twitch. Its video player runs like shit. It was set up by the Feet Cookie Indians. It's shit. I can't speak to the Kick player, but I do appreciate the warm bodies that watch on Kick. Thank you, warm body brothers. Hegan Caldwell, thank you for the member. And Pineapple in Space, thank you. Himbo Olympics for the chatters when. That's every stream anniversary. Every stream anniversary is like a Himbo Olympics. You guys crush apples and crush pumpkins. I don't know what I'm going to think up this year. I binary thought up the pumpkins last year. I had no idea what was going to happen. But we'll have to figure out something this year. What is this fucking timeline? You just saw a tweet that France's President Emmanuel Macron actually praised the capture of Maduro. Interesting. Interesting. The domesticated Kirsche makes many strange noises. Imagine having to hear her nose cummies reverberating down the hallways reverberating. I was like, what? Somehow the Twitch chat on your phone had connected to Asmongold's chat, even though you're literally watching this stream. What the fuck is going on with Twitch? Even Twitch is taking part in the he's my husband meme. A little crazy. All right, okay, let's see here. I'm scrolling. Oh yeah, here's another seethe. Here's another seethe about what happened in Venezuela. Hassan the dog shocker piker. Even XQC's fucking laughing at him. That's great. Hassan said, great day to be an America First bootlicker who voted for the most Israel First admin that guts social programs, won't fix infrastructure, cuts taxes for the super wealthy, and spends all its money instead on bombing Venezuela and stealing its oil for super profits of the pedophilic elite. We need to gut more social programs. We need to cut more taxes for everyone, regardless of tax bracket. Stealing oil for super America. Man, he hit all the buzzwords, true. Did I see Hassan was in Asmon's chat yesterday trying to debate him? Didn't Asmon say he wasn't going to bother platforming people like Destiny or Hassan because they only act in bad faith? And giving them a platform to spread their ideals further would just be bad? Kind of like what I said to Leaflet about Nyara. Geoffer, thank you for the 1 month member. You have a friend who has hiccups similar to mine, but not all the time. I don't have them all the time either, just sometimes. Just sometimes. Realize you weren't following the Fox who here. You've rectified your mistake. Thank you, King Piplup. Piplups are cute. XQC is supposed to put it together. Why the fuck would you have a conversation with somebody who's not looking to have an honest conversation? It depends. It depends. Either you're very naive and you think that they're a more good faith actor than they actually are, or you're doing it just to get views. Be one of the two options. But I did talk to Leaflet, so she now knows everything. Is the oil thing true or not? Venezuela does have oil. And I mean, if we get extra oil from Venezuela after they put in somebody who's not a communist, that'd be great. Hassan wasn't trying to debate Asmon in his chat about the Somali daycare thing and was trying to debate Asmon about the daycare thing and was losing badly. Well, yeah, you can't deny something that's actually happening, man. Can't deny what you can see with your lying eyes. The opportunity to spout BS is enough of a benefit, more than deserved. Yara got no benefits on going on Leaflet. I disagree. I think Yara benefited way fucking more than Leaflet did, and I think it was a very bad idea to do that. I think it was no amount of views on like Leaflet was worth doing that. Asmon literally pulled him up like a nuisance chatter. Oh, that must have felt good. That must have felt good. Kiki Hideout, thank you. Right now, Mexico is being astroturfed into feeling sorry for Maduro and demonizing Trump because of our corrupt commie government of Morena. Specifically, Claudia Shitbaugh, who controls the country in cartels. Mom is now listening to Mexican leftoid pundits. What the hell? That's a little crazy. Have I never seen the shocker deny reality before, Foxy? I typically don't pay attention to Hassan's existence. I've seen more of him on my timeline recently, but I typically don't pay attention to him. Your original Twitter account got randomly unbanned just in time to watch leftoids crash out over this. Christmas came late. True and real. Didn't Yara get harassed by their own side for going on Leaflet stream? Yes, because Yara's side thought that Yara was platforming a grifter. A literal inversion. The anti-American lobotomite can go cry in the corner. Who is Nyara? They are Klaus, the goldfish from American Dad. And they were one of the 3 people that instigated the harassment campaign against me last year. And whenever people bring up the, like, I had to leave my apartment due to death threats, they just say, is there any proof it was my community? And it's like, well, there's no proof that it was specifically someone in your community, but you, Bint, and Anal Violence are the 3 people who created the entire shitstorm that started people going after me. The very least you could do is condemn the fact that that happened, and instead of saying proof, or instead of saying, like, hey, that's not good, I might not like that Fox woman, but she shouldn't get death threats, they just say proof. Literally can't even condemn death threats. Imagine. Can't prove it, but also can't disprove it. You know? Yara wanted Leaflet murdered as Charlie. Neither he or his mods did anything to prevent it, unlike Leaflet, who ensured that did not occur on her side. Once again, I think it was very bad of Leaflet to platform that person. I've talked to her about it, so, you know. The Shocker, has anyone made some meme from Tojima wants to be a Kamen Rider and their Shocker uniform? I don't know. You have Nick Merckx on the other half of the stream, and he just got shocked and then went, no, Hassan, I'm human. What a time! I would love to do another Shock Collar stream with Fillion. I think that'd be a lot of fun. They can't disavow death threats because they want you to die. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, the more that they try to deflect when people say that kind of thing, the more obvious it becomes, right? Like, when people have tried saying my community is doing something, typically it's obvious it's not my community, but I've always said you shouldn't be sending death threats to people. You shouldn't be sending death threats. And I had someone, like, ages ago, I think was on, like, my mini mod team, and they, like, sent a DM to somebody who was being, like, an asshole to me, and it's like, you can't do that. We're gonna demod you. You can't be going into, like, shit cunt actors' DMs and doing shit, right? There's a difference between responding to someone publicly and then escalating shit to sending them DMs. Don't do that. No use Fox Lady supporters are not brain-dead crusaders. True. Can we suck Kibbles and the Smug Fox into the Shock Collar stream? I have no idea. I think larger collabs get, like, really chaotic if you're trying to do something specific, but it would depend. It would depend. Imagine a Shock Collar collab in a way of the Cancer Crew did back when Ian was respectable. Windstalker, thank you. The problem with the debate format is people don't understand that debate isn't for engaging the other party, it's about influencing audience. Also a fair point. Fair point. CPPC Tech, thank you. They also have a fuck ton of gold, silver, and Bitcoin. I have no idea how much gold, silver, and Bitcoin Venezuela has. Internet Zen Master, thank you. The Chinese refer to that man as electric dog, so you have only one thing to say. Cope and seethe, electric dog! Cope and seethe. Kirsche discovered she loves Shock Collars, that collab. Hey, we had to put them around our thighs, alright? Because apparently we would have gotten banned on Twitch if we put them on our necks. So we were shocking our thighs. Be jammin', thank you. The Simpsons meme of the father telling his son, that's how you do X with the America in Venezuela versus Russia in Ukraine is extremely funny. I saw that. The Alien Zombie, thank you. Just finished a 3-hour drive back home after spending New Year's with friends in Mass. Thanks for the entertainment during the drive. Cool. I'm glad you had a nice drive. I heard it's very snowy out there. A Phoenix DS, thank you. Count Dankula is taking an L for his seething condemnation tweet of the Maduro yoinking. Well, you know, he's still a Europore, even if he's mostly based. Wants to do another Shock Collar stream with one on each thigh. That's too much! Asher Genesis, they give the 4-month member. We knew this would happen, but Mamdani is upset about Maduro's capture. If it were BB that was captured, he'd be A-okay. Gioffer, thank you for the 1 month. I remember reading that, though. Thank you again. Thank you again. Sonic Extreme, thank you. Thunder Thighs. Boo. Let's see. What else do I have for Venezuela stuffies? Venezuela stuffies. Ammonia. I'm scrolling. 2-part thread. 2-part tweets. freedomnews.tv. Next time I do a shot caller stream, just have a pic of albedo near your monitor and make it easier. Oh, God. Democrats are now holding a protest in New York City's Times Square demanding the imminent release of Nicolas Maduro, claiming he is the rightful president of Venezuela. How predictable. Joe Biden had a previous tweet in 2020 saying Nicolas Maduro is a dictator. I strongly condemn his regime's violent takeover of the Venezuelan National Assembly, the country's sole remaining democratic institution. That's crazy. That's crazy. Imagine defending someone literally usurping a democratic election multiple times.
Stop bombing Venezuela!
Warning! The U.S. launched a massive criminal bombing campaign on Venezuela. This war has nothing to do.
Damn it, they zoomed. That sign says Freedom Road Socialist Organization. I deport them all. Do these fucking people have jobs? Well, they're socialists, so probably not. What war? We were only in there for a few hours? Yeah, I was about to say, we were there for a few hours, arrested El Presidente, and then fucking left. What war exactly? Look, honey, retards on TV again. My favorite. Honk Hill, thank you. Hold up. There were shot callers warned and you missed this? Usually Fillion has like a VoD channel, doesn't she? It wasn't on my channel, it was on Fillion, so you'd have to go find her VoD channel for it. No. Windstalker, thank you. Look at how quickly they have posters from 2 a.m. Not astroturfed at all. Fringed Horizon, thank you. Hopefully Trump uses the momentum from his actions in Venezuela to actually do something in the states being fleeced by the daycare administrators. Yeah. I said at the beginning of stream, like, this obviously had to have been planned for a very long time, right? So I will forgive a little bit of my anger at the fucking do something if they were busy doing this. So I'll give them a little bit of forgiveness, a little bit of leeway, but I better fucking see something happening now that this is over, okay? Better fucking see something happening now. Thank you, Binary Mind, for linking the me and Fillion collab with the shot callers. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. FRSO, huh? Never heard of these people until right this second. It reminds me how the Communist Control Act bars anyone who is an official part of the Communist Party from being a government official. However, it doesn't matter if you're a part of the official Communist Party in the US anymore. And when you point out how there are people who are for communist and socialist policies in our government right now, they'll say, well, they're not actually a part of the communist parties, and that's not true. And it's like, well, it's illegal to do that. So obviously they're not going to join the Communist Party. Just because they're not a part of the Communist Party does not make them not a communist. God cursed Kirsche, my parents are making you explain things as they also listen to your stream. Your dad is 80. Hi, Dad! Hi, Dad! My grandfather is in his 80s. The operation took 3 hours total, but yoinking Maduro only took 35 minutes from infiltration to exfiltration, so it took longer for some illegal to get your DoorDash wrong than it did for Tier 1 to snatch a dictator from his home. They have to go back. They all have to go back. VSK, thank you. Everyone is worried about the Venezuelan oil, but what about the RuneScape gold economy? RuneScape players have to be panicking right now. I don't play RuneScape. Patchouli, thank you. Thank you for keeping you sane through Maryland traffic. Only 7 more hours until you reach the freedom of Florida of the North. At ease, you're at a rest stop typing this. I'm glad you're at a rest stop. Don't text and drive, brother man. That's a long-ass drive. Good luck. I hope you drive safe for the rest of it. Today, a Venezuelan named Delta Force Donald Trump Vasquez will be born. What the fuck? Ham the Third, thank you. The difference between socialism and communism is timing. Take an inch, they'll take a whole yard, picket white fence and all. Someone else said something, the difference between socialism and communism is like, something about with socialism, you can still vote your way out, but once communism takes hold, you have to fight your way out or something like that. I can't remember exactly how it goes, but I remember seeing it and being like, that makes a lot of sense. Doggo Boingo, Doggo Boingo, thank you. Same people who call Orange Man a dictator, defending and rooting for a dictator. Interesting! It's almost like it's been projection this whole fucking time. Internet Zen Master, thank you. The reason the shock collars are allowed on the thighs and not the neck is because putting them on the neck is so close to the heart, and the heart might stop. You know people who use collars on the regular. Why are you around freaks who enjoy electricity play? Doc Holiday, thank you. If a person's political beliefs is about taking away someone else's freedom of speech, the person saying that should no longer have freedom of speech. That'd be an interesting thing to do. It'd be very interesting to force a lot of these people to live by their principles. They seem very angry when their principles are applied to them. What if he's friends with Hassan's dog? B. Jammin, thank you. UN Security Council is having a meeting on Monday to discuss what happened, but you would assume the US rep will veto their strongly worded condemnation. Imagine caring about what the UN thinks. Why are you around freaks who enjoy electricity play? Someone who wants to do another shock collar stream? Well, yeah, but that's for, like, entertainment purposes, not for sexual purposes. I'm not out here trying to achieve orgasm via electricity. That's kind of weird. Darth Gavel, thank you. Meanwhile, in Venezuela and Florida, the people are celebrating in the streets. Hell yeah, Florida. Odin, thank you. And so now the Democrats want to send someone to their home country. VSK, thank you. Need to look up how Venezuelans funded their economy during COVID with RuneScape. That sounds fantastical, man. Sure. Oh, the saying is you must vote. You can vote your way into communism, but you must shoot your way out. No, that's not it. No, it was a comparison between socialism and communism.
Hey! This war has nothing to do with drug trafficking. If the U.S. were into
he looks very low IQ.
They would talk to their allies in Peru.
No more wars for empire.
No more.
Venezuela. Stop bombing Venezuela. Stop bombing Venezuela.
Venezuela has never been a source of the drug trade.
What?
Here, this war is about oil.
What kind of a fucking retard do you have to be to say that Venezuela has never been a part of the drug trade? What kind of low-ass IQ shit is that? Like, you can't be retarded to say that. That has to be malicious. That has to be malicious. You can't be that dumb.
This war is about taking control of Venezuela. They have now kidnapped the president.
What the fuck is this flag? Chat. What is this weird, like, gay chessboard flag? I've never seen this one. It looks gay. These fucking people. It's not a war. How is it over oil when the U.S. is in a exporter? I have no idea. I gotta check my phone. Hold on. I'm waiting for a message. And it is getting a bit late, a bit close to the time. What is this? Downloading. Downloading from... What is this? No, where is my message? Okay, I guess I'll have to message them and be like, hey buddy, I'm working, but I was supposed to get a message from you recently here. Do 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 do. See details. Show me the details. Show me the money, brother man. Hold on. What the fuck is happening? Where's the message? Here we go. Hey, my guy. Okay. Message sent. Hopefully will not take long. As someone who has Venezuelan friends, people in Venezuela are celebrating and making memes about it. Well, the communists are seething. Yeah, pretty much. That's why I said it's a pretty good indicator who's actually a fucking commie if they're seething about what's happening in Venezuela. A white pill to start the year off. Overdose deaths are down 27%. Help, largest drop in U.S. history. That's pretty fucking good. Kirsche now knows how it feels to DM Kirsche. Speaking of how it feels to DM Kirsche, my fake New Year's resolution, because I don't believe in them, is to answer DMs faster in the new year. And so during my last stream, I messaged Gundam during stream in order to force myself to not forget about DMs. So I will be going on Gundam's channel again on the 28th. We've already set up a date. We've already set it up. Look at me! New year, new me, baby! Answering DMs! Let's fucking go! Quando Bandui, thank you for buttering my goddamn doggo.
During work is a write-up. This will be on your yearly review.
Quando Bandui, no! Sometimes I have to be on my phone!
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
9!
Waving the hammer and sickle flag at a rally to protest the capture of Maduro while claiming they're socialist organizations. Clearly the anti-communist act needs to be updated. If any lefty complains, tell them to stop waving the commie flag at rallies.
I like it when they wave the commie flag. That way they can't recoil when we call them what they are. Thank you, Internet Zen Master, my guy. Thank you, thank you. I think it's very hard, and I said this when we were talking about Bridge as well, right? When Bridge is like informing companies on how to change the language and keep DEI stuff rolling while not getting into legal hot water and like usurping the executive orders and shit. It's very hard to make any kind of laws or doctrines to make sure that commies can't do things. Because what commies do is they play the word games, right? Subversion is what they do. And if they continuously change definitions or invent new words for what they are, if you put something vague like DEI or DEI by any other name, all of the judges strike that shit down because it's so vague, right? And it's like, if you could say that anything is DEI, then everything can be DEI. And unfortunately, that is how commies operate when they use language. They're not using language to communicate. They're using language to subvert and confuse and cause chaos. So it's very, very difficult to pin them down with stuff like that. It's about fucking time, Foxy. It's been an entire year since my last date with Gundam. He needs to do like what side scrollers did, right? Side scrollers eventually was just like, can we just have you on like on a rotating schedule so we don't have to like fight your DMs? And I was like, yeah, sure. And like even if I don't message them, which I'm sure was really nerve-wracking in the beginning, where like they don't hear from me until like 10 minutes before I'm supposed to be on, and I'm like, hey, what's up, guys? But like I always show up. I always show up if I'm scheduled, all right? So that's what they did. They were just like, all right, we're gonna have you on a rotating schedule, and we just know you'll be here. And that's that. The Fox craves discipline and routines. I do. You're not awake until 10 minutes before stream. Hey, I wake up 30 minutes before stream. It just takes me like 20 minutes to roll out of bed and pee. Rainbow checkered flag is the Wifalia flag. Don't know more than that. Wifalia? That's not real. That's not real. Honk Hill, thank you. Your car got wiped out by a Somali who could barely speak English who ran a red light. You still had $11,000 left to pay on the car. You were saying deport already before that car crash happened. That's really unfortunate because I feel like they're probably not gonna have car insurance, so you might end up getting screwed, which really fucking sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Honk Hill man. It represents natives of the Andes. Does it? Why is it gay? That's fucking rough. The fox who has a long buffering time? I do. Locarona, thank you. The whole UN thing reminds you of Black Bush comedy script sanctioned you with your army. Oh wait, you don't have a minute. What? DRT is king, thank you. The checkerboard flag is an invented indigenous American flag. But why is it gay if it's an indigenous flag? Stop bombing now. A little late. They already stopped. True? True? When is the Kirsche Pippa Gundam collab? I don't think Fishman would allow that with Gundam, unfortunately. Because he definitely asked a handful of times, and I also posed it to both her and Fish, but I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's possible, unfortunately. I'm scrolling. Also, it doesn't cover Venezuela. What? Phillian and Gundam collab would break the internet? That would be a lot of fun. No. Battleizer, thank you. The meme vid of Vance with a butterfly net going after Maduro is pretty great. I haven't seen that. Kiki Hideout, thank you. Scumfuck Mexican communist from Sin Censura has said that anyone who opposes or questions our female president, Claudia Sheinbaum, is a scummy traitor to Mexican patria. You hate this twisted country when good is evil and evil is good. That must be incredibly fucking infuriating for, like, genuine Mexican patriots, dude. You're trying to sub to my channel, but it subbed you to another followed channel? It was so weird. That is weird. What the fuck? No. Somebody told me to check my stream elements, but I don't know what I'm checking. Fishman seems especially guarded about mail on stream. I don't know if it has to do about mail on stream, but more like people who could be potentially controversial, maybe. There's always two sides of one coin. He'll turn red any second now. Early bird gets the worm. No sleeping all day with your granddad. He would be flipping your lazy asses out of your bunks if you sleep past 7 a.m. Well, your granddad's a fucking retard. Sorry you had to learn this way. You're not lazy if you sleep until 2 p.m. if you're going to bed at like 4 a.m. because you're busy doing work all night. You know, people have different schedules. And I've said this before, that there's like people who unironically work night shifts like 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then people will be like, oh, why are you sleeping at noon? You're lazy. And it's like, no, they're not lazy. They're like warehouse workers or hotel workers or other people that otherwise keep our infrastructure working overnight while other people are sleeping for their day jobs. So it's a retarded take to get angry at someone sleeping past 7 a.m. if you don't know what the hours of their work are. And especially when it comes to me, my work hours being 3 p.m. a starting time, 8 p.m. a rough ending time being live, and then I spend time doing emails and doing DMs and setting up stuff for streams in the future and talking to artists, which is terrifying. And also sometimes I have to do stuff in real life, which also fucking sucks. Not lazy, but it is better for your health. Shut the fuck up. You work 6:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. It's such a long day. Holy shit, that is long. What the fuck? You put the Vance meme with the butterfly net? Oh my god. Everyone automatically assumes everyone sleeps when they do, wakes up when they do. The world stops completely when they aren't conscious of it. It's very weird. I can't think of a single time where, like, I've called someone lazy for when they're sleeping. It just seems so fucking weird to me, man. I'm talking to artists, scary. Ooh, they'll draw you prego, watch out. If they drew me prego, at least they would finish it, you know? Like, the Wifalia is an indigenous native people from Latin America. It does have a meaning. Each color represents something from Earth, spiritual stuff, cultivates, and other stuffs. It's been used for hundreds of years and is nothing new. That makes sense. Thank you for the full explanation, my guy. Hate people that tell you how to live and what you should believe and how you should conduct my life. You go get up at 6 every day because that's what people do. What the fuck do you mean? Yeah, exactly. I'd like to see those people's reactions if we just stopped all, like, overnight shifts, right? If we just took like a week and we stopped every shift at 5 p.m. hard. Nobody worked after 5 p.m. and nobody worked before 7 a.m. And I would just like to see what kind of shit goes wrong. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Good night, chatters and foxes. You're heading off to work now just to finish around 6 a.m. just to do it again tomorrow. True. You missed 24-hour Walmart. I've seen a few 24-hour Walmarts out here in fucking middle of nowhere land. And I was like, oh, they do still exist. Do not do this at a power plant. No, do it. Do it. We need to make these people who say you're fucking lazy if you sleep past 7 a.m. reap what they are sowing. Weird how retired boomers are telling people who have jobs how to work. Michael Zins, thank you. Suicidal empathy term was created by Gad Saad and platformed by Osmongold, at least for you. It is a perfect description of DEI and the current state of our social battle today. I remember Gad Saad. I've seen some of his tweets. Sergeant Gigawatts, thank you.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
No, you. Night shift at a jail since 2017 messes with you. You have to take a lot of vitamins now and often don't have a lot of time for buying stuff from stores. I think that's the one downside to being like a fucking third shift worker is you have to find time to go to stores, and it usually eats into your sleep schedule, which is why like Tim took his like days off for his night shift in the middle of the week. So his days off were like, I think Tuesday and Wednesday for the longest time, and then he shifted it to Wednesday, Thursday. And then he could just fuck up his sleep schedule for one night and do whatever he wanted during the days. Star Phoenix, thank you. We'd become Europe. Shudder. Ammonia. Marmalin, thank you. We just took a president of another nation into custody in the dead of night. Are they lazy for not sleeping at regularly scheduled times? You're so smart, brother man. You're so fucking smart. Digital Apex, thank you. God forbid a white fox girl get a little motion. True. Star Phoenix, thank you. We'd become Europe. Oh no, we're becoming Europe in double the time. That's what you miss about pre-COVID era, the 24/7 stores. You went from having almost double-digit 24-hour stores to now only one in a single other store open till midnight. I don't understand how COVID killed the 24-hour store, right? Because I feel like after COVID restrictions, couldn't you just go back to being a 24-hour store? Couldn't you just hire those people that covered the night shift again? I don't know, man. You did great for 3 years as a security casino, never again. If for some reason I ever giga fall off on streaming and I have to do a job again, like a normal job, I would prefer to do something on the night shift. That would cost money. Crime ruined the 24-hour store, not COVID. Maybe that's why low crime areas still have the 24-hour stores. I love 24-hour diners as well. Those are so fucking cute. In some cases, there was a hike in minimum wages pre-COVID that closed a lot of overnight stores. Post-COVID, we've had too many violent people imported, so it's not safe to keep open. Just live in a safe area, idiot. You don't think COVID killed the 24-hour store? You think the weakening of law enforcement did it? Maybe it was like a 1-2 combo. Maybe both. Abba dabba. Bike shorts, thank you. Night worker here in the big city. Still have family that ask you why you're sleeping in the middle of the day after you told them you work 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. See, that's just dumb. That's just dumb. Like, my dad used to ask the same thing. He was just like, oh, why are you sleeping in the day? And it's like, well, because I don't work till 3. You know, it's like, I'm sleeping during the time I have to sleep. Metallic Church, thank you. You think there's a Scandinavian country that does the everything shuts down at 5 p.m.? There are laundromats that are hell, and having your own washer-dryer is hoity-toity better than others. I couldn't imagine not having my own washer and dryer. It sucked for a while when, like, Tim and I first became roommates, because we didn't have a washer and dryer. Our apartment didn't come with one, so he had to either, like, take our clothes to his work and wash them in, like, the industrial hotel washing machine, or take them to his house to do them. You honestly think that all politicians are corrupt? Probably. Yeah, I don't trust politicians much. It seems a lot of people have a huge stick up their ass over how people spend their life in terms of sleeping and working. It's really fucking weird. Like, if someone is working and they're doing a job and they're contributing, why the fuck does it matter when they sleep? It's so weird. You get 24/7 grocery stores there. Going late at night lets you see some real freaks, as well as parents taking their kids shopping at 2 a.m. for some reason. Yeah, that'd be really weird. Why would you take your kids at 2 a.m.? Ryan Spalding, thank you. You're 2 hours behind, but you'd like to point out that 35 years ago today is the anniversary of the capture of Noriega in Panama. Capturing a South American dictator on the anniversary of a different one is poetic. That is very poetic, and I didn't know that. We should have like a capture a communist leader day, and it should always fall on today. Sergeant Gigawatts, thank you. They didn't go back to night shifts because in general the logistics of keeping them open isn't worth the cost compared to the meager gains. That's kind of sad, though. It's very convenient. Loyal Jokester, thank you. Marx referred to socialism as the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin created vanguard socialist parties with the goal to transition to true communism. All communist nations live on the fiction of an eventual world revolution. True. True and real.
Venezuela. What country has the right to put on trial the president of another?
I don't know, it seems like a lot of people want to do that to Netanyahu.
Have the moral, legal, or even political right to put another president on trial.
Donald Trump in the USA! Donald Trump in the USA! Stop bombing Venezuela!
That's really funny that after the first chant of, like, who has the power to arrest and try a leader of another country, and then it immediately goes to Donald Trump and the USA! Yeah, you're right about that one.
Now! Stop bombing Venezuela now!
What? Hold on. I thought we were just talking about how we can arrest the leaders. What do you mean by this? What? It's taken me almost 3 hours, but I finished my donut, chat. This woman is holding a sign that says you're not allowed to rape Venezuela either. Who the fuck is talking about raping Venezuela? What? Why is this all leftist women think about? No one wants to rape you. What is happening? Who will be next? Stop the war? Well, it's not a war. We were in and out pretty fucking quick. But also, look at the dead fucking eyes of this person. This is like something I would expect to see someone locked in captivity in a dungeon for like 10 years because they've been possessed by a spirit and no priest could exorcise it. And if we let them out, the demon will rain terror upon some like poor South American country and just like eat all of their souls. She has the prisoner of war eyes. Alpha Chad Fenor, thank you. Nobody tell these people about Nuremberg.
In 2014, really stupid people were losing, and by 2016, they whenever something happens in the world, especially
Albeit, who should be put on trial for the bombing campaign against the Venezuelan people? Who should be put on trial?
It's America! This is America! This is America, y'all! Come on! This is America, y'all!
That guy sounds like he has a Hispanic accent, the one saying America.
This is America!
Woo! That's a healthy fucking person who loves America. Based. Hidden, thank you. Yeah, get fucked! Hidden, thank you for the USA chanting, my guy. The Sultan of Swing, thank you. Show me on the topographical map where Trump touched you! Evil Mandrake, thank you. The left doesn't want you to know this, but third world dictators are free. You can just go down there and take them. I have one Maduro at my home. Bike shorts, thank you. Okay, Fox Lady, it's almost 6 p.m. You need to sleep for your 11 to 7. Have a good sleep, my guy. Hopefully I don't scream and wake you up.
I am fucking at the end of my fucking rope, bro. You have tyrants fucking... I want to say so much. But what can you say when you are literally told that...
I crashed Bella, bro! I crashed Bella!
What? I can't understand what this mushmouth is saying. What is he saying?
I crashed Bella, bro!
I bailed out, bro? Is that what he's saying? Being a night owl yourself, having a 24/7 Walmart so you can get 3 a.m. popcorn chicken? Oh. Back when I was a teenager, Walmart had the best fucking popcorn chicken. Holy shit. I cursed them, something like that. He's using spells?
I crashed Bella! Yo, you lucky I never gave him. I'm lucky. I'm lucky. Fuck at you, bro.
That's crazy that the guys with the Hispanic accents shouting about how great America is are more understandable than this fucking weird-ass white guy. I can't understand shit that he's saying.
And Michael, fuck you up.
What?
A Trump cock-sucking faggot.
What? He can't say that!
Contemporary era. Your mother, too.
Your mother, too!
Your eyes.
Actually, if his mother was an F-slur, he wouldn't be here. Let's be real. She would have been scissoring her heart out.
Right? Donald Trump. Your fucking eyes, right, Rubio.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Poor gaming habits, thank you. Signs got printed quick for an emergency protest. Yeah, at least the Somali daycare signs were done in crayon. That was a little more believable, right? If she were, she probably would have been happier not having to give birth to a creature like that. Imagine. Help. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Let you get this straight. Lefties say we can't arrest Maduro because he's the leader of Venezuela, but lefties also want America and Europe to arrest Bibi, despite him being the leader of Israel. Make it make sense. Well, it's simple. They don't believe Israel is real, so he's not a leader of anything, and thus he can be arrested because he's just some guy. A bipolar madness, thank you. Can we see the comparison juxtaposition with the video and interviews of actual Venezuelans celebrating today's accomplishments in Miami? Do we have a link to the interviews in Miami? That'd be great. That'd be great. They can also arrest Bibi. You'd be okay with this? I don't know what they'd arrest him for, but, like, maybe. if he has a reason to be arrested, sure. I don't pay attention to the sandbox very much. Star Phoenix, thank you. You think the signs were made when it was thought we were going to war with Venezuela? They didn't account for a 3-hour operation, so they're flat-footed. It is a little funny. How stupid, it's literally in the name. It's Israel. True. Israel. Let's see here. This was 2019, a rare bipartisan clap for Trump after he recognizes the true winner of the Venezuelan election. In 2024, Maduro lost another election but stayed in power. The Biden admin began seizing some of his assets, including his plane. Many Democrats called for him to be removed from power after the 2024 Venezuelan election. Of course, those same people will now condemn Trump for doing it. This kind of reminds me of what it's like to be audience captured, right? Like, they say that there's two kinds of content creators. There's content creators that kind of just do whatever the hell they want and their audience shows up regardless, right? Like, some people might not be here when I talk politics. Some people might not be here when I play video games. But either way, I kind of, hello, tamper monkey bitch. I kind of just do what I like. And then there's other people that are beholden to their audience and are much more cancelable because their audience will revolt and get angry and start denouncing them if they do something that their audience doesn't like. And it kind of makes me think of these politicians, where some of them most definitely are malicious liars that know what's going on and are two-faced, hypocritical, wanting to keep themselves in power. And other times, they just kind of do whatever the fuck their base, they think they want their base to do, right? Their base is just like, we want this thing, and so even if they don't like thing, they will do it, which is why they say hypocritical things so frequently. Wait, you play games? Cool, on occasion. We watched Kirsche play hours of Crime Boss, and she realized she captured us, not the other way around, in Pokeballs.
2 weeks ago, the United States officially recognized the legitimate government of Venezuela and its new president.
Or 2024, one of those years.
Juan Guaido.
Yeah, literal bipartisan clapping.
We stand with the Venezuelan people in their noble quest for freedom, and we condemn the brutality of the Maduro regime.
But now it's bad that he actually did something about the Maduro regime. Now it's a bad thing. Anamonya. Eine Moment. Okay. What is this? The warrant for Maduro was issued... Oh, this is a Dave Chappelle skit. The warrant for Maduro was issued and executed by the U.S., a move that is widely considered illegal on international grounds. Here is the administration's response. And it's a Dave Chappelle skit.
You have a problem with that? You know what you should do? You should sanction me. Sanction me with your army. Oh, wait a minute. You don't have an army. I guess that means you need to shut the up. That's what I would do if I had an army. I would shut up. Shut the up. You win? You have
Oh, God, I wish this was tweeted by the official White House account. Holy shit. That would be so fucking funny. That would be so funny. Ain't no way, though. Okay, Nick Sortor saying actual Venezuelans have now shown up in Times Square to confront the large group of communist protesters who would never last a week under real communism. And they're saying, thank you, Mr. Presidente, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Mr. Presidente Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Thank you. Maduro porta coca. Maduro narcotraficante.
And the left will never acknowledge it because they can't call us racist. But these are the immigrants that all of us want here. People who have actually fled persecution and being oppressed by their communist government, people who actually want to be in America, and people who want to be an American.
Venezuela libre. Regresen, que en Estados Unidos no lo quieren. Regresen, que Trump no lo quiere. Regresen, que Trump no lo quiere. Regresen, que Trump no lo quiere.
The Dems will call these people the parasites because their entire worldview is fucked up, man.
¿Qué haces tú aquí? Tú no eres estadounidense. Cállese los ojos usted, Martita vieja hueputa. Usted no es venezolana. Usted no es venezolana.
You hope it doesn't snow. I like snow. Can I just say, I've seen a lot of people in New York wearing these shiny jackets that look like trash bags. Can I just express how much I hate those jackets? I know that's incredibly random, but like every time I see one of these jackets, I just get irrationally upset because they look like they're so gross to touch. They just look like really like nasty texture, and it makes my skin crawl whenever I see them. I fucking hate those jackets. No, it's not even a puffer jacket, because like some puffer jackets are just like a normal material, right? Like this lady's kind of got a puffer jacket on, and it's just like normal material. But like this guy, and like the guy a second ago, this guy, these are like gross fucking material. I hate this shit. Hate the cheap looking jackets that don't even last as long as a good puffer. Based Venezuelans out here being loud and proud, the commies hide their faces. Exactly. Based Venezuelans. The Fool 606, thank you. War over quicker than the Cotton Bowl. What's the Cotton Bowl? I don't know what that is. That's a funny meme. I like that. I like that. You remember around 2014, someone made a meme of a white liberal shutting a black woman up to speak for her. The left doxed her and tried to get her husband deported because he was a Mexican. They don't actually care about the ICE raids. They're just mad it's the people that illegally vote Democrat. Sure, someone knows the pic you're talking about. Possibly. I feel like I have a vague remembrance. The Cotton Bowl is a college football game. I've not heard of it. Phil Mike Kraken, thank you. Can we force all schools to have the student read Animal Farm? These people don't really know what communism is. Apparently they're remaking Animal Farm into a movie. And I have a feeling it's not going to be a condemnation of communism. Michael, thank you. Dems are afraid that all the Venezuelans they imported will now side with Trump. I mean, rational fear, unironically. Let me see here. Okay, it starts 47 minutes in. Let's see here. 47 damn, that's long. Starts about 47 minutes in. Bingo bango. Bingo bango bongo. I'm so happy in the Congo. Do 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 do. Hello? Hello?
We appreciate you being here.
Oh, there we go. I was like, what the fuck?
Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the
Baghdadi
obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer. All perfectly executed and done.
He sounds fatigued. I can only imagine how fatigued you would be after doing something like this. I imagine he hasn't slept in like over 24 hours, right? Are we fucking on the world? What can they do? Jesus Christ.
No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night.
Hell yeah! But also, I'm a little distracted because this reminds me, right? Like, if you have a raid leader talking about how well your raid went right after the fact, like pumping everybody up from the excitement, this is like the paladin talking about how well it went. And then he's got his, like, elf healer back here. I never noticed how big Rubio's ears are. And that he is literally an elf clan individual that should be wearing fucking mage robes, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. Sorry, I'm woman braining about this.
It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have.
Ooh.
It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement.
Are you okay back there, Rubio?
Caught
You just gotta
them
stand.
in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming, so they were in what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed.
Based.
And not a single piece of American equipment was lost.
Also based.
We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet, by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin.
He needs to sleep. He's slurring so bad. Mr. President, it's time for EP.
To imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have. And you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people.
Holy shit.
We knocked out 97%.
That's crazy.
And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious. because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people.
I can tell the EP in his voice, not because of like how low he's talking, but because of how much like mouth noise there is. Like the more tired you get, the more like sloppy slapping noises happen, it feels like. You know what I'm talking about? You can go back now. Drake, thank you. Trump has probably been up the whole night while this was going down, unlike certain other presidents. Cough, cough. Obama, Biden. True and real. Venezuela currently has its first female president ever now. Ooh. I mean, I guess a woman is still better than a communist. But the transition of power is basically complete. Full transition probably within the month. All these Redditards and commies who keep saying we're going to be there for 20 years like Iraq now have no leg to stand on. Good. I would like a source. I would like a source for her already taking power. I would like a source for that, but let's see. Being really tired is about the same as being drunk. Get rest, EP president. True. Japan has a female prime minister and she's a total otaku. Yeah, she looks like she's a very good fit. There are some very hardline women's. So I've been happy about the Japan prime minister so far. Honk Hill, thank you. Trump looks like he was up all night doing war room briefings and info. The left will say he's losing it like Biden. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if they say that. Internet Zen Master, thank you. This is the downside of being a teetotaler like Trump. When you're tired, you look and sound tired. Price of operating without stimulants like coffee. What is a teetotaler? I don't know what that means. Ryan Spalding, thank you. Capturing Noriega was wild back in the day. He fled to the Vatican embassy. Noriega hated rock and roll, so the U.S. Army started blasting Guns N' Roses and Van Halen on loudspeakers 24/7 until he went crazy and surrendered. That sounds fucking wild. That's hilarious. Teetotalers, no drugs whatsoever. Interesting. Trump's running on Diet Coke. Diet Coke and McDonald's Cheeseburgers. McDonald's Cheeseburgers. No alcohol is consumed. Don't they call that straight edge? Am I crazy? I've never heard the term teetotaler. Somebody who doesn't use drugs or alcohol and sometimes not even caffeine or nicotine. Surprised you've never heard it. I've never heard that word. You call the music move the Waco? Oh, man. Sudafed, thank you. Venezuelan won't be like the 20-year Great War of Terror. Due to Venezuela has a democratic government before, unlike in Middle East, who mainly had dictators and kings, so it was like apples to oranges for them. Kind of makes sense. Teetotaler's far older. Interesting. Never heard of it. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Can't wait to see the media claim Trump is sundowning just because he pulled an all-nighter. An all-nighter at his age is going to be kind of fucking rough, too, you know?
People in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere.
Where's the red tie? You don't wear commie colors when you arrest a commie, all right, okay? It makes sense to wear the blue tie in this case.
The world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that. The first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually.
You hear
This
that,
was
Mexico
pinpoint,
president
but
lady?
we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore.
When you were in the USN, you did an op with the SEALs once. You were up for 3 days. You cannot describe the exhaustion after that. I bet the sleep was almost orgasmic, though. That's crazy. 3 fucking days. Your brain must have been mush by the end. Holy fuck. Even Hawken Freres, thank you. The Don cannot sleep, for he must yap, much like a certain fox who true.
The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the
fucking bigger wave, the biggest wave in history. It'll be so big. It'll be a wave that never ends until the end of time. Yeah, the way he talks is very goofy sometimes. It's very enjoyable.
full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship. They'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida.
Florida.
But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs.
He's saying Venezuela with the hard R. The Wastelander, thank you. Venezuela should not tell me what to do. Daddy Trump says, what did you say to me, woman? Having New York do the trial is smart. If New York screws this up, Trump has due cause to Insurrection Act and remove all of the New York government. Does he? Is that how that works? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Mexican importers. What the heck?
That inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States. Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide, and he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes.
I remember
They kept
that.
the fingers off people if they called police.
I remember that. That
They
was
were
horrific.
brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody, and our...
This guy next to him is standing like an NPC you pick up a side quest from. A Lewis Hand, thank you. You're curious. How did it feel when I woke up this morning and realized my country won a war in your sleep? You wish Australia could do cool things like this? Imagine. I was not expecting this when I woke up. It was a very interesting thing. I was like, God damn, what the fuck?
National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago.
Yeah, same, honestly.
A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have 2 on average 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going, they're walking their daughters, they're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. It's been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down.
Stop it, chat.
We've just sort of started
not
a few
real.
weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana, and we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks.
Trump's almost done talking.
New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help.
Because they're crazy, and if they accept help from Trump, their voter base will fucking rally against them. Lancer, thank you. Hope the Stalin worshippers at our north and southern border are paying attention and leave normal people alone. Imagine. Jesus Davila, thank you for the gift, member. Thank you.
Also helped, as you know, in Chicago, then crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it.
We'll know.
And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever.
Still need to clean up a lot of the crime that goes on there, though, man. When I was there was a lot of spooky streets to go down, man.
But that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities.
Bought the double fisting cheeseburger waifu cup, a Gamer Subs AFK, and 12-pack of cans with my code. Make sure you're using code Kirsche for 10% off your Gamer Subs orders. You can't get 10% off of a South American dictator, though. You get the whole thing.
But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst. They say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari. What happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property.
Thankfully, we did have President Bukake take in a lot of criminals. Bless him in his Gigamax prison, dude. Miso trash, thank you. Nobody eating the dogs and the cats anymore. True and real. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Wow, what an arrest outside the U.S. Can we now arrest everyone in the U.S. who's doing the fraud? Yeah, that's what I want to see now. I'm happy about this. I'll give a little leeway. Maybe they were working on this behind the scenes. That's why it seemed like nothing was getting done, a la the fraud issues. But now we can hopefully focus on the fraud. Hopefully focus on that. I want to see Tim Waltz in handcuffs, bro. I want to see that. Lord Kamina, thank you. Can you believe Bandai has off Gundam store in Chicago? What? Arrest all the corrupt officials. Yes.
It's our property. We built it.
Fox, thank you for the prune.
And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill. And the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country.
Commies cannot create anything, they can only steal, and they do not even maintain it. Thank you for the blast use, chat.
Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country.
President Bukake, I think you downloaded the wrong reality. I can never remember his name, but I remember his last name is very similar to Bukake, so I just call him that, so I can remember him. The Venezuelans are making memes now. I'll have to doot that up here. I'll have to doot it up. Commies don't create, they can only ruin. True and real.
Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, so we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did.
You just got here. What's going on? The U.S. went into Venezuela and arrested El Presidente, the commie Maduro, and left within 3 hours.
Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal. But we've superseded it by a lot. By a real lot.
3-hour tag him and bag him. Apparently it took about half an hour to arrest Maduro. And the other 2.5 hours was just like bombing their military sites. That's kind of fucking funny.
They now call it the Donroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now.
Oh, well,
Everyone's
I'd
coming
like to see you
back
get
to
more
us.
stuff done.
The future
Stop
will be
getting
determined
obstructed
by the
activists.
ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich.
This guy rambles.
And
He's
they've
just
made
like
our
me.
national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States.
Time to sweep the daycares.
This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Cane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals.
Restaurant,
I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice.
Thank you, General
And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
All right. I don't think we need to watch the other people talk, but that's pretty fucking cool. I was leaning over because the moon is very big tonight. It is very big and very beautiful and very shiny. I kind of want to get a picture of it. It's fucking massive, and it looks pretty because of the clouds. I kind of want to get a picture, but, like, I don't know if I can or should. The moon! Dan Kane apparently has the nickname Raisin. Oh, like raising the building, not like raising canes. I see. Radcon Hazard, thank you. This is a joke. Just in, the Ninth Circuit judge orders the return of Maduro and arrests Trump for being so based. This is a joke. Thank you for prefacing that doubly with this is a joke. Lord Kamina, thank you. Official, they also hit Che Guevara's grave. I don't think they hit that one. I think they hit, oh god, now I've forgotten his name. They hit the other guy, but not the Guevara. You want to watch Raisin Cane's part? It's a timeline of events. Hugo Chavez, thank you, chat. I'm bad at names. A Dark Mage, thank you. A Prouder America this morning, and here you thought we were only allowed to be patriotic on the 4th of July? Trump proved you wrong. It's always patriotic when you arrest commies. No. Ham, thank you. Trump didn't thank Captain Church's chicken. Unfortunate. Where was General Burger King? Breaking news, Trump arrests Maduro. So-called liberals outraged. I did ask for a source about the lady getting into power already, but I think I accidentally copied something over it, so I no longer have that link. Someone gave me a meme from the Venezuelans on TikTok. Leftists are crying, this breaks international law. Meanwhile, Venezuelans on TikTok are posting whatever this is. -1 dictator. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Emperor Creatine, thank you. Breaking news, Venezuelan Air Force pilot named Ghost of Caracas, credited with downing 3 Chinooks and an F-18 identified as 40-year-old Samuel Hyde. He can't keep getting away with it! This was the link about the VP. Thank you, Binary Mind. Thank you. A Venezuelan VP addresses the nation, calls for Maduro's release. There is only one president of Venezuela, and it is Nicolas Maduro. Oh no, this isn't what I was looking for. This isn't what I was looking for. I asked for the link of, apparently there is a lady who is now president, is what someone in chat said. Someone in chat earlier said that whoever won the election last year is supposedly going to be the one that takes over. And someone in chat said that it was a lady that supposedly won, and now she is in power. This is Maduro's vice president. This is not the lady that's in power. Gonzalez, wasn't that a joke? I don't know. I'm reading chat, so maybe someone lied to me. Maybe they were mistaken. Who knows? That's a different lady. The opposition lady isn't in power. Okay, so this is Maduro's vice president being a bitch. She is not the current president.
Por el presidente Maduro, único presidente de Venezuela. Hay un solo presidente en este país que se llama Nicolás Maduro Moro. Por el presidente.
I can't speak Spanishes. Cannot speak the Spanishes, but the translation is apparently there's only one president of Venezuela, and it's Nicolas Maduro. I would say the Venezuelan people and also America disagree. Also disagree. There's an opposition lady that is not currently in power, but people are theorizing that she might because she supports Israel. Okay, so nobody knows anything. So unless somebody can point a link to me, I'm no longer going to believe what anyone in chat says about whomst is in power. Zedek, thank you for the czars. So South Africa wants the UN to take actions against the US. Commies never learn. Just hope the US realizes that South Africa is an active enemy of the West and has been a literal socialist psyop. I think most people who have been paying attention to what goes on in South Africa would not take them seriously. Not the people, but like the governing body. There's... When I was reading about the, like, racist water distribution going on in South Africa, and I watched, like, YouTubers in South Africa expand on what was happening, and I can't exactly remember what is the exact situation now, because I reported on it so fucking long ago, but it's basically, like, white farmers are being forced to, like, give some of their water supply to non-white farmers, or some shit like that. They have, like, a racist doctrine, essentially, distributing, like, water to farms. And, like, some of the people who have been harassing me for ages are just like, Kirsche reading literal white supremacist propaganda about South Africa. None of this is real. And it's like, bro, how in the fuck would I have any idea what newspapers might be biased in South Africa? And also, I'm not just reading it from one source. I pulled up multiple articles and YouTubers who live in South Africa talking about the situation. And clearly, is the Kirsche leading your sources the thing told you? It can be trusted, right? Oh my god. Sergeant Buck, thank you. It's awfully rude of Trump to not thank Colonel Sanders and General Tso for their assistance in this endeavor. True. True and real. Surprised they haven't started calling white farmers in South Africa kulaks yet? I don't know what that means. I think South Africa will get a huge awakening soon? I have no idea. Harbinger, thank you for the 15-month member. They addressed this in the rest of the press conference video. Address what exactly? Silver Camaro, thank you. It's also 6 years to date when Trump drone strike the Iranian Quds force General Soleimani. Honk Hill, thank you. It's because black farmers do not farm. I have no idea what the state of the farmland is specifically there. I just remember Trump inviting the president of South Africa and then showing him the video and be like, explain this. Explain all of these graves, good sir. Kulaks were the Russian landowners during the revolution. I see. Women supposedly going to take power. I don't think you should even say supposedly going to take power right now, because like the vice president of the regime is in Russia. According to this, Maduro's presumed successor, Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, is possibly in Russia. Presumed successor to Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is currently in Russia, a report said Saturday. They just deposed of a communist dictator. So I would like to see the people of Venezuela put up the person they elected and who won the election, instead of allowing the rest of the commie regime to just continue business as usual. Radioactive Schmeat, thank you. I just woke up. Why did the president arrest Dr. Disrespect? Well, you know, he was a commie ruler of Venezuela. Cladex, thank you. Former McDonald's employee and Raising Cane's. Take down communism. 4 sources familiar with the movements of Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez confirmed her location to Reuters, although the news agency cited Russia's foreign ministry as claiming the report was fake. So, we don't know. Earlier in the day, Rodriguez demanded in audio played on the Venezuelan state TV that the U.S. provide proof of life for Maduro and his wife after President Donald Trump said the pair had been captured in a U.S. military operation. Interesting. We demand that President Donald Trump's government provide immediate proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady. Trump later shared to Truth Social a photo of Maduro seen detained, blindfolded, and clutching a water bottle while wearing gray sweatpants and a sweatshirt aboard the USS Iwo Jima. Trump said he would later be brought to New York. Maduro previously served as Venezuela's vice president before he took power in 2013, following the death of then-leader Hugo Chavez. Jorge Rodriguez, who is Delcy's brother and the head of Venezuela's National Assembly, remains in Caracas, 3 sources told Reuters. When asked about what the future of Venezuela holds with Maduro no longer in the country, Trump said in an interview on Fox and Friends Weekend that we're making that decision now. We can't take a chance of letting somebody else run and just take over where he left off. So we're making that decision now. Once again, I really do not want to see a American puppet installed in Venezuela. So I really do hope that whoever was actually elected by the people last year in the 2024 elections, I guess technically 2 years ago now, it's 2026. I really hope that that person actually becomes the president of the country. We'll be involved in it very much, and we want to do liberty for the people. We want to, you know, have a great relationship. I think the people of Venezuela are very, very happy because they love the United States. You know, they were run by essentially a dictatorship or worse. Trump later confirmed a press conference in Mar-a-Lago at Palm Beach, Florida, that the U.S. would run Venezuela on a temporary basis. So definitely not the vice president in power, as some people in chat tried to claim earlier. There is no lady vice president in power. They were incorrect. They were spreading fake news in the chat. But I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea of the U.S. running Venezuela on a temporary basis. I guess in practice it makes sense to make sure the commies don't just close ranks and continue fucking it up. But I very much would like to see the person who was actually elected by the Venezuelan people take power. Damn, they put Marco Rubio in charge. The successors to Maduro are likely to be the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize winner and opposition leaders Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo Gonzalez, an expert, said Sunday or Saturday. Are those the people that won the election? I don't know who these people are. Is it funny that the ruler wakes up thinking he's powerful and then he's arrested that day? Gonna be the next Puerto Rico? Hello, fellow Americans. Nice to meet you. She was given the Peace Prize. You never said it was the vice president. The opposition is a woman. They were the runner-up. Yeah. Wait. They were the runners-up. No. We need like real information in the chat. Not fucking people making guesses and could be wrong. Because I was told by chat there were people who actually won the election last year, and Maduro said, "Yeah, no, I don't care. I'm a commie and I'm going to stay in power."
Spanking because you've been a bad girl.
A bullfucking shot, thank you. The reason why there's not much backlash to this is simply because how fast and efficiently it happened. Only tards like Piker are seething, pretty much. Hopefully they're just ensuring the lady who won the election isn't prevented from taking power. That's what I'm hoping. Petinant Lizard, thank you for the 5 months. Will this become a military junta led by the Americans? Thanks for covering this. I don't know, man. You love how there's real info on the chat, but it's getting ignored for the speculations? Well, it's like, I have 3 chats to read, and they all move ridiculously fast. I can't be expected to, like, read everything, but people with links would obviously get prioritized. Sources only time. Maduro and the state press claim he won it. An independent election watch group claimed the opposition won. That's where the claims they actually won came from. Well, the commie usurped power, to my knowledge. Maybe the real winners of Venezuela were the friends we made along the way. Just grow multiple eyes. Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo Gonzalez won the election. Maduro and his cronies stole it in 2024. You're Venezuelan, by the way. Thank you. Thank you, based Venezuelan bro, for the accurate informations. All right, so if these are the people that should have been in power after being elected, that makes perfect sense. I had no idea they won a Nobel Peace Prize. All grateful for you reading as much of our bullshit as you do. I try my best. I love reading chat. How long until they will turn this into a bad thing? They already are. There's people, well, I wouldn't call them people. They're communists, already protesting in New York. Jorge, what the fuck is that last name? Jorge, can I just call him Gizzarati? Because that's what my brain said. Jorge Gizzarati, a Venezuelan who is president of the Economic Inclusion Group, told Fox News Digital that Machado and Gonzalez would assume a transitional government in Venezuela. Based and good. That is what should happen. That is what should happen. It's terrifying when you realize she's reading one of your chats, though. Wait, why is it terrifying? Kick chat isn't fast. She just hates us. I don't hate my warm bodies. Gonzalez won, but Machado was why he won. The Ven.gov did everything for her not to run. Gonzalez won from votes known by the opposition, about 73% of them. I don't understand. Hey, Kirsche, read this. Fuck you, buddy. The J in Spanish is a Y, like it is in Nordic. Yeah, that's why I called him Jorge. But then my brain reverted to Gizzarati for his last name. Oh, God. Okay, here's something about the Peace Prize, I think. Beep, 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 beep. Europarl. Sakharov Prize goes to Venezuelan opposition leaders. So they didn't get a Peace Prize, they got a Sakharov Prize? Isn't that the guy that runs the virtual asylum? What the fuck is this? The European Parliament awarded the 2024 Sakharov Prize for the Freedom of Thought to Marina Corina Machado as the leader of the democratic forces in Venezuela and President-elect Edmundo Gonzalez Urrutia. So Edmundo is going to be the leader and Marina's like his vice president person thing. Why did they put her name first in the other article? That made her sound like she was the one that got fucking elected. I'm so confused. Venezuela, what are you? The ceremony in Strasbourg on 17th of December was attended in person by Gonzalez and by Machado's daughter, Ana Karina Sosa. Machado addressed MEPs remotely as she is in hiding because of threats to her life. Holy shit. This award is not just a recognition, but also a reminder that the fight for freedom is never in vain. The future of Venezuela belongs to its people, and the European Parliament stands proudly with them, said Roberta Metsola, president of the European Parliament. Receiving the award in person, Gonzalez paid tribute to fellow Venezuelans. It is those people of Venezuela who truly embody the spirit of this award, in recognition of the courageous struggle to restore freedom and democracy in Venezuela. He also turned to MEPs saying Venezuela counts on you because the struggle for freedom and democracy in our country is also the struggle for these values all over the world. Long live free Venezuela. The triumph of Venezuela will be the triumph of humanity, of each individual and each society that decides to jointly carve out a future in freedom. Well, that's really good to hear. And I'm very glad that these people are going to be the ones who rightfully won the election last year and will be placed into power in Venezuela as they should have been, instead of being usurped by a communist dictator fuck. But it's interesting, especially how this was celebrated by the European Parliament, and how they even acknowledged that she was in hiding due to the threats of her life. And now, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of retards come out of the woodwork and, like, condemn these people. Her name is first because Edmundo is just a proxy. She was illegally banned from running for the presidency in Venezuela.
Maduro made sure she couldn't, so Edmundo ran instead. She endorsed him. The reason Edmundo did so well is due to her popularity. Legally, Edmundo should be the one in charge, but now with Maduro out, many people want her in instead.
Well, I guess we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Thank you, Silvani. Thank you. So they're chill. Seems like it. Marina Corina Machado wasn't allowed to run for president in Venezuela. The commies literally just do whatever the fuck they want. And it takes so fucking long to get rid of them, dude. It's obnoxious. It's fun watching the mud democracy under threat in the US people angry about democracy actually being enforced. It's because when they say it, they don't actually mean it. The people complaining about mud democracy and saying there's a threat to our democracy aren't actually talking about democracy. They're talking about threats to their hegemony. This is how socialists and communists play fucking word games. Bipolar Madness, thank you. Maria Corina Machado is the leader of the opposition, but the regime disqualified her during the elections, so she got another politician, Edmundo, to run for her instead. That's kind of based and smart, unironically. If the commies try fucking you around, just have someone run for you. That's pretty great. Almost like commies are liars, which is very hard, which makes it very hard to legislate out communism. She did the thing. She tried to put her name in others. Imagine if Kennedy tried to run, but Biden didn't let that happen with bureaucracy. So he tried running with Vance, but the same happened. So we got him with Peter Anybody and won. You mean kind of like how the Democrats fucked over Bernie Sanders at one point? Kind of like that, except Bernie didn't appoint anyone to run in his place. He just kind of took it like the cuck that he is. Word games are for Scrabble. Honestly, you think this is all a big show to get the sheep distracted? Nothing like a good regime change to make them locked on? I don't think so. I think this is good for Venezuela. Especially if we already have Trump and others talking about the rightful winners of the Venezuelan election being put into power. That's very good. Because I did not want to see the US come in and just put some random fucking person in the presidency there. I would not have wanted to see that happen. No. Okay, and it looks like I have a big thread of Venezuelans celebrating the arrest of their retarded Chavismo pig. You can send to libtard tankies. Because we have celebration thread here. How exciting! That's kind of crazy. That's crazy. What is this giant robot? That thing looks sick. With 3 chats going, this really is an average Kirsche stream? What do you mean? Maybe a speaker? That's a huge fucking speaker. But yeah, look at these people cheering. That's nuts.
Pero desde mis 7 años me tocó vivir
I can't understand her, there's no subtitles.
Me arrebataron mi infancia, me arrebataron todo. Y lo que está sucediendo el día de hoy es increíble, es increíble. Tengo un sentimiento demasiado grande. Nadie lo entiende más que el que lo ha vivido, Dios mío. El hecho de poder volver a nuestro país.
Someone turn the lights on.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Annie, thank you. Fun fact, Biden and Pelosi actually condemned Maduro usurping the elections, but libs cannot remember anything about their party past 2 days. Yeah, I read the Biden post in 2020 condemning Maduro. This is a 5-minute video. This is a 5-minute video, but I can't understand it, so I won't play the whole thing. I'm sorry about that. Any translators in chat? She's talking about how miserable the commies in Venezuela made her life, and so she's happy.
Maduro y su esposa han sido
Poppers!
Nicolás Maduro y Sidita fueron capturados.
Look at how happy they are!
Maduro, se capturaron Maduro, viejo.
The Venezuelan reaction to Maduro's extraction reminds me of the Cuban reaction to Castro's death. They partied hard. I bet it's going to be a pretty big celebration today for the Venezuelans, man. She's been suffering for 7 years and she can't believe that she's free. Fucking wild, man. She's like, I'm so fucking happy they robbed my future and such. That's nice. That's nice to hear. Enjoy not being ruled by commies. Zenik, thank you for the czar. But Kirsche, you gotta paint the map in your colors, else what's the point? Have you not played a grand strategy game? Imperialism ho! I love painting the save map in my colors, man.
Mami. Buenos días. Capturaron a Maduro.
Buenos días.
Mentira. Amor, sácalo, Maduro.
Mentira. Ay, bendito sea el Señor. Ay, Dios mío, gracias.
Yeah, I would say that's a reason to wake someone up at 2 a.m. to tell them that the commie fuck who's been ruining your life has been arrested.
Nelson. Capturaron a Maduro.
He's literally playing a Civ game right now. Not actually Civ, but like a Civ-like game. I saw the map on his fucking screen. I saw the map. Do you see that? Do you see it? He's literally playing a Civ-like game right now.
Capturaron a Maduro.
¿Es verdad?
Ya.
El diablo, espérate, me van a matar.
No te lo puedo creer, esto es increíble.
That's funny. He's been simulating this moment for years.
Gracias. Ay, gracias.
That's nice. That's nice. Lotus Position. Thank you for those 10 gift subby bubbies, my man. Thank you. King was focusing on the game. Thank you for the 10 gift subs, Lotus Position, my mans. Radioactive Schmeat, thank you. When Scumduro took over, he added an 8th star to the flag. Many are calling to go back to the 7-star flag. Why did he change it to 8, and why go back to 7? Please learn me the knowledges. Grattan Sargent, thank you. The scary thing is imagining libs doing the same if something bad happened to Big T. Yeah, they probably would celebrate in a much more vile manner, but there's a difference between killing some guy you disagree with and deposing an actual dictator. Trump is not a dictator, as much as the seething lefties like to call him one. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Your boomer mom is currently seething about Trump saying America will temporarily running Venezuela, and you're just going, I know you have mild TDS, but goddamn, calm down, have some faith for once. I didn't like the fact that it said that they will temporarily run Venezuela, but since it also said that the people who won the election last year are going to be the ones put into power, I think it can be extrapolated that America's just going to be there to make sure the commie fucks don't do something to kill those people who should be rightfully in power in Venezuela right now. I think it makes sense to offer them a bit of protection and help as the regime changes, right? I think that makes sense. Fun fact, Maduro moved Christmas to October. No reason why. Commies just do things. That's fucking weird. What the hell? M Stealth GT, thank you. But Foxu, they were supposed to be protesting. They haven't experienced real communism yet. The idiot box told me so. No. You have a fuck ton of Indonesian friends that are hoping this happens to their current leader. They only recently got their freedom from a dictator, and a lot of people are scared. The current guy is going to make another one, and for good reason. I have no idea what's going on in Indonesia right now. It's likely that the Trump admin is only there to safeguard the transition before stepping back. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I am hoping. To be fair, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. Yeah, that's why I said I don't like the wording, because I agree, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. But hopefully it will just be temporary, and it will just be us protecting and aiding the rightful rulers of Venezuela to get into power without being just straight up fucking murdered by the commies. Need to see the action unfold? Yeah, exactly. Sope, thank you for the dongers. You're from Vietnam. Your friend's dad, who's a venerated party member, despises the Communist Party and would always tell you how much the government sucks. Good. Listen to that, mans. This is, I can't read this either. La emoción que vive mi padre tras la caída del régimen de Nicolás Maduro. Venezuela libre. I know libre is like liberation. That's a happy comment. Look at all that nail polish. I'd trust her to do my nails. Much emotion from his dad due to the end of the Maduro regime. Thank you, based translators. You wish your dad was the same as that guy? You're beginning to look a lot like Simp. It's no longer Crimbus!
Everywhere you go. Take a look at the 5s and 10s. It's donating once again.
Huge gift
with
chat,
gift
bro.
subs and bitty cheers that glow. It's beginning to look a lot like Simplema's. Emotes in every stream. But the prettiest sight to see are the friends that will be on your own stream chat.
Thank you, Sarosa, for the 100 gift subs, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. That's fucking massive. That's so many subs. What's wrong with you? Thank you. Thank you, Sarosa, for the huge fucking 100 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. This bitch needs to sing more. I love it. I think I have a cover of Santa Baby on my channel somewhere. Singing sounds like a threat. I like it. Thank you, Sarosa, for the huge gift bomb. It's fucking nuts. You're fucking crazy. Thank you. Mister, thank you. After all these reactions of the grab, you're gonna file under white pill. Hell yeah, brother man. Chocolate Disco, thank you for the 15 months, my guy. Thank you. I was reading this guy over here saying, I wish my dad was the same as that guy. You're Vietnamese and so is your dad, but he's just a slave to the MSDNC, so he believes all the trash that they believe. That's kind of sad. I'm sorry, bro. Darth Gavel, thank you. Happy Venezuela Liberation Day. Who's the very pretty singer? She sounds like she'd make a lovely wife and mother. I do tend to sing retarded things in the kitchen. Mister, thank you. I already read that, though. Thank you. James Gillespie, thank you. Lucius Quinticus Cincinnatus. What is that? Dragon Ball ZGT, thank you. Trump made a funny post about the Maduro thing. He put the link to his Truth Social post and stream suggestions. Interesting. Ham the Third, thank you. Just think it isn't permanent takeover like a USAID operation. Fuck USAID, brother man. She refuses to believe us when we say that. Yeah, that was me. I sang that. That was me. You're pretty good. No, I'm not. Illegals in Your Yard is your favorite, or is your Foxy song? I haven't sung that, though. Crazy how, depending on how this goes in the following days, we now have 2 Independence Days. Imagine. Hold on. Mr. Gorilla Rape has more celebration videos for us. I like her hot dog shirt.
Yo no te lo puedo creer.
This gives me real Linda energy, like Burger Bob's wife, Linda. I love it.
Yo pensé que yo estaba soñando. Tengo como una hora analizando todo así yo. Eso es inteligencia artificial. Eso es un video viejo.
She's so happy!
Dios mío. Voy a Venezuela en esta mierda, caballero.
2 things. 1, if Trump does in Venezuela what Bush claimed would happen in Iraq, you're gonna laugh. And 2, I should sing an opera song with Iron Mouse and keep my Boston accent while I do it. I don't know if I have the lungs for fucking opera, brother man. I don't know if I can do that.
Donald Trump de colocar nas suas redes sociais que o Maduro e sua esposa foram capturados, gente. Meu Deus. Meu Deus. Pai do céu, Senhor. Oh, meu amor. Vai chegar o momento da liberdade do nosso país, meu amor. Pai do céu, pai do
meu amor is my love.
Senhores, estão falando que o Maduro foi capturado.
Oh, I like their pots on their stove.
Que acaba de colocar em suas redes sociais o presidente dos Estados Unidos, Donald Trump. Ao parecer,
Donald Trump.
Na operação
I recognize
militar
that.
desse 3 de janeiro de 2026, foi extraído Maduro e sua esposa. Essa é a informação que temos, que o Maduro foi capturado, gente. Vamos estar informando vocês.
He kind of looks like a little more beefy. He's like Mexican Filthy Frank. Or I guess he's speaking Portuguese, so maybe he's Brazilian? I don't know. This is Portuguese, but you can still get what he's saying. Venezuela would be like a first world country if not for the likes of Chavez and Maduro. Fair. Isn't most of South America and outside Mexico speaking Portuguese? I thought that Portuguese was only spoken in Brazil, but you know, filthy Franco. Yeah, exactly. Filthy Franco.
Informando, estejam atentos. Amigos, olhem o que colocou Donald Trump em suas redes sociais. Comunicado de Donald Trump. Estados Unidos.
The United States has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald Trump
realizó con suceso un ataque a gran escala contra Venezuela.
Portugal is still a country? Yeah, but Portugal's in Europe, not South America, sir.
Trasladado en avión junto con su esposa fuera do país. Esta operación se realizó.
Brazil, Portugal, Angola, Cabo Verde, Mozambique, Timor-Leste, Macau. What is a Cabo Verde? Is that... Verde is like green, right? The Green Cape, question mark? I've never heard of Timor-Leste. And I thought Macau was a bird. It's an island. That's Portuguese with a heavy Spanish accent. He likely fled to Brazil. Makes sense. Makes sense. The Green Cape. Oh, I'm so fucking smart, chat.
En colaboración con las fuerzas do orden dos Estados Unidos. Se darán más detalles próximamente. Hoje, às 11 horas AM, habrá uma conferência de prensa em Mar-a-Lago. Graças pela sua atenção. Presidente Donald Trump, gente! O Maduro caiu, foi capturado, gente!
I don't know what that means, but it sounds fun. I love just repeating foreign words that I don't know what they mean. A Mordreak, thank you. Not gonna lie, about seeing these reactions is actually summoning the onion-cutting ninjas to do the indoor rain ritual, because it's pretty moving to see them free. Yeah, it's fucking amazing to see people celebrating having, like, actual freedom, man. It's great. I love seeing it. And yeah, you should link Mr. Gorilla Rape to all the liberals seething.
No sé, yo estoy en shock. Porque dicen que capturaron a Maduro y a Silvia y está volando para Estados Unidos. Que Estados Unidos capturó a Maduro. Yo no sé, ya va, es que yo estoy en shock porque es como que... Es que han sido tantos años, Eric.
La verdad que me está vendiendo la tele, ¿no?
Elijah Snow, thank you. Iran is also off the chain. You're watching multiple different cities, and the IRGC is getting forced into a corner as we speak. It's wild over there. May 2026 be the year that all commie regimes get removed. They were like the fourth richest country in the world at one point. Maybe now they can return to that. Maybe. Wish we could feel this happy about our cities. Once we see our corrupt politicians also being carried away in handcuffs, then we can also celebrate. We can be dancing in the streets.
Demasiado sufrimiento, demasiadas familias separadas, demasiadas torturas, demasiadas cosas. Y que este momento llegara. Ha sido demasiado. Y
Donald Trump trying to be the worst thing for communists since communism.
El año 1. El año de comienzo, el año de proyecto. El año 1. El año 1. Oh my god. Demasiado.
It's kind of nuts that it's easier for Trump to get military action through the paperwork than to get someone arrested at home. Well, apparently he didn't tell Congress he was doing this. Damn, look at this zoomer!
Podamos ser libres. No olvidemos el tanto daño que nos ha hecho su desgraciado. Estoy solo, pero con los míos. Siempre llevo a mi familia, a mi mamá presente, a mi papá, a mis amigos, a mi pareja.
Evidently, Waylo was asking if Trump could yoink Z. I think that would be significantly harder. Amazing what we can accomplish when there's zero intelligence leaks. I'm just glad that he finally learned to stop fucking trusting people. Because that has been the hugest, like, obstacle in his path. That, like, anytime he talks about what his plans are going to be, someone fucking leaks it to the media and they ruin everything. Imagine after all this, fate is kind with new leadership in Venezuela. Imagine they become our greatest ally in South America. I don't know about that, because we have a pretty good ally in Argentina right now, but it would be a great alliance, right?
Me duele el corazón que por la culpa de esos hijos de puta. Nosotros estamos
lejos I know that word.
Políticos que nosotros nunca debimos salir de nuestro país y lo destruyeron todo, pero bueno.
Oh, he's even got an earring. This is a gay zoomer?
¿Qué más puedo hacer llorar, brother? ¿Por qué extraño tanto a mi mamá, a mi familia, a mis amigos? Estoy cansado de esta verga. Y Maduro, si ves esto, maldito hijo de puta, lárgate, huevón. No te queremos, negocia, pero ya. Queremos estar todos unidos como antes, ya no aguantamos esta mierda. Mi gente, que este 2026 nos vaya bonito a todos. Que Dios los bendiga, los amo, los quiero y los adoro. Bendiciones y
That's fucking woo in the background. That's great. That's great. I understand that one. Battleizer, thank you. We, all of us, you hope, can dream of freedom and justice for all. I love seeing this. I love seeing the fucking Nepal take back their country. I love seeing this shit in Venezuela. I loved seeing the protest in Mexico. We need to embody that kind of spirit. We need to be doing stuff in order to take our country back as well from the fucking commies, dude.
Mandy, capturaron a Maduro.
No! What? Oh, yes! ¡No! Oh, de verdad, te lo juro. You promise? I promise.
Look at her plushie corner. Yeah, Iran is in the middle of it too. I haven't gotten to the Iran tabs because there's been so much fucking going on, man.
De verdad, te lo juro. En serio. Dan todas las noticias. Mira tu teléfono.
That's great. That's fucking great. That's like a "we're going to Disney" commercial, right, dude?
Dormimos los venezolanos en todo el mundo. El día llegó. Donald Trump confirmó la captura del maldito nacido hijo de Nicolás Maduro, carajo.
Trump
Cayó
didn't
el
need to inform Congress for this. The same as Reagan didn't need to tell them when he went into Panama to arrest Manuel Noriega.
Hell yeah. Darth Andrea, thank you for the fucking 50, man. Thank you for the fucking 50. If only we could have more people in our country arrested for the fraud that's going on. Now that the thing in Venezuela has been concluded, hopefully they can turn their attention to what's going on in Minnesota and Maine. And to a lesser degree, I'm sure we're going to find it in other states as well.
Rayman!
Did you say Rayman? Let's take all the commies and push them somewhere else. Side scrollers, jiggles. Ganguin, thank you for the Dark Knights. The fact that none of this was leaked at all means Trump has secured a mass of people he can trust in the military. True. True and real. Venezuelans are going to be rating very high on the next scale of countries that love America. We gave them a second Christmas. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Venezuela. Small Nyanta, thank you. Honestly, it's very white pill to see so many people happy at how things are. Even if we did bomb them. Well, we bombed the military bases. Like I said at the beginning of stream, I'd still be really fucking nervous to have bombs going off so close to, like, where I'm living. But they did bomb only military facilities and stuff. There were 0 casualties, so... Very, very nice. Goes to show there's always a light at the end of every tunnel, bros. Exactly. Exactly. The feeling of the nation has been waiting for so long for this moment, yeah. Man, you would think that they won the World Cup or something.
Mi gente, libre, libre. Agarraron a Maduro, se fueron ya. ¡Qué felicidad! ¡Dios, gracias! Voy a ir para Los Roques, voy a ir para Margarita, voy a ir para mi tierra bella, Dios mío, Venezuela.
I have no idea what he's saying, but I feel how happy he is.
Gracias, Dios. Gracias, Señor. Mi gente. Dios mío, no sé ni cómo explicarle ni qué decirle. Pero el régimen de Maduro se fue. Tío Donald Trump. Gracias, tío. Gracias, tío.
You would think they won a soccer game, but all they did was win their country back.
Adiós, Maduro. Adiós, Chavita. Adiós, váyanse a la mierda.
That type of excitement is extremely contagious. Yeah, it is. Like, it makes me feel extra fucking happy. I love seeing it, man. He has very infectious excitement. He could be a very good hype man. Hell yeah, listen to the screaming, man! Glory to God, Maduro is gone. That's crazy! That's crazy! This is extremely white pilling. The black pill doomers who said Trump wouldn't do anything now have to eat their words. Praise God and God bless the United States. I fucking love seeing this, and I want this to be us as well. Oh, there's only one more. Okay. Holy shit! That's crazy! There's so many people fucking cheering on apartment balconies, man! Cowbell! We need more cowbell, Venezuela! Is this in Venezuela? Yes, they are celebrating Maduro being arrested. Maybe when Trump said he would run for president again. This is... Or he meant the Venezuelan president? Oh, fuck. I know one yet. They need to break out the vuvuzelas. La Raza, Venezuela. Wait, isn't La Raza a gang? That's fucking great. We need this in our country. We need to see this kind of fucking excitement after arrests in our country. We need that. Thank you, Mr. Gorilla Rape, for putting together this very white pilling thread. Jesus Christ. I've linked it in the chat. La Raza in this case means the people. Oh, okay. La Raza is a Mexican concept. I see. Oh, I see. Is this fake? You don't see anyone? It sounds like the audio is edited over video of someone panning randomly. I mean, he's just collected all of these videos. So, I mean, you just have to rely, I guess, on grain of salt that he's being honest with these, right? Young Venezuelans were streaming when they found out the news of the U.S. strike on Venezuela. Their joy was raw and uncontainable.
Los gringos están invadiendo bases. Se acaban de meter en Venezuela. ¿Qué pasó, bro? No, están matando a Maduro. Sí, marico, están reventando bases aéreas. Marico, me cagué muy feo.
That guy's face was my face when Cat P Fetish told me that someone tried to assassinate Trump while I was live. The Wastelander, thank you. Donald moves to the outside cuts. Left moves up to the middle. Cool! Alejandro Trombono, thank you. Brings a joyful tear to your eyes. It do definitely be. Anthony, thank you. We do a little bit of evil maxing by dropping some bombs and snatching a dictator. And we make so many people happy. It's the year of evil max. That's not evil. That's good. A literally good thing. Nick Sortor just posted on Twitter. Can I have the link?
Papi, ay, papi. Ya va. En serio, ya, ¿qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? Hermano, sí. Sí, ¿qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? Llévala, ¿qué pasó?
I hope I can celebrate just as happily once we start removing commies in our country.
Papi, bombardearon Venezuela, ¿qué pasó?
The Latina milkers! Jesus Christ. That's great to see, man. Alpha Chad Fenor, thank you. Venezuelans have shown up in NYC to counter protest. Yeah, I saw one video of that earlier. AZ, my dude, thank you. Only a matter of time before it happens here. I fucking hope so. Happy New Year, brother. Did he shake his booty at the camera? I don't know. I was just too excited with them. Mika Lim, thank you. No fear of pushback. Truly, commies are the worst. Truly. Truly, thank you, No Brainer. Let me grab this link from you. Let me grab this link. M Stealth GT, thank you. What is this feeling in your heart? Happiness, hope, and joy? No, I don't believe this. Where's the bitterness? This doesn't feel right. Welcome, Mr. Grinch. Your heart has grown 3 sizes on this day. The day a communist has been deposed. Ted Comet, thank you. Can't wait for the media to call Timu Stalin an innocent fisherman. 2, Trump will probably have ICE outside election centers this election, especially in Minnesota. 3, Trump could have waited until January 6th. I wonder if he has anything planned for January 6th. Wouldn't it be funny if he just sent in ICE and the National Guard to Minnesota on the 6th? Chad M, thank you for the member. Thank you. Let me bring this bitch up. Let's see here. Gonna be a lot of American flags being waved in Venezuela after this. They should be waving the Venezuelan flag. They should be waving the Venezuelan flag. Pete Hegseth just told whiny Democrats to get lost after they complained Hegseth didn't allow them to leak the Venezuelan operation. Wow. Wow, dude. Wow, dude. That's crazy.
Well, we're postured, and the president said the blockade continues, no oil going in and out, no drug boats allowed to traffic in the Caribbean or the East Pac, so we're still poised there. This was a law enforcement exercise. It was the Department of War in support of the Department of Justice pulling out an indicted person who ultimately will face justice, and Marco was clear there that this is not something you notify Congress about beforehand, but were there to be more or extensions to this, of course we'll keep Congress involved. They're our partners, and we would do so. Well, we're postured, and
great to hear. Get fucked, retards. Get fucked, retards. Never tell them anything, they will leak it, right? Imagine having to hide your military strategy from Democrat members of Congress because they would leak it to the enemy. That's because they've become the enemy of the people. They hate Americans. Play Freebird, hell yeah. Alexa, play Freebird. If you don't know, you know now.
Venga por mí. Aquí lo espero en Miraflores. No se tarde en llegar, cobarde.
And now, if you don't know, now you know.
Thank you, the White House. See, this is what I want. I want the crazy fucking memes after they do something. All right, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Hold on, I gotta go fucking tweet this because that's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. I cannot believe this is from the official White House account, man. Hold on, I need confetti emotes. Where's the, like, confetti? Celebration. Help, I can't type. Oh, should I do maracas instead of confetti? I feel like maracas would be good, right? Let's do fucking get some maracas up in here. I love maracas. Let's fucking go. Both? Okay, should do maracas and confetti? Okay, hold on. Where's the confetti? I'll put a confetti emote in between the maracas emotes. There we go. There we go. Confetti and maracas. Hold on. I put a lot of maracas. I love maracas, man. I love saying maracas. Okay. Excellent. Sombrero. Oh, there's a sombrero emote? Missed fucking opportunity. Octavio, thank you. Viva Marco Rubio. A White House that shitpost in victory is something you never knew you wanted, but you're glad you got. It's pretty fucking great. Just below that post is the White House posting a fuck around find out meme. What? What the fuck? You're Maduro at 2 a.m. on Saturday, January 3rd, 2026. Can you send choppers into Minnesota? Yeah, can we liberate Minnesota next, please? Maduro made that statement on August 11th, 2025 during a speech responding to the U.S. increasing the bounty on him to $50 million. He challenged them to come to Miraflores Palace. That's fucking great. That's fucking great, man. Point of view, your Delta team. I guess maybe they posted it and it's like below it here. You're in Minnesota. You're oppressed and need liberation. October. That's the 19 minutes ago one I just retweeted. No. Wait, is that a different one? Nicolas Maduro had a chance until he didn't. The Trump admin will always defend American citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic.
Venga por mí.
Last night, on the order of the President of the United States,
Aquí lo esperan Miraflores.
and in support of a request from the Department of Justice.
Sorry, I started playing it in the wrong browser. Hold on a second, chat. I forgot I made a tweet. I forgot. I'm so excited I can't pay attention, chat. They would have been funny as a Curb Your Enthusiasm. True, that would have been funny too. We realized everyone over at Blue Sky probably wasn't seeing our content, so we decided to fix that. Here are some of the greatest hits. That's not what I wanted. Hold on, let me go back to their fucking page. Coconut moment. Look, I can't be intelligent all the time. Here we go. Here's what I was trying to play. South Africa next, Mr. Trump, please. No. We must liberate Minnesota. Must liberate Minnesota first. That's American clay, okay?
Venga por mí.
Last night, on the order of the President of the United States,
Aquí lo esperan Miraflores.
and in support of a request from the Department of Justice,
No se tarde en llegar.
the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice 2 indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro.
Nicolas Maduro had his chance until he didn't. He effed around and he found out.
This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history.
Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know.
Thank you,
Because
Lamarco.
this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, you know, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well.
That's a pretty good fucking video. I like the Venga por mí. Crocodile. Fuck, you might re-enlist. Kidding. Fuck that shit. You love the if you don't know, now you know. Yeah, I like the way he said that. That was pretty fucking funny. That was pretty funny. That's the one I retweeted. No games, fuck around, find out. Oh, man. Oh, man, that reminds me of the Straight Outta Compton memes from Poll, like, many years ago. I would love to meet the man shitposting behind this account, dude. Imagine if it's actually just Barron Trump. The fact they blew up Chavez's corpse before they left for good measure is the most baller thing in existence. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. That's a white pill. That would be amazing. He's quoting a Biggie Smalls song. Holy shit, that's great. That's great, man. They did bomb Hugo Chavez's tomb before leaving. Barron running the USA propaganda department. That's just shit posting. They hired the top tier shit poster for the job. I would love to know. His identity needs to be protected, but I'd love to meet the man, you know? Don't play games with President Trump. Man, they are doing victory laps. Is this the same thing?
This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out.
Say it.
And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And
A wolf and wing sable, thank you. F Iran, now Venezuela. Who's next? Maybe it's Big Balls. Oh my god. That's pretty fucking great. That's pretty great. Let me see here. Yeah, help! Ooh, that one was so bad. My headset got knocked off. Damn. Got a Nick Sordor here. Just in, Secretary Hegseth. Wait, no, I already opened this. We already watched this. What's the next one? I'm backed up in the chat. Nicolas Maduro aboard a U.S. government helicopter has touched down in Manhattan. Soon he'll arrive at his nice comfy concrete bed in a notoriously disgusting federal jail in Brooklyn. And justice is served. Helicopter! 18-year-old recruit that matched the missile at the mausoleum is having a ball. Imagine the afterglow of you being the guy. Enjoy Seacot, puto! Penitent Lizard, thank you. Bet it's the big balls guy they had in Doge. That'd be great. That'd be great. The whirly birds! It's true, commies do get helicopter rides. There's a joke I'm about to bring up. I don't want to steal this guy's joke, but it's a fucking good one. You don't see why you complained. He actually had a landing to go with his helicopter ride. True and real. Shame we can't throw him out while it's in the sky. Damn, look at all these, like, fucking beefcake, corn-fed American security dudes.
As nice as this is to see, don't forget that many in the US would celebrate the same way, if not more, if Trump was arrested like this. Enemies still abound.
The problem with that is that Trump isn't a dictator or a communist. He's just a normal politician guy. But yeah, they would celebrate because they're fucking retarded and they hate America. Very true. Stay vigilant. True and real. Corn-fed, cornbread, big American dudes. I love the corn-fed, big American dudes. Price for freedom is eternal vigilance, and somewhere along the way we forgot about that. You love to see it. Look at the doggo. Use an insurance policy.
Looks like they pulled out.
Ivan, thank you, my guy. God, thank you for making the commies in America so low IQ. They openly support dictators while claiming Trump is a dictator. They got the Somali intelligence stat. They did not spec correctly on their character sheet. So many cameras, yeah, it is. In Chile, the president condemned the attack on Venezuela. Funny thing, Maduro cut all diplomatic relationship with Chile and pretty much called him an idiot. Thankfully, the next Chilean president is an extreme far-right one. When did he get sworn in? Look how happy they are!
Venezuela! No que ya se fue. Esperemos que sabemos que va a ir.
Oh, my feet are cold, chat. I need cats to sit on them. I just moved my legs and realized my feet are fucking freezing. Holy shit. God has the greatest sense of humor. We're not to question it, only sit back and enjoy it. Yeah, I don't want to steal the joke from this guy, so I'm gonna bring it up. It's fucking... Today's daring raid has brought to my attention that some special force operatives don't know what you're supposed to do when you have a communist in a helicopter. President Boric is a fucking fat retard. I don't know anything about you fat fucking retards in Chile. I'm sorry. Some chatter would volunteer their face for warmth. Gotta admit, the Midwest corn-fed Americans are some big-ass dudes that'll fold your clothes with you in them and then gently swaddle their kid to sleep 20 minutes later. True. True. I love the corn-fed men. This is also a good meme. This is also a good meme. Guy is a statistician who got his face mauled by a pit bull the other day and is now posting pit bulls nonstop. Wait, this guy, the Creme U guy? Yeah, I feel like getting mauled by a pit bull is like getting robbed by a youth, right? Like, it changes your mind on a lot of things. But I like this meme. This is a great meme. He's gone total pity unalived. Jesus Christ. This is a great meme. This is great. He's going on a crusade against pit bulls recently. Despite the expected necessity for globalized communism for it to work, there's no honor amongst different sects of communists. Very similar to Islam in that manner. What's that light? Wastelander, thank you. They got the anime laugh. You have my attention! Oh my god. Communism is the pit bull of politics. True and real. You love the Limmy waking up meme and all of its derivatives. Same. I love it as well. I think someone made one
Spicy
with like me
raid.
in it.
What the hell is a spicy cat raid?
Mook and a lady, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're celebrating the liberation of Venezuela. Viva la Venezuela, baby. Grumpy Ian, thank you. Personally, you think they should have put Maduro in El Salvador or ADX? You're sorry for the raid message. What Buttalube is the beta Buttalube? The beta Buttalube? I don't know. Whenever I think of Buttalube, I always think of that lady that swallowed an entire bar of butter. That's like, can I find that? That lives rent-free in my head. Lady swallows a whole bar of butter. I think it should be a stick of butter. Oh yeah, this one. There's a woman swallows entire stick of butter. Why is it on TikTok, of all places? This video predates TikTok. Not a TikTok, a video. Browser. Bam.
You got it. You don't get it. You got it. I'll take the rest. I'm afraid of what? You totally got it. No way. Holy fucking shit. Oh my goddess. Lord, hallelujah.
Like, that's fucking wild. That's a fucking wild party trick, man. Holy shit. It's like Paula Deen was a man. What the fuck? You're proposing immediately. She has a snake throat. Yeah, that's a snake woman in a human disguise. This Lamia is gonna fucking eat you. Oh, Binary Mind found the me version of the meme. Thank you, Binary Mind. Thank you, Binary Mind. Holy shit. Thank you. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Imperial Productions, thank you. Kirsche, look up the Vince Vance song about Iran and keep it in your pocket for when Trump inevitably orders strikes on them. I don't know what this means. I shouldn't have human ears, but it is what it is. Yeah, AI isn't perfect. I don't have human ears. I only have Foxu ears. Only Foxu ears. That's the lore, man. What is this? What is this? I'm opening this. Kirsche face reveal, but it's 4 a.m. A big fucking foxy is true. Oh, this is quote retweeting that Onion person from earlier. Jesus fucking Christ, the United States is the greatest demonic country in the world. And someone said, liberals, when you execute a flawless, surgically precise operation with essentially zero harm to the civilian population in order to arrest a universally reviled leader in accordance with international law and the R2P doctrine on which every humanitarian intervention is based on. But if you arrest a communist, they start worrying about, oh no, I am also a communist. Don't call Kirsche at 3 a.m. Please don't. Please don't. I will be half dead, brother man. Literally half dead. And I think that finally concludes all of the tabs that I have open on Venezuela. Congratulations, Venezuela, for obtaining your freedoms. Hopefully, the people that you elected last year as they get into power will do well by you. And hopefully, America won't use this as a reason to just kind of stay there forever. We love allies. We don't love puppet state. I don't want that. As an American citizen, I do not want a puppet state. I want you guys to govern yourselves, to rule yourselves, and be an ally. That'd be great. That woman deep-throated almost 1,000 calories. Well, she should have deep-throated an actual dick. That's so less calories. They're also socialist, by the way, Kier. Don't say that. Venezuela could be the 51st state. Zachary Rollick, thank you. Pretty sure you have human ears in your intro. Yeah, I didn't notice that when he finished the artwork. So, I mean, that's just going to be that way, unfortunately. I just get so excited when artists finish something, I forget to do a final check sometime, you know? Ashmir Lives, thank you for the swastikas. You fell asleep after putting your daughter to bed and now you woke up. You need to run a load of laundry before going back to bed. Glad you're still on. Hell yeah, brother man. Don't even have a mechanic to even be there forever, unlike the sandbox. The leader is already in our possession. True. True, we have beaten the mechanics. I did want to recap a bit of Minnesota stuff, but let me see if there's anything I should bring up that's in my tabs before I just do another loop on Minnesota. I guess I was wondering if there'd be an update on, like, Carmelo Anthony or the guy that killed Irina Zarutska. I can't remember his name. I guess that's a good thing. Prometheus, my guy, thank you for the 2 gift subs. Thank you. And I haven't seen any updates on Carmelo, but Sarah Fields did post this. She said, activists and advocates for Carmelo Anthony, the Frisco ISD student who fatally stabbed Austin Metcalf, are now attempting to frame me and have me jailed. For months, supporters of Carmelo Anthony have targeted me over my factual, detailed reporting on this case. I've been swatted, subjected to false reports to Child Protective Services, and one individual is currently sitting in jail for making threats against my family. A new conspiracy theory has now emerged. Activists are pushing a false claim that I sent people to Drew Anthony's workplace in an effort to get him fired or force him to resign. Their supposed evidence consists of fabricated text messages presented by a new Carmelo Anthony supporter who claims to be a journalist. This activist authored a 20-page petition calling for me to be investigated and sent it to candidates for Texas Attorney General. The intent is clear: to frame me for something I did not do and push for my incarceration. They're not even attempting to conceal that objective. The petition is filled with out-of-context allegations and inflammatory rhetoric. It was signed by Christopher King and convicted activist Tiffany McAdoo, also known as Tiffany Billions, who had been openly supported as an advocate by the Anthony family themselves. The petition concludes with a statement, "Your move, guys. Don't just do the white thing, do the right thing." I will include the petition in this thread for full transparency. And here's a video.
I mean, even a good journalist would never use something from someone who just says user, period. They would never use anything from just someone who says user. They would verify and make sure that that person is a legit person. They would get their name, get all that kind of stuff. So
Hello. My name is Sarah Fields, and I'm an investigative journalist and reporter. I'm also an activist in Texas, a mother of 4. Let's talk. I don't need to sit here and try to defend myself as a journalist. My work can speak for itself, and there's not an issue with you going to Google, looking up my name, Sarah Fields, going to my platform, Sarah is Censored, going to my Facebook, Sarah J. Fields, and looking at all my work. Go look under my highlights tab. I have exposed more public schools in this nation alone than countless other.
When you're trying to explain who you are, especially to people who don't know who you are, it's not narcissistic to explain the work that you do and how well known the work that you do is. This is like when oh god, I can't even remember the name of the fucking YouTube channel, and I used to watch it. This is when that one, like, large YouTube channel claimed that Bridge was just something that grifters made up because he thought that it came from Grums and not me. And I was like, well, that's kind of fucking weird, considering I'm the only person who'd been talking about it, and everyone else who talks about it links to me, since it's my uncovering, you know? And there were some people in my comments who were like, you sound really narcissistic and egotistical talking about how much you've done. And it's like, well, how else am I supposed to explain it to people who don't know who the fuck I am? Because most people don't know who the fuck I am, because I'm pretty fucking tiny, all things considered. Upper echelon, thank you. Thank you, I forgot about that. So it's like, I don't think it's narcissistic, and I don't think it's egotistical to explain the work that she does, because this is going to reach people who don't know who the fuck she is, you know?
Other journalists and mainstream media sources. I'm known for my reporting on the recent stabbings. I'm known for my reporting on the trucker incidents. I have been nationally recognized by the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy. I could go on, but I don't need to. Either you can look at my prior video or you can just go research me for yourself. I am a conservative journalist, just letting you know that. That being said, I'm also the journalist who very extensively covered the Carmelo Anthony story. If you don't know, Carmelo Anthony is who stabbed Austin Metcalf in the heart on April 2nd.
And we've actually read a lot of her reporting, and even after her reporting, we've read about all the people attacking her and going after her for trying to showcase like the amount of really weird things the people in defense of Carmelo are doing. It's not narcissism to prove your credibility when it's questioned. It's only narcissism when you're asserting your ego on other people to feel more superior. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully she keeps up the good work. Yeah, exactly. A penitent lizard, thank you. Venezuelans be like, time to party like it's 1845. I don't know what happened in 1845. It's Kome Gohan, thank you. Made dinner for chat. It's steak, almost done. I want steak.
At a track meet in Frisco, at Frisco ISD property. He is now out on bail, awaiting trial June 1st for M1. A lot of people came to me for my reporting on this story. I reached millions, not nationwide, worldwide. I reached millions. Not only for my reporting on the story alone, but also for my reporting on the individuals who have represented the Anthony family. Drew Anthony has brought on some very interesting advocates for his family and his son, such as Dominique Alexander, a career criminal, and then now this new advocate, Tiffany Billions. Now, Tiffany Billions works directly with Drew Anthony. We already have evidence of this. And I have been relentlessly targeted over the months. You can also look that up. It's been on the news. They attempted to swap my home. They have targeted me with CPS. They have defamed me by trying to say that I am a Smith head,
Smith head? Targeting with CPS seems to have become more popular in recent years. Because like Ethan Klein also had that issue with people going after him, targeting CPS for his children. It's it's a nasty fucking tactic, but like nothing is too low for these people, and it is grotesque.
Live in a dump heap on the side of the road, that I am a prostitute, and have even gotten other people such as Charleston White to repeat these lies to his thousands and thousands of subscribers on YouTube. This escalated to the point that an individual was threatening to kill me and my family, and while I was pregnant with my child, and ended up being arrested not long after I gave birth to my child. Jesus. And is now sitting here in county jail awaiting a hearing for threatening to kill my family. And yes, this person was a Carmelo Anthony supporter. And yes, this person was acquaintances with Tiffany Billions and Drew Anthony, Carmelo Anthony's dad. Needless to say, I have been through a lot, and this Tiffany Billions person, who's the advocate for the Anthony family, continues to bring on new clowns, new actors to try and target me, and have quite literally said that they want me in jail. And now, here is the new conspiracy about me. This person, this King guy, this Christopher King guy, claims to be a prior attorney. I think he was a property attorney, and claims to be a journalist. And he's not a credible one. And I'm about to prove it to you.
Okay.
Here you go.
But we're not done yet. I have text messages from one of her friends that directly indicate that she and others...
First of all, one of my friends, how do you know this? Moving on.
Yeah, true.
Others directly conspired to run Drew Anthony out of his business. You know, they would show up at his dealership, drive cars, pretend to buy them.
And there are people who actually are believing this when like the person that they're messaging just says user. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me?
And then once the deal was ready to be closed, indicate to the dealership that they wouldn't buy a car there, you know, because of Carmelo. And there were racial terms thrown in with that too, from what I hear. I can't verify that part.
No, you can't.
But, you know.
First of all, let me get this out of the way. I dare you to find anything racist about my reporting.
True.
I dare you. Moving on.
Well, actually... It's probably just racist to report on how a black man killed a white man in cold blood, allegedly, with a knife. You know, that's racist. You shouldn't notice that.
The difference between a good journalist and one with just a narrative. I don't quite know what you think this is, but this is not evidence of anything. Considering the fact that these people have already attempted to swap my home, targeted me with CPS, made up horrendous lies about me, a mother, who's just trying to live her life and do her reporting, her job, it would not be out of the scope that this could all just be fake, right? I don't know who this person is. And when you try to look up this person, you can't find this account. Because yeah, I wanted to question this person.
Obviously.
And this usually indicates that this person deleted their account. That's usually what this indicates. But this conversation makes no sense whatsoever. This doesn't even go with this. What is this? I would love to see this entire conversation. Oh, well, she asked me on the phone and I stupidly didn't record it. Now, this so-called journalist is attempting to use this as evidence that I went to Jeff Metcalf's church. Jeff Metcalf is the father of Austin, who was stabbed in the heart and murdered. I went to his church, rallied a group together, and sent them to Drew's job in an effort to get him to resign.
That wouldn't make any sense, because Metcalf's dad's a fucking cuck who's been doing nothing but preaching forgiveness for the kid that murdered his son. Like, that literally wouldn't even make any sense.
Or fired, I don't know. And now they are saying that they're going to get this evidence together, send it to the Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, whom I know, and I know is going to laugh at it and toss it directly into the trash, in an effort to put me in jail. I have no idea who this Maddie person is. It's not a friend of mine. As a journalist, that would have been my first thing, was to go and see who are Sarah's friends. You didn't do that. I would have asked for the full conversation. You didn't do that either. You just have a few screenshots of people claiming that I supposedly sent people to Drew's job.
Well, it's
as an
called
attorney, I would
Gohan,
think you would know
thank
that's
you.
not evidence. That's
It might be too spicy. Why are you making spicy steak? That's weird. Also, the clip is messed up. Yeah, this is very messed up. She's had the Carmelo Anthony supporters going after her for ages now, and it's really grotesque.
Now, as an actual journalist, if someone came to me with this story and provided those screenshots to me as evidence, I would ask them, do you have something else?
Right.
Because that's not evidence. And if they said no, I would tell them, no, I'm not running that story.
Exactly.
I'm not writing that article. In fact, I'll probably laugh at you. And then I'll probably question your character. Because if I ran a story like that, I would be guilty of defamation. And it would be irresponsible as a journalist. If I tried to put out a story like that and provided those screenshots as evidence, my following, my 500,000 followers would be like, is Sarah okay? We're not used to this. We're used to the facts.
And like, I'm not a journalist, but that's why I constantly ask you guys for like proof of stuff, right? Because people will like throw out, you know, stuff in chat. And I'm like, do you have proof of this? Because like, I don't want to say this is a real thing with like out some kind of proof, you know? And when I bring up something like that lady talking about Dominion, Sarah Powell, whatever her name was, I think it was Sarah Powell, whatever, something Powell. I was like, I never heard of this lady. I don't know what's going on. You guys in chat were saying she lost a lawsuit. Massive fucking grain of salt for anything regarding her and what she's saying in that case. Because like, I don't know what's going on with that. It was just something that was linked to me. And if I didn't have time to vet it, I want to be like, all right, don't take Sidney Powell. Thank you, Sidney Powell. It's just like, I don't want anybody to take this as like complete fact when I'm not sure. And it's the same with reporting on like shootings and stuff happening in real time. I don't like reporting names because a lot of the times the first name reported is the wrong name. And I wouldn't want to be part of implicating an actually innocent person in something they have no business being implicated in. Always demand receipts. Yeah, always demand receipts. Especially if it's something that's going to like reinforce an opinion you already have. Always ask for receipts.
Used to factual information, we're used to documents and receipts. This is a narrative. This is not a real story. But yet here it is. Someone who claims to be a journalist. There is not a single journalist or attorney would accept that as evidence. This is clear targeting. This is a clear narrative to attempt to frame me and silence me in any possible way they can. They even want to put me in jail. They have no problem doing that.
Insanity.
Because they don't care about good families or
They
children.
don't.
They don't care about my life. They don't care about anyone's life. They care about their narrative. They would deprive my children of a mother because they hate me that much. They know that the one who controls the narrative controls the people.
True.
And they know that right now a lot of people look to me for the facts and they don't look to them. So they want me gone. Every act of censorship is an admission of fear. If I wasn't telling the truth and I was just some hack journalist, you wouldn't be doing this to me. You wouldn't be afraid. But you are very clearly afraid. People don't work this hard to silence a lie. Have a good day. If
it was hopeless, their propaganda would not be necessary.
So sure that Carmelo Anthony was innocent, you would not be targeting me the way you are. You wouldn't care about me at all.
True.
It's really sad that you're too stupid to see that.
Imagine. Doc Holliday, thank you. One of the biggest problems in the West is letting stupid folks believe that they're smart. Stupid folks should know that they're stupid. This will stop a lot of this. I don't know if you can convince a stupid person that they're stupid. It's pretty sad. Ken Paxton should take the report and investigate every claim, get sworn affidavits, and charge everyone with filing a false police report. That would be pretty interesting. And she said, the petition in question sent to Ryan Raybould, no idea why, Joan Huffman, Aaron Wrights, Joe Jaworski, and Nathan Johnson. I'm sure they'll take swift action and toss it directly into the trash. And let's see what this said. Hey, Senator Ted Cruz, you're somehow involved too. What the fuck? Carmelo Anthony petition for transparency to the USAG and Texas DA candidates. This demand is hereby made of Ryan Raybould, Joan Huffman, Aaron Wrights, Joe Jaworski, and Nathan Johnson, with the express caveat that failure to address the matter may impact your ascension to office. You don't have enough MAGA faithful to win without the support of the black vote, and the overwhelming majority of that black vote shares our concerns, as does an increasing number of non-black voters. The original title is Carmelo Anthony Petition for Transparency to USAG and Texas DA Candidates. We the people stand resolved and submit as follows, just as all people who saw the video before Frisco ISD zoomed it out to Mars have indicated, 4 boys bum-rushed Carmelo Anthony, who was seated at that point, and who remained seated at the point of being assaulted. The treatment of this case is a whitewash and a prime example of institutionalized racism. The government actors and private actors subject to 42 USC liabilities are staining the badge and setting race relations back to the 1960s. Holy fuck. So this is just like 20 pages of like random lies then? That's kind of nuts. No wonder she said that it would just be laughed at and thrown out. So here's Sarah Fields. They already have moved into a massive 3,500 square foot home valued at over $800K that they're renting from Indian investors out of Frisco. I remember that. Here's the Maddie B texts. Someone on their team asked, did she offer to pay you to drive by the dealership and the Anthony's home, or did she want you to do this freely? Maddie responded, she wanted me to do it for free. Clean it up, Jaddies! They respond with, what? In all caps. Maddie says, I have considered telling Mike Howard what I know and turning over any texts. She needs to be on the gag order. Okay, well, if you have texts, why didn't you turn them over in this conversation? So the guy said, I would love to do that. And Maddie responded, first she wanted Dominique in jail, then Kevin, then somehow you came onto her radar, and then Charleston. She has harassed Harry Sisson and some other guys that expose pedos. Isn't Harry Sissy that guy who got told by some other, like, workout guy on Twitter that if this was, like, ancient Greece, Harry Sissy would be, like, his concubine or some shit? Wasn't that guy? Yes? Okay, I remember that. Who doesn't bully Harry? That's the only thing I remember. And then Maddie continued, what? Expose the corrupt department and something X? That doesn't even make any sense. And then there's a picture here with, like, I don't know, that picture doesn't match up with Maddie's picture, so who knows who this is. It says, no lies have been told, stop messaging me, separate yourself from Dominique Alexander. You are tanking your own reputation by being affiliated with him. That man is evil. And until you separate yourself from Next Generation Action Network, I will never stop reporting on him. And whoever the person in blue is said, you sure, if I can give you the report and the video of what happened with text from the chief and investigators, will you apologize publicly and leave us alone? And the person responded, just so you know, don't you dare talk to me about making your family unsafe. I have done nothing but reported the truth. Maybe this is Sarah's old picture? I have no idea. I have no idea who that is. Sarah Fields here, saying, let's hope so. My reporting on Dominique Alexander has reached millions on the X platform. I believe and hope that it has slowed down the donations considerably. The fact that they're still making donations to a guy who is an alleged murderer is a little crazy. Some more Sarah Fields. She's a nobody. Carmelo Anthony's family, following the murder charge in the Austin Metcalf, plans to use blah, blah, blah. We read this, like, when this happened. Screenshot all of this from my defamation case. Also, 42 USC 1985 is for government officials. Very surprised you don't know that since you were a big attorney. Breaking, I've confirmed with the Collin County. So they're just posting a bunch of, like, Sarah's public tweets and shit. They're posting a bunch of this. There's 20 pages, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Literally none of this is true. What in the almighty hilarious fan fiction are we looking at here? Imagine. USAG isn't even an elected position. Danny Nad, thank you for the 19-month member, my guy. Ulgrim the Crusader, thank you. Wow, people really want this to be their new St. Floyd. I mean, it's a very interesting thing, and I very much hope that the trial will be public. The Watchman, thank you. Bit of a non sequitur, but you're almost finished with your new PC. Hopefully you didn't scuff anything and we'll be able to play Crisis on Max. Good luck, my guy. Good fucking luck. You wouldn't be surprised if he was. Harry Pisson is a loser. That's an understatement. I literally don't remember anything else about him except for that. But, unlucky. Unlucky Sarah Fields having so many fucking issues here. That kind of sucks for that lady. I'm sure we'll get more updates on that, because once you start getting harassed by these people, they don't fucking stop. Unfortunately. Let's see. We're getting close to the end here, but I would like to see what else I can bring up. A little extra white pill to top off the Maduro guy getting fucking taken in by U.S. forces. Federal Appeals Court says California open carry ban is unconstitutional. A Ninth Circuit panel said the ban ran afoul of a 2022 Supreme Court ruling that required courts to evaluate gun laws based on the country's historical tradition of firearm regulation. Metallic Church, thank you. Anyone who's seen the video has come to this conclusion. Is that so? Then releasing it should be no issue, right? And the Daily Mail that we read when they saw the video did not come to that conclusion. So I would like to know. I'd like to see the video, dear sirs. The Wastelander, thank you. Speaking of games, what happened to your game, Kier? Shh, we don't talk about that. A federal appellate court ruled Friday that California cannot ban people from openly carrying firearms because the prohibition was an unconstitutional violation of the Second Amendment. The split decision by a 3-judge panel of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals said the state's ban ran afoul of a 2022 Supreme Court ruling that required courts to evaluate gun laws based on the country's historical tradition of firearm regulation. Sorry, I had to make sure I wasn't getting any kind of important message here. Because openly carrying weapons was a historical practice in the 18th century, it cannot be outlawed by today's lawmakers, Judge Lawrence Van Dyke wrote in the court's 2-1 majority opinion. The historical record makes unmistakably plain that open carry is part of this nation's history and tradition, Judge Van Dyke wrote. It was clearly protected at the time of the founding and at the time of the adoption of the 14th Amendment. The case was filed in 2019 by Mark Baird, a resident of Siskiyou County, a rural area in Northern California, who sought to openly carry his gun locally and elsewhere in the state. A lower court judge initially sided with the state of California, but Mr. Baird's lawyers argued to the Ninth Circuit that the decision had conflicted with the 2022 Supreme Court ruling. California law prohibits people from openly carrying firearms in counties with at least 200,000 residents, which amounts to a ban for 95% of the state's population. California allows residents of less populated counties to apply for an open carry license, but the process has been so convoluted that it has been impossible for anyone to obtain a license, the court found. State lawmakers passed the current open carry ban in 2011, partly in response to a growing movement of gun owners who wanted to openly display their unloaded firearms as they went about their everyday lives. Law enforcement groups pushed for the law because they felt officers were placed in precarious situations when they tried to determine whether people showing their weapons were threatening or law-abiding. If you just have a gun in a holster, that's not fucking threatening. What do you mean? What the fuck? Also, yeah, unloaded? What the fuck? What the fuck? Holy shit. It's Kome Gohan, thank you. Can you get a shout out to your nephew Nick that got straight A's on his second to last high school semester? Well, don't let him watch the rest of my content, I suppose, because, you know, it sounds like he might be underage, but congratulations, Nick, on getting straight A's in your second to last high school semester. I remember high school. Congratulations. Congratulations, nephew Nick. Wolf and Winged Sable, thank you. Robert O'Neill, the SEAL who got Bin Laden and is openly gay, was the one who said Sisson would be his bitch. Oh, that's fucking perfect. That's fucking beautiful. Based SEAL guy. Honk Hill, thank you. Get rid of carry laws. Everyone should be strapped. Hard fucking agree. Wastelander, thank you. You had sex with the centaur, didn't you? What? 2 Ninth Circuit judges who ruled against the state, Judge Van Dyke and Judge Kenneth K. Lee, were appointed by President Trump during his first term. The dissenting judge on the panel said that California's ban on open carry was constitutional because the state allowed residents to carry firearms with a concealed weapons permit. A state may not prohibit the public carriage of firearms by eliminating both open and concealed carry, but a state can lawfully eliminate one manner of carry to protect and ensure the safety of its citizens, as long as they are able to carry in another manner, wrote Judge N. Randy Smith, who was appointed by President George W. Bush. Yeah, imagine what people think of the Bushes. Governor Gavin Newsom of California criticized the decision, no surprise there, calling the 2 judges Republican activists who wanted to return to the days of the Wild West. He expressed confidence that the ruling would be overturned. Wow, check out that projection. Check out the projection when the man with the party with all the activist judges that prevent our laws from being actually enforced now calls Republican judges enforcing our Constitution the activists. They always cry when they strike you. The California Department of Justice is reviewing the opinion and considering all options, said Joanne Adams, a spokeswoman for the agency. We are committed to defending California's common sense gun laws. No such thing. No such thing. Costas Moros, director of legal research and education with the Second Amendment Foundation, praised the decision on X, but said that he expected a larger panel of Ninth Circuit judges to override the ruling through an en banc rehearing process. The Ninth Circuit will still reverse it, of course, but they will have to ignore Bruin and history again to do so, Mr. Moros wrote. Referring to the 2022 Supreme Court case named New York State Rifle and Pistol Association Incorporated versus Bruin. Adam Winkler, a constitutional law professor at the University of California, Los Angeles, said the ruling from the Ninth Circuit pushes the boundaries of the Second Amendment by recasting the prior interpretation that states can ban either open or concealed as long as they don't prohibit both. He said the ruling was emblematic of the confusing state of U.S. gun laws, since the Supreme Court's 2022 decision required analyzing each one to find a historical antecedent, and he also predicted that the decision would be overturned on appeal. In the meantime, Mr. Winkler said that he thought the ruling was unlikely to change habits in most of California, where it is not customary to see people wearing firearms in the open. It might not have that big of an effect on the ground in terms of carrying practices in California. However, it is certainly a very big, broad, bold ruling on the scope of the Second Amendment, Mr. Winkler said. I feel like there is a bit of a danger in not allowing open carry. And I always think back to that guy who wanted to shoot up a synagogue in, I believe it was Germany. And when we watched some of the footage in there, a woman got shot, and I don't remember if she got killed because it was so fucking long ago. But the guy was trying to break into a synagogue, and she saw him holding a gun on the street. And instead of being worried for her safety, because you can't do that in Germany, she was just like, you shouldn't be here, you should go home, turned her back to the man with the gun, and then obviously got shot after. And it's just like she had such little self-preservation instinct. It was surreal to watch. It was incredibly surreal. Woman instincts? Yeah, I don't know how many people remember the footage that I'm talking about. And I don't remember if I could even, like, find it really quickly. Let me see if I can try. Germany, synagogue shooter shoots woman, turned her back to him. Let's see. Well, in 2020, the gunman was sentenced to life in prison. That's great, but that's not what I was looking for. I don't know if I'll be able to find video of this woman, because it's fucking ages ago. It should be from Hale. I don't know what that means. Synagogue attack. Who were the victims? It's been 6 years. Oh, since oh, Hale was the place. Okay. 6 years since the synagogue thing 2 months ago. Damn. Suspected gunman arrested. Ah, God. How would I find the video? What year did this happen? It looks like 2019. So let me see. 2019 Hale synagogue shooting. Woman shot on street. Help. Murder charges filed. That makes sense. German synagogue attacked on Holy Day. 2 dead nearby. Okay, so maybe she did die. Maybe she did get killed. I couldn't remember if she was just shot or if she was shot and killed. Liam Dell, thank you for the
spicy cat
Germans
raid.
lost all their backbone.
Spicy cat
what the fuck? Kataka VT, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. When will people understand that as long as there are guns in circulation, gun laws only make lawful citizens more vulnerable? And there will always be guns in circulation. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to find the video. I don't think I'll be able to find the video, because, like, it was just incredibly fucking stupid. It was incredibly fucking stupid. Oh, maybe this is a video. Hold on. Facebook? Facebook? Have you come in clutch, brother mans? Fuck off. Okay, that's just him getting out of the car. I don't want to show it in case, like, it actually shows a death, because I can't put that on stream. But killing people, that's illegal in Germany. And this is him shooting from behind his car. And when the woman got shot, he was trying to break into the synagogue. So this is not the correct footage. This is not the correct footage. Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe this isn't even the right synagogue shooting. I have no idea. But there was a woman who walked past him trying to break into the synagogue. The only videos I can find of this Hale shooting, Hale, whatever, the Hale Yom Kippur attack, the only videos I can find are of him behind his car shooting. And that's not where the woman got shot. He was trying to break into the synagogue, and that's when she got shot. Okay, I don't know what this is. Okay, I have read and accept the terms of use. What the fuck? Oh, watch people die TV. Well, but that's the only place I can get the video from. What the fuck is this? No, that's not the video. That's not the video. These are German police. That's not the video. That's not the video. That's all of pictures of his firearms. That's not it. That's not it. Is it this? Hold on, I just want to make sure everything's muted just in case. You wouldn't steal a South American dictator. You wouldn't download a South American dictator, would you? Okay. That's him, like, shooting at the synagogue. Nope. Nope, this isn't the video. That's just some security footage. What about this? What about this load? Video is all the way at the top of that page, is it? Okay, let me scroll all the way to the top. Why is there confetti here? What the fuck? The moment he's reaching the synagogue. Okay, so maybe it's this one. I was like 2 videos below it. Let's scroll. Nope, that's him shooting at the door. Mute. Because I very distinctly remember the lady telling him, like, you shouldn't be here or some dumb shit. Like, 0 self-preservation instincts. Well, he's literally... Oh, he was literally shooting at the door at the time, too. That's crazy. Let's see. It's inside the car. That's back at the door. Back at the door. Video buffering. In his car. Woman said, do you have to do that? Well, I don't think that's what she said. Video buffering. I don't think they have the video here. Maybe it was a different synagogue attack. How have there been so many synagogue attacks that I remember one that's different from this? You know, it doesn't seem like they have the video on this website either. If somebody manages to find the video, please open a mod ticket and I'll show it another time. But this website doesn't seem to have the video of the woman saying something to him either. Maybe it was a different synagogue attack. I have no idea. The fact that we have to differentiate is a disaster. Yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. If you were to see zero self-preservation instincts, you should watch the video of the Swiss ski resort fire. I don't think I've heard of that one. I don't think I've heard of that. This is fine. I was hoping I'd be able to find it, but they only seem to have videos of him, like, shooting near his car or shooting the synagogue door. I know there was a video of that fucking lady walking past him, but apparently that's incredibly fucking hard to find now. For some reason. For some fucking reason. Question mark. Do you know what you're doing is illegal? Yeah, it was a stunning display of zero self-preservation. And, yeah, that's what I mean when I'm talking about, like, if you just ban open carry entirely and people are taught to, like, either ignore when a gun is present or completely freak out, it's not going to be good either way, you know? There was a Swiss ski resort fire yesterday. Dozens died. Oh, that fucking sucks, dude. What the hell? The Swiss fire happened just 2 days ago. What the fuck? 40 people died in a cellar during a party, in a New Year's party, because they didn't recognize... How did they not recognize the fire? What? What? Ham the Third, thank you. Sky? I don't know if you mean ski resort or if Sky Resort is the name of it. Combo of cocktails and sparklers, 40 dead and counting. Bad story. That is really bad. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Trying to find a specific synagogue shooting on Yom Kippur is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Yeah, that's kind of depressing. I think it might be the shooting because the door of the synagogue looks very familiar, and I just couldn't find the video where like the woman comes in, which is kind of unfortunate. Here's an Al Jazeera video. Hold on, let me see if Al Jazeera has it. This is when the cops showed up. This is some reporting on it. This is some neckbeard talking to the news reporters. Talking to the news reporters. Talking to the news reporters. The cops. Garbage truck. Nope. Al Jazeera does not have it. Why is this one specific video so fucking difficult to find? Has this woman just been scrubbed from people's memories? The fuck is going on? There are brain-dead Zoomers just posting videos of the fire to their Instas. So many of them just never thought to fucking leave. Okay, I'm gonna have to get some videos of that, because what the fuck? Worst part, the people all basically just pulled out their phones and recorded the fire instead of leaving? What the fuck? Al Jazeera is literally propaganda. You wouldn't trust anything from them? Well, I mean, I've gone through like a million different videos. And so like Al Jazeera had a super long one, so I was hoping it was just a bunch stitched together, but it was not. You've heard that cellar doors were barricaded so they couldn't escape? Fucking what? I'm not gonna believe that, but hopefully I can find some sources tomorrow. I was on the right page, go all the way to the top, go to 9 minutes. There were no 9-minute videos on that page, so I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. It was a club, Kirsche. Lots of them were drunk or high and thought it was part of the entertainment. Oh, that's really sad. That's really sad. You remember something similar to the shooting she's talking about in 2025 in Pennsylvania? I don't remember that in Pennsylvania. You can literally Google it, the first thing that pops. I don't have time. I don't have time to do that tonight. Liam Dell, thank you. There was a video of a woman with cocktail sparklers being lifted onto someone's shoulders and the sparklers hitting the roof. If you have these videos, definitely put them in stream suggestions. Definitely toss them in there. Videos show people actively partying while the fire is burning the ceiling. It's very sad. Jesus Christ. Please throw any sources for this shit. Not in stream chat, because I don't have time to do it tonight. And also, how come the bot... Okay, there we go. It's like, how come the bot didn't get rid of that link? Put them in the suggestion chat in Discord. Suggestion chat in Discord, please. Doors were blocked by the escaping people, because when people push out, they fall when they get out of the door, cause a pile-up, and everyone just creates a clog. I have no idea. Who can post in stream suggestions? Literally everyone who has access to the Discord, question mark? Al Jazeera is a Palestinian propaganda network, from what you've heard of it. I mean, I don't know. If they had the video, I would have shown the video, but they didn't. Yeah, so long as the links don't show anyone dying. They shouldn't, according to what people have been saying. Ulgrim the Crusader, thank you. The Tree of Life synagogue shooting happened in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a synagogue shooting in Germany, where a woman walked past the shooter and basically just asked him, like, what he's doing here, or said, like, you're not supposed to be here or some shit, and then turned her back to him, and then he just shot her. But that doesn't exist. That's not, I can't find the video. I literally cannot find it. And people in chat kept saying that it was at the top of the Watch People Die website that I found, but there's no 9-minute video there. So I have no idea what that's about. I hit play on like all of the videos and none of them had the woman. None of them had the woman, and not a single person has posted a link in chat. So I'm assuming they're very mistaken. Al Jazeera is as reliable as using a wet single-ply toilet paper as an umbrella in a monsoon. I'm gonna say this very slowly once again for the retards in the chat. If Al Jazeera had the video that I'm looking for, I don't care if they're a propaganda site. I don't care if they're unreliable. If they had the fucking video I'm looking for, I would have played the video. Because the video would have existed there and I can't find it anywhere else. She's just looking for the clip. Yeah, exactly. Holy shit. You know the video, it's in Germany, saw it on 4chan. Oh, I definitely saw it on 4chan or Kiwi Farms back when it happened. Either one of the two. A days without retards and stream chat, 0. Oh my god, she kind of has a point there. Really want a channel strike? About what? What are you talking about? 2 streams in a row where chat has regarded Kirsche into yelling. Well, yeah, Kirsche, they're unreliable. That means the video is fake, even if it's real. Jesus Christ. Al Jazeera this, Al Jazeera that. It's about the video, not Al Jazeera. Exactly! Holy shit! But Kirsche, don't you know that it's a propaganda network? Please, chatter, tell me what isn't propaganda. Oh, man. But if someone can find the video, I'll play it. But nobody has posted any links in chat. I can't find it. I know it happened. I know I'm not crazy. I know I remember this woman getting shot. It doesn't change from 0. He was using PA Ludi. I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know what that means. Foxu's cute when she yells. What did he mean by this? What did he mean by this? Once again, chat's being a coconut. Top video. It's 35 minutes long and it's at the 9-minute mark. I don't even have that website anymore. If it's there, please post the fucking link! Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate this. Thank you, Maddie P. Oh my god. I was like, I hit play on like all the videos and I couldn't find what the fuck you were claiming was there. Oh, and it popped up in a new tab. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate Angie Foxu is cuter. Okay. Alright. This also, the page that Maddie P linked is not the page that I had open. So that explains why I couldn't find it. It's a different page from what I had open. Thank you for finally linking it. Let me mute this. You said around 9 minutes. Extra retarded chat make Foxu extra angry. Wastelander, thank you. I'm not crazy. The voices tell me I'm fine. Okay, he's running here. I'm just making sure, right? Because like I won't be able to show him actually shooting on stream. Okay, yeah, this is it. Thank you, Maddie P. Finally. Finally. Holy shit. All right. Let me open this. I have to change my browser over. We're gonna just fucking full screen this, all right? I have it muted. So like, you see this woman literally look at him, talk to him, and he like picks up his gun and she keeps walking and he's pointing it at her. And she ends up getting shot. Like what? 0 self-preservation instincts. And this is why, oops, I probably should have gotten rid of that. I don't know if they allow slurs here. Well, like this is why you shouldn't get rid of open carry. Oh, like this woman just had 0 self-preservation instincts. You're actually speechless. Yeah, like it was actually mind-blowing watching this when it happened. I was like, what the hell? What the hell? That's crazy. Where is this from? Germany. It was the Halle, H-A-L-L-E, I might be pronouncing that wrong, synagogue shooting back in 2019. In 2019. Did she die? Yes. Yes, she did. Unfortunately so. You bet that hurt? I mean, Kier stopped right before the VoD got... No, I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. Thank you again, Maddie P, for linking it. Holy shit. I was literally losing my mind. Thank you. This was not the page that I had open, so I was on a different page, and they didn't have any long video. Woman and their non-existent survival instincts. Was it during the same time Christchurch shooting? I don't remember what year Christchurch happened. She tried acting strong and brave. I don't think that's even strong and brave. I think that's actual just retardation. Like, maybe she thought it wasn't real. I have no idea. But like, if I see someone in an area I know is not supposed to have a gun, and they do, I'm not gonna go near him, man.
I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him, and wear his makeup, and his dresses, and use his skin as a coat. Like
that was pre-COVID. Yeah, 2019's pre-COVID.
Well, that's your winner.
Why did the shooter have a body cam? Probably trying to mimic the Christchurch shooting. Sorry for confusion about scrolling to the top. Thought you were on the same page. No, that's all right. I just said the website name. It makes sense, but I was just like, there's no log video here. What does he mean? What does he mean? But thank you, Maddie P, for the link. Why was she walking by there? Stupid as hell. Like, if I saw that, I would have just turned around and walked away, man. Come on. She thought they would save her, man. You can't keep getting away with it. Hey, Kirsche, finally have some downtime. Gonna have to catch up on the VoD. Moving has kept you busy. How's stream been? Oh, you're in for a fucking doozy. We arrested a commie. Sergeant Buck, thank you for donating Sam Hyde. An anime-themed fox woman is out here being a more reliable journalist than Hassan. Is Hassan a journalist? Fan Service and Games, thank you for just 7-month member. Thank you. Thank you. I'm out here looking for someone to raid. Maybe Asman is gonna go later tonight because we arrested Maduro. Maybe that's a thing. Big drama, huge Epstein. There was an Epstein release today? What the hell? Well, if Asman's talking about Epstein, maybe we should go over there. Let's take a little look-see-peek-see. Let's see what's happening. It's very slow to load. Ooh, he's looking at the Iranian opposition stuff too. I only have a couple tabs on that, so hopefully I can bring that up and talk about that tomorrow. Because I would love to see Iran fucking making strides too. That's fucking amazing. That's fucking great. He's been live for 6 hours, 20 minutes. Hopefully he's gonna be live for longer. He's been ending around the same time as me recently, and I don't like that. Because I like to eat and watch my husbando. So thank you guys for hanging out today on the day we arrested fucking commie leader Maduro. Hopefully Venezuela can take their country back and have actual people in charge. Again. We'll see what fucking happens. We'll monitor the situation. Let's go see some stuff with Asman, looking at what's going on in Iran at the moment. I have no idea what the new Epstein release is, but good that more stuff is coming out. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.